Hello, everybody! Welcome! Day 3, the final day of the UCGG League of Legends Intro Tournament. You already know me on the microphone, Stella, Vice President of the UC Gaming Guild, and with me, two very familiar faces. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Um, Most of you probably recognize my voice by now. It's Peppy, back again to cast day 3. Had a really good time casting day 2 and got two very great lineups for the finals of the tournament. So it should be interesting to see how the games go.
Absolutely.
And I'm Pig Bucket, leader of Team Athena, coming sixth in the tournament overall. Came to cast and give some opinions to see who's going to come out on top. It's definitely going to be a bit of an interesting game, having two of the highest elo teams facing off in the 1v1 in the best of 5 fearless. It's definitely going to be an all-out brawl, I think, today.
Yeah, absolutely. So why don't we start us off, get a little bold. What are your predictions for the scoreline for this best of 5?
I think
Now,
Peppy take that.
post day 1, I was pretty sure Tofu team were definitely the favorites. First seed coming out of day 1, winning 4 out of 5 games. They were definitely looking like a very strong team. But after getting the opportunity to play with Vendrick's team on day 2, they might just show us an upset. They're very good comms, very good team. They get along well, and I'd be worried if I was Tofu. It seems like Vendrick's locked in.
So, what are your score predictions there, Peppy? What do you
I
think's going
think
to be
it's
the
gonna be
outcome?
3-2, 3-2 Vendrick.
3
Wow, that's
2
a very tight
Vendrick.
game. Look, for my predictions, I played with many of the players on David's Angels, and I definitely have a very high communication and skill base. But looking at their games yesterday, they seem to be in a little bit of shambles when things don't seem to go their way, and they seem to be an off pick. So, I mean, looking at Sedimentary Cat
I'm
and
sure
Full
Tofu
Force,
will have some drafts cooked up. That's true.
oh, absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind they've got something drafted up. But looking at Vendrick's strong comp building that he has the capability of positioning, I definitely think that Vendrick has an opportunity. But I'm actually going to call 3-1 to David's Angels.
Really? 3-1 to David's Angels. That is an interesting prediction.
And I can tell you, that's exactly what I'm thinking here as well. Look at this really strong draft here come out for game 1 for David's Angels. Dwindolius the Fourth. We saw his game on Tristana yesterday. We were talking, of course, how it's really interesting to see him finally put on a carry position in these comps, usually not given the opportunity, and he certainly did not squander it, as well as a very strong Kaisernaut in the bot lane. We know the synergy between Blender and Busk is really strong, and I have a lot of faith that they'll be able to properly execute this these plays down here in the bot lane. We know how terrifying Captain Tofu is on his Nidalee champion, able to put out so much damage, does exactly what Captain Tofu wants. And of course, you can never say no to a Malphite in the top lane. Just really strong pick all around. And when you look at the
I
draft here for Sedimentary Cat's team, I don't know if it's as strong.
I
I
think
gotta
you
agree
do
with
have to
you
note
there.
that Sedimentary Cat's team does have the best player in the tournament being a Luke in the support role.
That is
So
very true. The team
you
named
can never
after
you
him,
can
of
never forget that. You
course.
can never forget that.
And it's worth
Yeah,
I
his team
mentioning
mean,
is yeah, Luke and four wards for a reason.
they picked some of their most.
Dwendolius the
Sorry, you go. Sorry.
apologies. You go, Stella. It's all good.
I was just saying, we note that Sedimentary Cat forwards are also attempting to come out the gate here with their strongest picks as well. We see Cam, their top laner on the Cho'Gath, the only pick he was able to find success in yesterday. We see Vendrick himself on the Xayah, another pick that he's really comfortable in. Great disengage opportunities will be very important, especially with the threat of that Nautilus ult, that Malphite ult. We have the Jarvan come out, a jungle pick that was very successful again tomorrow, and with that yesterday, sorry, and with that Hui damage that he's really able to concentrate in a tight area. If Jarvan's able to lock him up, they might be able to pull something out. But I'm still leaning David's Angels.
Look, Dwindolius the Fourth's Tristana yesterday was very impressive to watch. Never seeing the player on the champion before. He seems to be more so focused around the AP heavy scale mages like Annie, Lissandra, Oriana, that sort of type of play. Seeing him buffering the Tristana W's yesterday was one of the most impressive spectacles I think we had the opportunity to witness, as well as Vinra being very comfortable on his Malphite pick there. Busk pulling out the Nautilus for game 1 and taking it away from Sedimentary Cat. Definitely a very, very strong pick. but we also know that Hui has very minimal damage in the early game and is very, very, very prone to falling off if he doesn't get ahead and start accelerating and snowballing into the late game. So looking around, probably Yoink's playstyle will be around that top and bot side, being that Vendrick's Xayah is also a very, very scary pick for Blender's Kai'Sa. It provides a high damage output as well as a lot of defensive tools to be able to kite back and provide that damage over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is, of course, worth mentioning that we did have, out of Dwendolia's mouth himself, an admittance that he did not play a single game of Tristana before he pulled it out yesterday because he did not want it on his match history. He wanted to be able to pull it out of his pocket as a sneaky pick that slid under the radar. So, like you said...
I have actually heard he has another sneaky pick lined up, which I won't leak just in case he does end up bringing it out in this series, but I'm excited to see it if he does play it.
A very interesting character. I suppose his history, his prowess with ADCs, being an ADC player himself, was what led him to be able to pull out that Tristana pick so confidently yesterday. It'll be really exciting to see, and I sure hope that he's able to recreate that magic here today again.
And I have no doubt with the ability that this player has and with the raw talent that he exhibits on Tristana, I'm looking really forward to seeing what pocket pick he's going to pull out. It's going to be something that will definitely probably captivate the eye if he can pull it out and make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, both of these teams likely looking for their strongest showing here. Of course, the first game can really set the mood for the rest of the best of 5 series.
Absolutely. A lot of strong picks being taken out in game 1 as well, taking away the Nidalee, the Malphite, Tristana, Kai'Sa, and Nautilus. It looks like David's Angels is just positioning their way to try and stomp the first game and get in the heads of Sedimentary Cat and Four.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft here, and I mean, their team is very, just go in. Nautilus hook a guy, Malphite ult on them, and then Tristana jumping in with the bomb, Kai'Sa then ult Wing someone, and then... But then I feel like the Nidalee doesn't really fit the comp here. Nidalee, she's kind of just... I think Tofu just wanted to play it just to have fun, which is fair enough, I mean... Because we have seen him play the champs like the Amumu and stuff like this, so I think he might be saving it for a Seraphine Amumu game later on.
That could be potential. I do think Nidalee here is a relatively good pick for that early chip damage in fights. If the speeds find their marks,
Hui is pretty weak early game, same with the Jarvan. It's hard for him to do too much if the Nidalee just jumps out of the way.
Absolutely.
But I do think that the disengaged power of the Xayah Thresh and the Hui will make it hard for Tofu's Angels to force too hard on any plays.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, they also have drafted very defensively. It's not going to be a game where you're necessarily going to be able to dive them. Don't get me wrong, the Malphite does have the the engage tool of being unstoppable in that ultimate, but once that's gone, that's it. The entirety of their team comp can sort of just disengage, pull them away. The Cho'Gath can silence once he lands, the Tristana can be flayed or hooked. Kai'Sa is probably the only one who has a relatively fast speed with their dash that can get in the backline relatively quickly, but that can just be countered off by J4. If he gets onto her in the backline and allows for them to have to then stop playing back to front, forces them onto a front to back, that's where I think David's Angels is going to probably fail.
Yeah, and of course, I guess finally, before we get into this game, it's really interesting to consider. We were talking about some of these picks here, and in the context of the Fearless draft, it's very interesting to see that some of these picks here, the Malphite, the Nautilus, for David's Angels, are picks that I would be surprised if Sedimentary Cat and Forwards didn't want themselves, whereas some of these picks from their side, the Cho'Gath, the Hui, the Xayah, I can't imagine were particularly hotly contested options here for Captain Tofu. This was a little bit of a concern that we had yesterday, is that unfortunately Sedimentary Cat and Forward's greatest weakness is how shallow some of these champ pools are for these players. So it'll be really interesting to see if Captain Tofu's draft tends towards sort of pressuring these players in an attempt to get that advantage by putting them on champions they're less comfortable with.
It's interesting to see Racket whip out the Hui. I've not seen him play this champ at all. And I know he does play a lot of control mages, so he'll probably be fine on the champion, but it's quite a bit complicated with all the spell combinations.
Of course, this is game 1, so this is the best time for you to be trying some perhaps less orthodox picks, pulling out the Hui, pulling out the Nidalee, seeing if it works. If it doesn't, you still have 2 games safely between creating that barrier between you and that unfortunate second place.
Looks like Tofu and Vinra are going to be looking for a play here in the top lane.
Well, Jarvan does not have the accessibility of being able to play these fights out early, other than the raw attack speed, but it looks like they are coming out.
I mean, the passive and the Conqueror, he's stacking up, and he's just hitting him. And Tofu's having the flash over the wall, but Yoink says, come right back here. And all he needs is a couple more hits.
Dundolius there as well for the
and Tofu managing to trade the 1-for-1.
But now
Dundolius seems to be caught here too.
That is now
he's gonna have to slash the wall.
For 1. Flashes
and Vinra having both top laners having to teleport back to lane here.
Yeah, look at this. Both teleports down the top lane, flashes down for the Nidalee, for the Tristana. Tristana already down a flash.
Now we see in the bot lane, they surprisingly Kai'Sa not able to get the level 2 priority and just dying without using a single summoner.
Vendrick,
this is an absolute massacre of game 1.
Absolutely. Of course, in their bot lane, Vendrick's such confident. Look at that.
And Yoink coming in mid with the level 2 gank on the flashes Tristana.
She pops the bomb on the Hui, able to get out. But follows the Hui.
The Jarvan has an EQ coming up soon, and the Thresh can move.
Massive spear onto the Hui, forces him to flash. Nidalee, of course, no flash, but it doesn't matter. She is going to secure the kill anyway. Meanwhile, up walks
and great reactive jungling from Tofu there, instantly leaving his Raptors to get over there and help out the Hui. I mean, help out kill the Hui.
Yeah, this is absolutely where we see the strength of Tofu.
It's great that they're positioning the way that they are, but this does set a severe deficit on the early game. Nidalee being so heavily reliant on counter ganking as well as trying to get herself accelerated with her item spikes, being, you know, the Hextech alternator for that proc damage, or building straight into Lichbane first item. You know, having those 2 kills under his belt does set him up for quite a lot of success, but you're finding that a lot of that gold is being funneled onto the carries of Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. It's not going to be a very good early to mid game for David's Angels if they can't find this advantage.
And Vendrick doesn't realize that he's getting ganked here, but Jarvan is on the way. And, you know, landing the EQ onto the... Oh, he misses, actually. This is not looking good for Jarvan here. He lands the spear. All it takes is one skill shot in these fights to completely flip it, so...
The Tristana just taking advantage of the pure immobility of Hui there. Finding the ability to 4-stack a bomb and just walk away. Resetting his W to be able to continue engages and disengage if need be.
And Tofu's still just bullying the spot lane, not letting them get to the wave at all.
And you see, this really shows a testament to Captain Tofu's jungling style.
The confidence from his playstyle to just sit there 1v2ing the bot lane.
Oh, absolutely. And his topside jungle is still up. He is still looking to create those advantages. Yoink is just not capitalizing on what he needs to be doing here and allowing the escort for his laners to get there to be able to soak up this wave. They have to force a reset and walk all the way back. Meanwhile, we're currently looking at a hard CS diff in the ADCs because of the pure inability to escort.
Yeah, despite that double kill on Vendrick, it is shocking to see him down so many minions. Captain Tofu, of course, such a confident leader for his team. And you see, of course, that plating in the bot lane, a little bit extra gold, as we'll see here. Gold difference shrinking there between these 2 ADCs.
Absolutely. You can see the gold difference is beginning to slowly grow again because Vendrick is allowed to be at that wave. But you look at the raw XP difference. Vendrick has just hit level 4, meanwhile Blender has been level 5 for some time now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is This
Now,
level,
to
this
be honest
way,
there,
really
if I'm that
upset.
Tristana, I'm jumping onto the way. I'm just gonna be honest. He jumped out, I would have jumped in.
And Pithy, remind me, how's Pithy's Boros done?
maybe that's why I don't play
Cheap
Tristana.
shots.
But like, maybe that's why I don't play Tristana, but I would have jumped in there.
It's all about trigger discipline on Tristana. Not to make a pun there, but just having the raw ability to not have to go in and feel like you have to dive everyone, it really takes a lot of patience and is definitely an attestment to Dwendolius here.
Yeah, it's just like that, just like the Ezreal, right? You have this mobility spell that you need to be really careful about Eing in, because often you see Ezreals they'll E in and just instantly die, even in Vendrick games.
Looks
Making
like we're
some
having a
dangerous
contest
plays.
for the grubbies here.
And Tofu able to
Absolutely.
secure the grubs over the Jarvan, who's just so much weaker than the Nidalee early game.
Yeah, look at that, Nidalee with a couple of perhaps assist pings.
Oh, and the hook
considering
landing
what
onto
she can
Vendrick. Kaiser passive proccing, she's level 5. But the Lantern to escort him out of there. And he should be surviving.
get. An excellent
Very
save
good.
there.
Very good positioning by Sedimentary Cat there on the Thresh to, instead of walking up to Vendrick, giving him the option to walk out, take the Lantern to safety.
Now Vendrick
Very
having to
good
recall
position.
here, going to miss another wave, stuck at level 4.
Blender hitting 6. That 2-level difference.
Oh, it's a
definitely
horror
what you wanna
story.
see.
Yeah, horror story. Blender's level 6 and he's level 4. They're most likely going to need a gank because it's another plate going over to the Kai'Sa.
But look at that, with the way with the Jarvan.
Oh, and he
Nidalee
lands
just
the
looking
hook.
for angry play herself. Great damage onto Blender. Great damage follow-up from the way, but now they know.
I think Thresh should
Comes
have
the bot lane.
recast the
Wait,
Lantern
speeds
there.
himself in.
Suspicious.
Heal from Busk. Flash!
Oh, predicting the flash nearly.
Great damage from that one spear on Nidalee. We can see, look how ahead he is.
And this is what I was talking about. Nidalee hitting those, like, even just component power spikes, having that Hex-Tech Alternator being able to chunk out the enemy jungler as well as enemy carries, or even just the low HP allies.
Did you guys
They
see
can just create-
Malphite walked bot out of base. Malphite was by the Krugs and he teleported top.
Interesting move there from Vinra.
Looked like he was looking for a roam, but nothing ended up happening. But I really like this reactive playstyle of the blue team. They're just always on it with the plays.
Yeah, I believe that he knew he had to TP to top lane to catch this wave, but
Yeah.
was beginning to head bot with his ultimate just to be there in case a fight did seem to break out.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like the dragon comfortably taken there by Sedimentary Cat. Tofu in the area. Perhaps could have stolen with the spear.
Vendrick now back to level 6.
Yeah, the XP lead has shrunk there in that bot lane. Definitely puts a lot less pressure. Still a bit of a gap in between the jungles. Yoink. Just hitting level 6 then. Ultimate online.
See, this is where we want to see the Jarvan hopefully being able to deal with the Nidalee now that he has his ultimate ability in Nidalee. Not having something like that in her kit.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, some solid aggression from this Jarvan. He has recalled, but a great fear there from Perkyman is going to save him from some of the more impactful damage.
Oh, he flashes in and he doesn't
from
thresh.
Dodolius. The Thresh
Oh, he
with an
buffers the
excellent
E.
hook.
Gets hit by the
Incredible.
hook.
And the ultimate comes out from Hwei. It is going to be lights out for this Tristana.
It's so unfortunate, you know. You're going for the solo kill, you think you have it, and then you flash forward and realize, oh, there's a support in my lane. But Tofu looking to trade up onto the Jogath.
And when the Malphite ult comes
And
out,
it's just a perfectly executed kill. Not really
lights
much
out
for the
him,
Cho'Gath to do. Even if he flashes the ult, he's still gonna get caught, you know. There's just so much damage on the side of the blue team right now from the Nidalee.
It does create that pressure, but also knowing that the Malphite ulti is down for another 1 minute and 30 seconds creates a massive advantage for Cam in the top lane. To be able to play a bit more of an aggressive play
He
style.
finds the Nidalee, but there is a
comes the
TP from the way.
Tristana.
The Thresh is on the way. If he can
The
stall this
flash
out, it's gonna be
forced.
looking really good for the red team. But he just ends up dying, and they get out.
From Sedimentary Cat falls short, and that is an excellent pick there onto the Jarvan. Great reacting there from the Tristana, following in his Nidalee.
just really shows how confident Captain Tofu is on this Nidalee. He has a raw amount of talent on the champion and has definitely dominated the UCGG in-house tournaments, or even just the in-house games in general with the Nidalee, creating such an immense amount of pressure.
Now Cho'Gath does have ult available, so it will be hard for Nidalee to get one of these grubs for sure, because Cho'Gath can just ult it, which is why they're focused on killing him instead of going for the grub.
Interesting flash there. He could have
But it's a
potentially
4v3.
stole that fight out.
Interesting.
And that's
Tofu
one
with
grub
an
going over
attempted
to
spear.
the side. And Cho'Gath does in fact eat one of the grubs.
With 4 grubs on the side of Captain Tofu.
Forcing onto Dundolius the fourth, and he is going to go down to Racket.
An excellent hook by Sedimentary Cat. And it looks like they're hoping to turn onto this Nidalee as well. Would be an excellent kill, of course.
And Jarvan steals the blue buff.
Vendrick busy in the bot lane. Usually, when your support roams, you'd want to be playing safer. But look at that. Excellent. Pixel perfect recall on his ultimate. Just manages to catch Bask, who attempted
I'd
to
be
heal.
curious to see how that happened, because, I mean, you wouldn't expect the Kai'Sa to need to recall in a 1v2 situation, so I don't know why the Nautilus was on his own.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly not the kind of things, if you were David's Angels, you would want to be happening in your bottom lane.
And
Full
Vendrick
grubs.
actually, in fact, now having an XP lead on Blender.
And a lead in those platings as well. Look at the gold now.
I mean, no ultimate on the side of Vendrick. They could look for a kill here, but they don't know that Jarvan is hovering on the bot lane.
Now, I did just go back and watch that play on how the support Nautilus got caught out there. It appears as though they were both resetting, but the ward in that river brush appeared to have spotted Busk whilst he was resetting, allowing Vendrick to understand that Kai'Sa is not nearby, and knowing that he has such comfort on this champion, he took the time to walk up from the minion wave and begin locking down the Nautilus. The Kai'Sa's reset had already been fully committed and in base with the Smiths.
Right. See, Vendrick just looking at the map so well, reading the plays, and ends up picking up a kill.
And that is a solid nod there to the skill of Vendrick as a player, of course. Seeing that play, executing it.
And the tower damage is just massive from the Cho'Gath. Gonna pick up 2? No, only just the 1 plating here.
Yeah, those turret platings going into Cho'Gath are definitely...
And
good
Tofu looking for a lane gank here.
Excellent hook
Lands
here
the hook.
onto the Kai'Sa.
But Vendrick seems to be reading the gank.
He's locked up. He is.
But it does not matter. No ult, and he just goes down.
That
Both
is
summoners
not where
still
you
up
want
from the side of
goal to
Vendrick.
go. For the side of Vendrick, this is not where you want the goal to go.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's
And a
2
second
kills to
kill.
Blender now. That is terrifying. Kai'Sa now 2-0 and 100.
They're gonna maybe lose their whole tower here.
Yeah, look at that. The goal difference between 2 ADCs immediately nullified. Just like that. 1,000 gold injection that Kai'Sa will be feeling very good.
Now Blender really showing out here, versing one of the best ADCs in the whole of O's.
Right
And
now. He does have flash, but he is caught by the Malphite ult, and it's not
they go down.
Very good discipline by Rack there, not blowing his flash when he knew he was dead.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like these two teams are trading here. Sedimentary Cats locking down Rift Herald in the bot lane. Second
I
Dragon
mean,
off
4
the
grubs
Invader
have
Tofu.
already been picked up from the blue team, so I don't think it's a worthwhile trade at all.
4 grubs here for the side of Captain Tofu's
Down with
team.
the jump
Does
and the
have a
flash from the
spawn.
Malphite, and
Look at
Yeah,
Seems
that.
like they're
no
just
use
getting
of
picked
them.
flash
out.
from Vinral there. Did not know how necessary that was. I think Dundolius would have been able to catch up regardless. It might have been a bit of a wasted flash, but nonetheless, lock down how you lock down.
Cho'Gath basing and picking up the Warmogs should make his landing immensely better from that one.
Absolutely. And with this Malphite resetting, I wouldn't be
And
surprised. if
Tofu is going bot lane. Vendor greeting for the tower, but Blender is pretty strong
Caught by
in
the
this
spear,
1v1
Blender
situation.
splashes away.
Oh!
Tofu ulting the wrong direction. This is devastating. Send a Ventry Cat on
I mean-
a little too late to the fight.
Tofu again
500
just
gold
picking up
onto
another
the
kill.
side there.
And look at that, with a Tristana in the mid lane, you'd expect she'd have the larger tower presence, but look at this way. Flashing that hook.
Oh, good flash from the way. Really good flash, dodging the hook.
Meanwhile, top tower falls. Yoink
And
again
Kai'Sa
going
seems
for
to be
a
on the
gag,
way.
so
Yoink.
aggressive.
He gets the walls, but he might end up losing his life for this one. Kai'Sa is on the way, so is the Nautilus.
In comes Dwendolius. The jump and
He
dodging
jumps
left, right,
onto
and
the
centre. He's
Cho'Gath, and he
ulted
gets
out of
one
the
shot.
way. That's devastating.
And Malphite, no ult available anymore, but the Kai'Sa, as I said, is just here.
A great
And he
lantern.
places the lantern,
Cam doesn't
but-
take it.
He can't. I don't think he could click it. There were two. The Nautilus and the Malphite were covering it.
Great
Lands the
hook
hook onto
down
the
to
Nidalee.
Follow up damage.
Okay.
That Nautilus ult you'll note was wasted. Cho'Gath already out.
And Cho'Gath, I mean, he has the Warmog. He's just going to heal back up and won't even need to reset.
Flash
Flash
hook.
hook. But he doesn't know the Cho'Gath is here, but he just casually jumps over the wall. And trading flashes with the Thresh.
The mobility on that Nidalee, of course, so high. And those spears and
Unfortunately,
ever-present.
the Malphite and Nautilus hitboxes are so incredibly large that it makes grabbing a lantern from an ADC player's perspective, it becomes near to impossible to click that lantern when there's two champions that are almost the size of skyscrapers standing on top of
There
it.
is
So-
actually a trick I learned from Ro, in fact, that if you just zoom in, you can more easily click the lantern.
Oh, that's very interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because the other day I was actually playing bot lane with him, and he was playing Thresh, and they placed a pink ward on the lantern, and I was like, how am I supposed to click this? And he said, bro, just zoom in.
And that is why he's the coach of Kanga Esports.
Yeah.
He knows
So
his
knowledgeable.
stuff.
And Tofu really just going to be so strong in the mid game, just going to be fishing for spears around the mid lane. But he lands, a little bit late on the hook, and Busk able to flash out of there.
Luden's companion.
Level 11
finished
onto
for
Venture.
Kai'Sa. Luden's finished for Kai'Sa, and I
Yeah.
believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Flicker Blades are finished for Vendrick upon reset.
Should be. He's got a lot of gold. It's interesting to see how much roaming has gone on, that Vendrick is actually matching the levels of the solo laners here.
Yeah, and look at the goal differences between these two teams. Or in fact, I should say the lack of goal difference.
It's within the hundreds at this point. I mean, there's only, I think, about 150 gold between them at this point. Now being tied up almost even.
And Sedimentary Cat and Busk looking on nearly identical builds.
Yeah, not
Two
really
items on the Kai'Sa are
surprising.
gonna be two items on the Kai'Sa are gonna be picking up the W evolve soon. And the poke of the Kai'Sa and the Nidalee is really gonna start to hurt on the side of the blue team. Actually, he has the W evolution.
Yeah, that's the pickup of the Amp Tome there. Definitely going to be playing that into probably a Gwynsu's here to finish up that item and get that E-Evolve. He would have his Q Evolve upon the finish of the Manamune there.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, worth mentioning that AP Kaiser is a speciality of blenders. He's very
It's
comfortable
actually
with
his
hitting those
main.
power
I've seen
buttons.
him carry a lot of the in-house games on it because it's just so hard to deal with in these games where you want to play safe, you want to sit back, but then you try to and you lose half your HP to a Kai'Sa W.
Sedimentary Cat, unfortunately, greeting for the ward there. Something we're all guilty of every now and again.
Completely
Unfortunately,
caught
Interesting
out.
decision from the red team to just give the dragon and play for top tower. It is only a second dragon and they're getting a double kill's worth of gold onto Vendrick.
Yeah, absolutely. And this pressure on the top side, very important of course. Sedimentary Cat and forwards don't want to give a comfortable Baron opportunity to David's Angels here.
Now, I'd be quite worried if I'm the blue team because although we know we're cut even in gold, our base seems to be getting chipped away at slowly but surely, down 3 towers.
I think the means of David's Angels team is definitely heavily focused around these team fight compositions and playing 5v5s. But when you don't have the 5th member of Sedimentary Cats and full ward, just being present in that fight, it can help create that advantage for them.
Vendrick now level 12.
He has finished the Flicker Blades and is now building towards his pen item. Once that is completed, it's definitely going to be a bit of a scary situation for David's Angels here.
Yeah, this Nautilus and this Malphite won't be too happy about that one.
It's like the Holo Radiance being finished on Cho'Gath as well to just finish and mitigate some of those chip damage from the AP side. Noticing their composition, it feels as though that David's Angels is more focused around the AP side of their
from the
build.
Malphite.
Huge job coming out from the Malphite. But it's onto 2 tanks, and Vendrick is just getting an angle to hit for free here. Takes the Lantern and just slides his way out of
Huge
there.
damage onto the Malphite.
And Vendrick... Oh no, this does not look good at
Dodging
all for the
that
blue
trap.
team.
Look at that, Nidalee shut down.
And
This
Buck's
is
going to be
potentially
caught out
an
here
option.
too. The flash shot from the Thresh goes wide.
There it
2
is, that
kills.
was
It's
Most
gonna be 2
likely
kills,
be
and they're pinging
Baron.
the Baron. They're pinging the Baron from the red team.
With no Malphite ult to
Baron.
contest it.
And those Zaya feathers just
But the
absolutely
Kaiser poke
chip
is so
down.
strong here, they need to be really careful. It lands onto the Zaya, and
Absolutely,
he's just
look
going to
at
keep
that.
sending him.
Cam moved in the way to tank. Flash overlord
And
from
the flash in
Malphite.
from the... He kills Zaya, he kills Vendrick.
Look at that. In jumps the Kaiser as well. Full HP. Pokemon caught out
He's
by
going to have to
Tristan on the
flash away.
bottom.
That's the Q.
Dundolius, they're
And
taking so much damage
Look
from the
at
Baron.
so impressive this game.
And look at that. Cam
Wow.
confidently. David's Angels will may have stopped the Baron, but there was still a large gold injection here. Look at the difference between these 2 teams coming up on the 2k gold difference.
See there, you witness the power of the Kaiser. It's so strong in the poke, but then once it goes in, it's quite hard to survive when you just get tapped by the Cho'Gath without the E-Evolve onto the side of Blender. And he does opt for the Sorcerer Shoes, not building any attack speed yet. And it looks like he's going to be going into Nasher or Crypt Bloom. Not entirely sure.
It's definitely very scary here for David's Angels. Looking at the chat in the moment, it appears as though a lot of Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards have picked up some of their core items by picking up the Leandries, Cho'Gath building the Brambles for the Kai'Sa and the Tristana, as well as Vendrick picking up and finishing his LDR here. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the point in the game where if I were Team David Angels, I would start to be a little bit nervous about this game slowly slipping out of our reach.
Now, Peppy, I think you are right. It does appear as though that Kai'Sa did pick up the Blighting Jewel first, but opted to take the CDR instead of the Magic.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I think
an
a little bit
interesting
of a
decision.
mistake
I mean,
there.
not going for the E-Evo is going to make him significantly weaker in these all-in fights, but the poke is going to be a lot stronger, so it's an interesting decision.
Unfortunately, Racket caught out here, not being able to pick up anything.
Ult on the Tristana, but it's
Yoink.
not enough. That heal coming out from the Nidalee, basically nullifying that damage.
Oh, but the rest
They're
of
gonna be
Sedimentary
losing their
Cat and Four Wards
top
appears
tower
to be
here.
catching up.
Cannon Tofu Flash. Linda attempts to hook
Oh,
away.
Tusk. Oh,
And
there is
Malphite with
just-
the two-man ult, but he's got no follow-up, and seems like
Locked
he's
down
just
by
going to
those
go down here.
feathers.
But he is so tanky. He gets a heal from the Nidalee, and he's ready to go back in.
Those W's out from the Kaiser now starting to do some significant damage. It looks like Cam is being caught out here. Shutdown is going to go to the
Vendrick ult
Kaiser.
going through.
Oh my god.
A big flash from
fantastic
Vendrick.
flashy.
Look at that.
Wow, really well played from the red team.
Yoink. So
It's
much
just
damage
not
just
enough.
completely
Taken
crumbled
down.
by
And it
Captain
looks
Tofu.
like they're all going to go down here, and the kill going onto the Kai'Sa. Boy, managing to trade the Nidalee, but
Would you look at that?
it's,
All of a sudden, the
it's
2k
really
gold
not what you
lead,
wanted to see.
That 1.5
It's a 4-for-1, it seems.
The gold has
And then-
swung in the opposite direction in favor for David's Angels here. It's a very, very scary beginning turnaround, and they're now looking at their third dragon of the game. This is Hex Soul, which is very, very scary on the means of Kai'Sa, Tristana, and Nidalee being able to hit those long-range spells, and having Tristana to just be able to follow up and hit an auto attack, getting that chain slow.
Yeah, absolutely. The flash in from the
Oh, and he
Cho'Gath.
W
Very
flashes.
aggressive flash forward.
And he
Great
just
disengage
gets
from
ulted out of there.
Dundolius.
Yeah, very interesting state of the game to be in.
And they are going to end up losing Baron here. I don't think they have the time to get there. having just reset after getting Dragon, and Synergy Cat gonna be zoning the Malphite, and
Yeah.
they are gonna.
And it's just an attestment to how much damage Xayah Feathers do to Baron Nashor. I've played quite a bit of Xayah myself, and
Misses the hook, and now he's in a tough spot. He's ulting, but huge Malphite ult.
And look at this
Xayah
though, the damage on the Captain Tofu's team, devastating. While they may have incredible poke in terms of this Kaiser, in terms of this Nidalee, these 5v5s actually seem to be going
Like
the
I said,
way
the
of...
disengage power with the two big tanks and their CC on the Malphite when he jumps in, and then Hui and Xayah just so good at like bombing a guy who goes in.
Captain
Drawing,
Tofu's
catching
caught
the
out.
catching the Tofu.
But in goes Dwindolius.
He kills
gets the
Vendrick.
kill on Vendrick.
A
Losing
big
his life in
trade,
the
big
process.
trade.
Having-
All the kills here are super worth for the blue team because they're just burning Barons, and although they do get the gold of killing the Baron, they don't get to do anything with it.
Despite all this, David's Angels do not seem to have very much consistent damage and are more focused on these scrappy burst team fights that could be a severe disadvantage to them.
I think it's a bit of a mismatch on the damage because Kai'Sa and Italy, they want to be sitting back, poking out, and then waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in. But Malphite, he just seems to be sending it, and they need to get on the same page with how they want to play these fights.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
did say during the drafting phase, they're more focused on the dive comps, but I think there's a bit of miscommunication. It just seems like Vinrar is the one who is diving, and or Busk looking forward for the aggressive play, forcing his team forward into the.
I mean, it's the goal, right? Like Kai'Sa Nautilus, Kai'Sa with the CC. You want someone to get caught out, and Kai'Sa just one shot the guy, and they want to ignore.
Caught out. I think Cam may be in a bit too deep.
He's so tanky here. The Tristana trying their best to kill him, but I think he can just walk out of there.
But those Baron's minions are going to be very, very heavy on the chip damage, and another catch out.
He flashes forward. Fears the
Plays
Nidalee.
so defensively though. With those fears.
I mean, he's
Very
stolen
well
so
back.
well.
Walks
Dodges
into
the
the
spear.
spear,
Oh, he gets
though.
hit.
Oh, but he gets
Oh
hit
yeah,
my
big
goodness,
through.
Racket!
And the rest of the team is there to escort him out. That is not what you want to see happen.
Unfortunately, sending a Nautilus to catch these Baron minions in the mid wave may be a bit of a mistake here. He has absolutely no
Wait,
wave
Racket
clear,
the
and
goat though.
Neither does Kai'Sa though. With the AP Kai'Sa build, what she has in damage to champions, she lacks severely in pure wave clear with no Q evolve.
It really is a testament to Racket as a just an amazing mage player. 1v2s the Malphite and the Nidalee, and gets a kill.
This pocket pull from him seems to be working out very well for him at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up to the 30-minute mark in this game now. Very interesting to see. Of course, usually when we get to this point in the game, the gold that both of these teams have are significantly higher. Looks like these two teams are tracking about 10k gold behind where we expect them to be, seeing some of the earlier games we've had in this tournament. Very interesting to see though. 20 kills for both
Yeah.
sides on the board.
And
Seems like
once
Tofu
again,
is just. It's getting to the point where the Nidalee, if he doesn't start to get some kills soon, he's gonna start feeling how weak he is into the two tanks, the tankier Draven and the Hui who just sits so far back, and the Xayah who can quite easily dodge and weave around with the ult and his
looks like we're
movement
going to
speed.
have a fight coming out here. The
hook
coming a
goes
bit
wide. And a huge Kai'Sa W onto Vendrick.
But they just do no damage to Cam, despite being a 3/4 max range Nidalee spear, having 2 items. She's just not putting out the damage.
Absolutely, and as that Warmog
Now, they
passive
seem to
comes
be
to
off
life,
bot
he
lane,
simply
but
does not care.
what is the red team doing here? They see the whole blue team grouped up.
It looks
And
like
they're just
they're going to
gonna
trade
give-
this mid tower for the Baron here.
But they're gonna lose more than the dragon. They're gonna lose an inhib.
Very unfortunate situation here for Symmetry getting 4 wards. The problem here, of course, they can't give
Vendrick
this
very smart here,
dragon soul.
trading onto the onto the bot tower, and they're looking to end the game.
Captain Tofu flashes away, he does not manage to get out. Massive damage here though, by the way. There's simply not going to be enough. A very dangerous, perhaps almost foolish move here.
I respect the play. I mean, it's a good last hurrah. I mean, but I
Flash
don't
out
think
from
they needed to do that. It's a bit overzealous. I mean,
Oh,
trading
Vendrick
the
on
Twitter
the
into
hunt
end.
here.
He's hungry.
He
The
is
blast comes in.
chasing
He's
down
flashing.
Blender.
He's showing the Kaiser who's
Oh.
boss, and
He's certainly put that blender in a blender.
He definitely had the smart play going bot, not thinking that they would end, but was there when it mattered to punish them for overstaying when they should have potentially looked at getting the in-hit and backing off. May have been a bit overzealous on the side of David's Angels, but it may pay off. They're down to one Nexus turret at
Absolutely.
2/3 health.
One good fight here, one good fight win from David's Angels, and they can most certainly win the game, especially with teleports here on the Malphite, on the Tristana.
Absolutely, and the sheer amount of armor on that Malphite as well. The tower is going to do no damage to him when it's fully ramped up. And then you have the AP output damage of the Nidalee and the Kaiser for the attack speed, as well as the pure tower taking ability of Tristana.
now Tofu having a rod and a Blood Angel in his inventory, I'll be curious to see what he ends up building. But we see Kaiser looking on the death cap soon, and it's going to be a massive spike for her when she picks that up.
Likely to be a void staff here for this Nidalee. Definitely wants some of that magic pen.
Spear goes wide.
Hook goes wide as well.
And
I don't think Vendrick's
Send him into
team can
cab.
afford to be stepping up like this. Their base is exposed. All it takes is one good wave of super minions.
oh, he
And
lands
we're
the
looking at
W on
TPs
on
into the
Vendrick.
back lane.
And the Kaiser poke is starting to show through.
Cam. Very valiant tank here.
Playing
Soaking
bodyguard
up.
here. But he's
But that
half
percentage
HP,
of
and
damage
I don't
on
think he even
Kaiser-
realizes where his HP's gone. But he will just end up warmoxing it up if he can. Gets hit by another spear. And
Out comes the
it's
hook,
really awful
lands
because
onto Captain Toad.
as their
What an
main tank,
incredible
he's
hook.
already half HP at the start of the fight.
Amazing lockdown here though. From the Jarvan. From the Thresh. It does not matter. And that will certainly
Very
be
good
Baron.
pickup.
But as I said before, I mean, they just don't have the DPS to follow them out. Like they need to play the poke in these fights because they're just so strong in the full engage with the Zaya and the Hui and the Jarvan lockdown.
Inhib is coming back up on the side of blue team, but I think they just need to look for a reset.
Wait,
Ooh,
but-
heck yeah.
They could be
Very
looking for something
good
here.
W.
Can.
Jumps in, managing to shut down the Cho'Gath.
Gundolius
Will
and
they look for
Blender.
more?
Looks
Zaya
like they
has ult
will.
back.
Vendrick, of course. Hungry looks like he's going to snatch up both of these kills, no problem. Great ultimate defensively from the Tristana. Will Yoink be able to follow her though? Yes, he will.
Only needs
And she
one
falls
hit,
as
and
well.
yep. A really good try from David's Angels, but it's just too little, too late. And Vendrick picking up yet another kill.
Yeah, look at this
One
goal.
thing to note is the shutdown from the Cho'Gath did allow Kaiser to purchase the death cap, which is a huge spike for her.
Absolutely, she'll definitely need to.
Vendrick
bring
now
out
full
lots of
build.
damage.
The
Many of
Zephyr
these
here
players-
not going to be making a huge difference, so he is basically capped in terms of power.
It's definitely beginning to hit that point in the game where everyone is just going to be one team fight away from either winning or losing this game. Many of the players on their last components. Cam in the top lane, 8 and 4 on the Cho'Gath. Absolutely incredible domination performance from him here, being able to be 4 items on a Cho'Gath, matching the enemy
Massive
ADC and ahead of the enemy mid lane.
Very impressive performance from him. We saw how Cam tends to struggle in some of these top lane matchups. He's doing a little dance for us.
Oh no, it's the Busk special, dancing on your opponent.
But we see him surprisingly confident here with these Cho'Gath picks. And like you said, 8, 4, and 11 in this game. Extremely impressive
He
performance.
performed on
from
it
him.
really well yesterday as well.
Out comes the hook onto Dwendolius. This could be
But
the beginning of
buffering
the
it.
end.
Huge Jarvan on Captain Tofu. And
You're doing
Jarvan's
no
just
damage.
so
It's
strong
so
here.
tanky.
the
And
Jarvan's
down
just so
course.
tanky. 1v1ing the Nidalee even, and I mean,
With both inhibs respawning, I think that might just be game. There are no super minions on the side of
Captain
blue
Tofu missing
side.
his ult,
Kaiser
but
getting
doesn't
caught
matter.
out, and it's just over. It seems.
Absolutely stellar performance from Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards here.
And of course, if you've been listening
just
to
playing the
Stream
fight so well,
Stellar,
playing their comp so well.
My goodness.
who is Dwindolius fourth for the
Yeah.
blind? They are steers.
Yo, what is this? He's
Hungry,
taking
they
like
are
20
poisoned.
power shots.
Cam simply does not care.
That looks like a 1-0 to the side of Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards over David's Angels. Very
And
well played by
I'd be
both
very
teams.
worried here if I am the blue team, because we picked a lot of our great picks. We picked the Kaiser Nord, the Nidalee, and the Tristana from Nico XYZ, and even the Malphite on Vinrar, which we've seen him perform so well on in these tournament games.
This is definitely a very scary game to lose, you know, when you have so many carry champions looking around. It becomes concerning that maybe something might go wrong for them here. Taking out the Nidalee for Captain Tofu, as you said, the Malphite for Vinra, Tristana for Dwindolius. It's
I would like to
going be
speak
fun
a few
with
words to Racket. I'll be right back.
that. Absolutely.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't imagine that we'll be able to get any two of these team captains in the call. But that is all right. A shout out
right
to the League of Legends stream up on the weeklies. As much as we appreciate everybody right now in the watch party call, don't forget Friday nights from 6 p.m. Rehua 103. UCGG weeklies, of course. UCGG, the namesake of this tournament.
Seem to be very hypey in the call on Vendrick's team.
Absolutely.
Looking very good for them.
After my 3-1 projection, very important that, very impressive I should say, that the first game of the night goes to Team Sedimentary Cat and the 4 wards.
My prediction's going to start dwindling here. Captain Tofu needs to 3-0 these next
I mean, like I said, it's going to be 3-2 for Vendrick's team. That's what I think. Maybe even 3-1 after seeing that performance.
Definitely very scary. They've put themselves in such a deficit position, and I don't know where they go from here.
Yeah, this
The
will be...
bans are definitely going to continue coming. I mean, the Olaf, the Kindred, the Rek'Sai for Captain Tofu. I don't know what more he has up his sleeve.
Seeing in the Twitch chat, we have Nico XYZ talking about Dwindolius the Forest.
Oh, definitely a change up.
Captain Tofu, don't stop cooking. I think it's a little bit too early for a mental break in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure Tofu
appreciate
has
his
some
hunger.
drafts lined up. I'm sure he has some drafts lined up. For cooking up
He
the
definitely-
Serafina Mumu in the day one, I'm sure he has something prepared for the fearless draft setting.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
definitely think Captain Tofu is saying don't stop cooking with the biggest smile on his face, as he has 2 of his closest friends in the call chuckling along with him.
Yeah, and I don't want to leak quite so early the preparations by Team Tofu, but I can confirm that a lot of work has been put in behind the scenes by Captain Tofu. So I'm very excited to see. You know, I hate to reveal what he's got cooking, lest I spoil the draft. But there are some very solid options here, some very interesting team compositions that they've got planned out beautifully.
I mean, you're in their private Discord. I mean, have they been talking much about what they want to draft into Vendrick's team, or are they more focused on trying to play comfort picks?
Oh, absolutely. I can certainly say that looking at some of these drafts up here, some impressive works, some pre-made drafts. Let me tell you, there is a channel, Game 1 Draft. They, of course, planning things out game by game. Very impressive work here. And of course, hopefully, I'll get to see some of these hypotheticals, these theorized compositions come out. There are some very successful, some very scary looking options on the table here for Captain Tofu. Certainly Sedimentary Cat and the 4 wards will need to use their bans carefully, strategically, and perhaps pick a couple of options off Captain Tofu's team.
Taking the Nidalee away from him here is definitely going to open up a lot more opportunity for Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. They have the opportunity and the ability to capitalize on Captain Tofu's comfort picks. I mean, don't get me wrong, Captain Tofu has a multitude of champ pull and pick ability. I've played against him in the bot lane. We've seen his jungle. His top lane is incredible. I don't know where he can falter here. He can play every champion consistently at a Diamond Plus level. So, I mean, I feel like banning him out or even potentially picking out his Olaf or his priority jungle picks might be a smart option here for Sedimentary Cat.
Very interestingly, we see actually Vendrick queued in the in-house channel and Vinra asking if anyone wanted to queue half an hour ago.
They're so bold in their performances, predicting a 3-0 that they think they can already queue up for some post-game fun. And of course, perhaps in the meantime, an analysis of whatever pasta Vendrick Best AD has been microwaving. Let's hope that, this is a great opportunity for Captain Tofu's team to make some important plays here. Perhaps get a team down.
Looks like we have someone in your DMs on League. Little meow meow.
What's...
it's gonna be Sedimentary Cat, right? Oh no, it's not.
I need to make a sedimentary...
I was expecting like a John Porkis calling. Hi, Mom. Blender declining the
I am
join.
spectating Captain Tofu. I can confirm. You can see on the stream that I'm spectating the draft. Just wanted to... Oh,
No, they want you
the
to join
spectator
spectator
position.
on... Yeah, so that Blender
These
can join the
baseless
lobby.
accusations that I have not been in spectators the entire time. Okay, no evidence.
Yeah, we don't have the VOD, don't worry.
Baseless accusations,
I don't think these accusations are exactly baseless. I think someone is kind of eager to be able to play in the tournament. Casting over it, very well done to you, Stella, and hats off to you for having the dedication to come out here day in, day out for 3 days straight and cast these games, whilst you could be sitting in this tournament yourself. So, massive hats off to you.
Yeah, I mean, probably the best Milio in the server, but let alone the server, probably the world right now. Interstellarific.
It's as though we're just waiting on Vendrick to finish getting his fated pasta so we can start the draft for game 2.
Yo ho ho. He's AFK, man. What is this?
eated a pizza. Hell no. Vendrick Best AD, of
Cook
course,
the
playing
pasta.
fast and loose with his home address. We might be on our way.
256.
Oh, if you speak.
If I speak, I'll be in
But he
big
had
trouble.
12 inches of Heimerdinger. Terrifying threats here coming from Captain Tofu's team.
I don't know. I don't think that's a threat. I think it might be a promise. His Heimerdinger is currently unmatched on the OCE server. It's definitely terrifying.
Absolutely. Much love here for Captain Tofu and Vendrick. Creating free content for us. He's got a cookie as well. Potentially much needed brain food.
This man is treating himself. One stellar performance. And he treats himself with a cookie.
Hatred against Ron Weasley 2007. Oh my. Oh my. It's stacking
goodness
up.
gracious.
We might have a new hashtag brewing. Either for or against Ron Weasley 2007.
I just had to get my shot in there nice and early.
Just had to get your stake in the game. Hopefully this next draft will be starting soon.
Okay,
Alright, looks like we're all ready.
Let's see those bands.
First ban
David's
immediately coming
Angels.
out for the Kane. Very safe.
David's Angels here opting for the blue side again. Definitely a very interesting choice here.
And it looks like it'll be the Rumble Seraphina Mumu for Sedimentary Cat in the forwards. No surprise there.
Very, very quick bans. They are not messing around with this draft.
David's Angels, I'm looking at the Lissandra pick and expecting a Pantheon to be coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be surprised if they're looking to play their patented lockdown combo. They might not have the Seraphine or the Mumu. In response, the Ari pick.
to match.
Oh, such a sleeper mid lane, but you know, what can you do? Now, Ari is a questionable pick into the Lissandra because Ari, you know, so strong with the dashing around, but Lissandra is so good at locking her down that it might not be a good pick into the Lissandra.
Pantheon pick not coming out. Looks like they've locked in Xin Zhao Volibear. I know Vinra is definitely very feared on the Volibear top, the split pushing king, but is going to get matched by
I'm going to be expecting the CC Mage bot lane here because, you know, Tofu speaking so heavily on day one about how he loves the two heavy bruiser strong top laners with the Lissandra, the Malzahar, the lockdown mid, and then opting for the CC Mage bot lane and just making it so hard for the other teams to do anything. So I'll be curious to see what they end up whipping out.
Absolutely interesting bans here. Freaky Crank off the menu. Same with the Vega and the Tamkij.
Cam actually getting to play his Skarner, one of his signature picks here. So scared on the Cho'Gath. Let's see what he can do on something he plays a little bit more.
Absolutely.
The Vega ban definitely coming out. The Vega Tarm ban's coming out for the Starve center lanes. I mean, definitely a very good scouting by the side of Sedimentary Cat.
Sedimentary Cat, of course, some games on the Lulu.
Dusk very, very confident on the Leona, and a misfortune as well for that lockdown chain ulti combo. My god, we might be witnessing a massacre in bot lane. Someone get the police ready.
A very valuable pick here as well, taking the misfortune away
Twitch!
from
And there it is! Vendrick on the Twitch. He's been threatening this pick the entire tournament. Even in the introductory games for the play-ins, he hovered the Twitch that had the trigger discipline to not play it.
I mean, a lot of people probably don't know Vendrick actually a Twitch one trick for a long time. So should be curious to see how he ends up, whether he can actually space glide into Tofu's team.
Absolutely. For anyone who happened to be part of a UCGG LOL tournament meetup last night, can confirm there were a couple whispers about Vendrick picking up the Twitch tonight, and it looks like he will fulfill that promise.
The Twitch.
Fortunately, as a Twitch main, I would just like to say, rest in peace, Lethal Tempo. Please, Riot Games, bring it back.
An interesting decision for sure to remove it. I can't personally say as the caster, is it more interesting to watch ADCs take PTA instead?
Nah, the 1v9 potential of Tempo, just seeing them glide around or kiting so well was just so fun to see, I feel. And play.
Absolutely. Of course, Vendrick, most of his Twitch experience last season. I wonder how well he will cope with this pick no longer having, of course, that lethal tempo.
I mean, looking at the sides of these two drafts here, it definitely feels like David's Angels going with a much more defensively back to front, a front to back based team comp. And the side of Sedimentary Cat and four wards looking for the dive for the Nocturne, the Ari, the Twitch to stealth up, Lulu to pocket the Twitch, but Skarner is their only reliable frontline. It's not going to be very good in 5v5s. I think they may be playing to look for picks and creating that pressure around the map based around where the Skarner is going to be positioned and the uncertainty of where Twitch is going to show up.
One thing to note is Nico XYZ actually a huge fan of playing Twitch, so he should be pretty good at spotting and calling out where the Twitch should be in these fights. And as Alessandra, so well at just locking him down. Curious to see if Vendrick will opt for the cleanse in the Leona lane.
But this is the problem, the hubris of the Twitch player. You know, you think that you know where he is going to show up, but he will show up on the other side. It is very, very dangerous to play into a Twitch who is stealthed with the Lulu, who I guarantee will be rushing Ardent Sensor or some form of Moonstone Renewer to keep the Twitch healthy at all times.
Absolutely, a very scary lane here in the bot. We have seen Yoink on this Nocturne a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how he fares into Captain Tofu on the Xin Zhao.
I mean, Nocturne just so strong in the early levels. I don't think he should be worrying too much, especially with a good skirmisher like Ari on his mid lane.
But these lanes as well for the Nocturne just don't seem to be very gankable. Lissandra with her E, Volibear with his shield and his ability to just escape anything. He can find the dueling potential on Captain Tofu in the jungle, but ganking that bot lane is going to be near to impossible without level 6. I definitely think we're looking at a full clear from Yoink here, or he's going to be playing for those early game advantages and setting himself behind the Xin Zhao, who is an exceptional combative jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you pointed out earlier, Cam, the only reliable frontline for this team, a very scary lane for him to play into the very feared Vinra on the Volibear. If he's unable to find a footing in this lane and falls behind, as we've seen, does sometimes happen to him. This might be a very difficult, this might make team fighting very difficult for Sedimentary Cam forwards.
And we do see the Crime City Twitch skin being the one chosen.
And there it is. The Rat IRL Space Glider L9 to heaven, bro. Very happy to see that skin pulled out.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. The Lissandra, the Leona, so good at locking him down. So too the Volibear with his point-and-click CC.
Do you think that Ghost will be sorely missed? Or do we believe he can glide anywhere?
He gets so much speed. He gets so much speed from the Lulu, from this Q. I mean, hopefully it should be fine.
It all depends on how Sedimentary Cat plays this lane out. If he prioritizes the polymorph or the speed up and attack speed boost for the Twitch to be able to output more damage.
We do see him picking up the Ignite, so we know that they're looking to kill Basket and Blender in the bot lane.
Absolutely. Look at this invade. Likely just for the ward.
He's being escorted in by all 5 members of his team there, allowing for Ventric and Sedimentary Cat to be able to pick up that early game information, getting a ward onto Tofu's red buff.
Absolutely. It'll be very interesting to see what these junglers decide to clear.
The positioning of that ward is perfect as well. It gets pure vision on the red buff as well as the crossover to see when they're going to be ganked. But Twitch has the ability, he will just stealth up if he feels threatened by the fact that Tofu is just going to go for vertical jungling. Speaking of, I think they're looking for yet another invade into the top side, running it back again. This did not go well for them on the first time, but I think they'll find success here.
Now, if I'm the Ari, I think I just move here because otherwise Nocturne's going to be in a terrible spot.
Nocturne watching him take the buff.
No, it's a horror. It's a horror. Tofu making an interesting decision to turn. Can Nocturne steal it?
Maybe.
Looks like they're going to try and reset the aggro.
And the smite comes out.
Oh, he doesn't get it, and Tofu gets level 2. And it is.
Flashes and dies. This is devastating.
It's going to be a really rough one for the Nocturne. I mean, I don't really understand the solo laners not moving there. They had such a long time to react.
This is absolutely not what you want to see if you are on Team Sedimentary Cat here.
Tofu going to be calling out that Nocturne should be going to his bot side and actually looking to kill him, I think, moving through the mid lane. Wow. Exciting stuff from Tofu. He's going to Nocturne's blue buff. And we know that Nocturne doesn't have smite.
Or flash for that matter.
This is horrifying.
Oh,
Captain Tofu, no
this is
mercy.
just toxic, man.
Ari
But
does
Ari
rotate
here
this
now.
time. But here's the Leona.
Ari here now, Leona matching, and Twitch is stealthing up. Looking for Blender
Twitch got a great angle here, but
Flashes over the wall.
having to flash out. Ari level 2, Lissandra only level 3. I mean, other way around. Lissandra level 3, Ari only level 2.
Yeah, getting to soak up a bit more of that wave before having to come over and match definitely created that advantage over the Ari there.
And Yoink finally being able to pick up his first camp. Probably feeling a little bit tilted here at how he just got bullied by Tofu so hard for seemingly no reason.
Absolutely, and we can see Captain Tofu playing to his strength here, and the strength of his character. We know he's such a strong, such a confident jungler.
Yeah, I mean, would have been interesting to see if he just skipped the Raptors instead of going to the Raptors and then Nocturne's blue. If he would have had time to kill him and maybe even get the blue buff.
I don't think so. Xin Zhao, unfortunately, with EQ, does not have the DPS output to be able to take the Raptors first.
No, he did.
And
He
by
went,
that time-
he went red Raptors and then went to his blue.
I don't think so. I don't think he would have time. It appears as though Yoink was already about a quarter of the way done with his blue buff. By the time the Raptors finished, I believe by the time he passed over there, Yoink is already on his blue buff. He may have his...
No, like, he took the Raptors. Tofu did. He went red
With the
Raptors and then to
on the
Yoink's blue.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah. So it would have
I
been
thought you were
interesting to
meaning
see.
his Raptors there, sorry.
No, yeah, Yoink's ones. Like, it would have been interesting to see. Instead of taking the Raptors, he just skips them and then goes to Nocturne's blue. He could probably, like, harass him a lot more, but I mean, it's not a huge difference. Rocket gonna be pushing in a huge wave here.
Fortunately, with
Now
that
Nocturne
reset,
looking
though,
top lane, wanting to get this grab maybe,
Very
and he goes into the
punishable.
bear.
No flash on the volley. Skarner with low mana.
But Tofu is here to counter, and I mean, the Skarner's
Ari
kind of low
rotating
on
up. It
mana.
is a 3v2. If the Ari can
But
get here in
the-
time, Yoink taking so much damage, seemingly walking
Right.
into it.
The
Ari flashes, charms, she does get
great
killed.
flash from the Ari,
Oh,
and he's got the blue buff, but
Here comes
Nico
Rondolius.
XYZ is gonna be here.
And this is devastating. Perhaps not exactly what you want to
And-
see.
It just seems like a jungle diff. I mean, although it doesn't really seem like a lot he could do, it's just the Xin is just so much stronger than the Nocturne right now.
unfortunately, Tofu flashing over the volley bear let the Ari charm connect, taking the kill and giving it over to Ari. It did not matter in the end, but those cash injections are what you're looking for on the side of Sedimentary Cat and forwards. Looks like Tofu is yet again invading Yoink's top side, trying to create that pressure and that advantage for himself.
The smite goes off.
I mean,
After
Yoink
the
actually did
flash.
smite. Yoink actually outsmites Tofu and gets level 4,
Oh
and
my
the level
God,
up
this
making
is
a difference.
devastating.
My goodness.
And Tofu probably scratching his head at what just happened. I mean, he goes for the invade and kind of just gets outplayed.
Absolutely, this is not what you'd expect. The result of that fight to be perhaps Lissandra having yet to back with no items on her, and of course Ari already having that lost chapter. She was able to pump out a lot more damage than perhaps Captain Tofu and Dwendolius were expecting.
Oh, and
comes Yogi
Camcam
from
with,
Camcam.
with he hits the insect, but only managing to get one tower shot out of it.
And now here
And
comes Vinral.
he's just gonna be
Vengeance.
Volley bear
Wow.
showing why he is the dominant top laner, holding his
Altia.
ult the whole time.
Very scary moves from this Ari.
Now,
was
he
a
needs to be
great
careful.
angle.
Lissandra is level 6. And as we know, I mean, it's so common for the Lissandra to just, play safe, get level 6, and play for their jungler to let him steamroll the game. And I mean, it seems to be what they tried to do, but that double kill from just before on Raptors is going to really hinder their game plan.
Absolutely, they are going to be able to pick up the first 3 grubs of the game here. So not all, not all has gone wrong here for David's Angels.
Definitely showing the prowess that they have and the ability of their teammates to reposition and wrap around where they need them to be. I mean, even Dwendolius being there to match the invade was very well positioned, very well communicated, but unfortunately the poor execution showed.
Now Tofu with a ward on the red buff might just look to Dragon when he sees the Nocturne. He's gonna have reasonable priority from the Leona in the Lulu lane.
Absolutely, and of course, as soon as you call it, look at that. Zinzao moving down now.
Does go for his Krugs first. It's an interesting choice.
There it is.
Makes sense as Ari is in the mid lane and Lissandra is just coming off a reset.
Vendrick having hit 6. Some great damage onto the Misfortune. Hook from Basket misses.
But they don't know Tofu is here just yet, and Vendrick should be seeing him soon. And the ego's wide.
Again. Ult here though for
W landing.
And now for the Misfortune. The exhaust comes out. Vendrick attempting to
Sends the
stealth
exhaust.
away. He makes it out.
And he just gets out of there.
Pops
And pops the ult.
Leona ult comes out, but she misses. And
the Nocturne ult is huge here.
Nocturne. Incredible.
And it's just a perfectly baited from Vendrick.
Turning onto the Leona.
And that's going to be the Dragon as well, probably.
Definitely an attestment to how slippery Twitch can.
And if you
really
see
be.
Ari, she's looking for something here. She's got her ult. Flash coming up soon. They don't want Blender to be able to recall here. He does get the recall off. And Tofu running straight back bot lane. I mean, Nico XYZ should be moving down here. He's got Lissandra. He's got his ult to lock them down. And he's just focusing on his mid wave. I don't think he knows Ari's there.
Great
The
charm
TP
onto
down from
Leona.
Vinrar.
Kevin Tofu dropping the ult.
The flash ult.
So many dashes.
And he lands the W, which lets him E back onto him. Great play from Tofu. And actually, Nico XYZ with a smart play, trading to go top lane, and ulting down the Skarner. Clearing the wave.
This is going to be lights
And
out
he
for
just
him.
gets the kill. And it's a horror. I mean, trying to dive to Leona, they should have probably just gone for the Drake once they got the kills. And just flying a bit too close to the sun from the red team.
Absolutely, you would not want to be losing your dragon here.
Definitely a bit of miscommunication on the side of Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. I mean, having Rack come down to attempt the dive, it may have been the play at the time, but when you realize that it's just a Leona there and her raw ability to mitigate so much of that damage that she takes with her W, it becomes almost impossible to burst her down.
Absolutely. Definitely not out yet, not down and out yet for Team Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards, but when you get these opportunities to put yourself ahead, especially considering the turbulent start to the game, you absolutely want to be making sure that you're making the right decision. Captain Tofu once again in the bot lane.
Vendrick just going to stealth away, but it looks like Vinrar is getting vision on the top side, trying to see and scout out where this Nocturne is going to be.
The recall comes out
And
from
the flash
Captain
going to
Tofu.
have to be forced.
Vendrick
In
unfortunately
goes the
wasting
Skarner.
his ult in the bot lane. They are looking to take a fight here, if I'm not mistaken, looking for...
Oh,
Rack
Lissandra
in.
goes
Man
in,
ulted.
but
Dondolius flashes away. But the Nocturne ult will
Hopefully I
follow up.
don't.
Skarner ult misses.
then the Skarner ult misses. Tofu's on the
Yeah,
way,
it
but he
was
can't really see
perfect.
anything because of Nocturne.
And Ra.
And the
Good
volley bear
charm.
just so strong here. Tofu's gonna get a 1v3, it seems.
Perky Man, unfortunately, Burst of Flash unable to get away. Captain Tofu, so hungry. Turns around onto the Skarner now. That is not how you want that
And they're
fight
gonna have
go.
to force a dive here, it seems.
It's like we're going
Luke
for a
picks up
dive
the
in bot
aggro,
lane.
but the
Look at
barrier,
that turret
and
twitch.
Vendrick just
Vendrick not even
clicking
moving.
on him. It's just
Taking
nothing
so
he
much
can do,
damage
it
from that
seems.
tower.
An absolute raw display of the
Interesting
space
to see
spam.
Mechanical
Sedimentary Cat not
prowess.
dropping the ignite.
Team Team Misfortune decidedly glided or glowed. Not quite sure what the past tense of that word was.
Glid on.
Glid on. Team Team Misfortune decisively glid on. Just a testament to the skill of Vendrick.
The
Hashtag gangbang.
standstill auto attack menace. It was, yeah, interesting to see the Lulu not drop the ignite. Very confident that they would kill the Misfortune.
Absolutely, and look at these buys, of course. Twitch back
Ari
in
picking
lane.
up the Malignance, and you see Tofu, he's 5 and 2, so strong.
He drops the ultimate.
And Vendor going for the
Exhaust comes out,
1v2,
he does
cleanses
not
the
care.
exhaust. Wow.
It's gonna be
So
shut
spot
down,
on with
but
the cleanse.
onto the Leona.
Instantly cleansing the exhaust here.
That is not who
Ultimate
you want that gold
space
going onto.
stand.
Hendrick 4 and 1 here.
This is where Twitch starts to get a little bit scary. Having the Bork is definitely going to be a big injection of damage into the side of David's Angels with having such heavy tank-based champions on their team. Looks like he's going to be picking up a Scout Slingshot, probably to build into Runan's second item, which is definitely the smart choice here when he needs to get that attack speed out to stack up his E a little bit faster.
Absolutely. Misfortune does have her first item as well, the Blood Song. Of course, very strong item for Misfortune. Ultimate comes
Locking
out
down the Ari. But it's just a 4v2, and the Vinvar is here, and so is the Leona. And he's turning around onto the Nocturne.
Perhaps not
TP
the
from
intended
Skarner.
target.
Skarner's going to be looking here. He's got his ultimate, he's got his E. Picks up a rock. And not really much to go for.
Looks like it'll be one
Ending
for
up
one
being
here.
a 1-for-1 here. Vinvar is so good at just being ready, and same with Busk. Ready for any plays Tofu wants to make.
I just don't think Cam liked where that rock was being placed in the mid lane there and just wanted to put it underneath their tower. I mean, it was a bit of a wide throw there, but, you know...
Okay, Vendrick going sneaky here.
He
Gets
is
spotted by
picked
the
up on
Oracle.
Sweeper.
He's looking on Misfortune.
He doesn't... Well, he does have ult and his flash is coming up relatively soon, but with the lockdown with no cleanse or Mikhail's on the side of Lulu, I don't think that they can get anything done here.
The MF's so tanky now with the Bloodthirster shield. And both mid laners now have their Malignance completed. Gonna be looking for plays.
It's a bit hard to say who's going to be a bit stronger with their Malignance here, whether it's going to be...
Distribution cap flashed.
And the Tofu damage is just so strong, nearly one-shotting the Lulu with just a couple hits.
Fortunately, there's a TP down from Vinra there to secure this dragon. I mean, these guys are just showing the coordination that unfortunately they didn't have in that first game with their pick pool.
Absolutely. Perhaps a case of the first game nerves.
And they are going to lose Herald here, but it's a good trade, I believe. Getting their second dragon, focusing on their scaling.
Once
are
again,
matching it
Hextech
here.
Soul.
Wow, and the Lissandra ult goes down, and Yoink is just going to disappear.
That is devastating for Yoink. The flash coming out of
The Volibear is
Volley,
just
perhaps not
so strong
necessarily.
here.
Yet another
Looking
rock
again,
moved
5
by
and 1.
Cam. I don't quite know who's stronger. Pethy, perhaps you could shed some light on this. Who's got the better scale with their ultimate, whether it's Lissandra or Ari here?
Oh, so Ari is gonna be like stronger in obviously. The thing is, Ari as a champion is probably stronger, but Lissandra just counters it so well with the lockdown because Ari wants to dash around, she wants to like confuse the enemies to be able to play in and out, but she goes in, Lissandra instantly locks her down like a Malzahar ult, and she's just gonna get one shot because she's a very squishy champion. And I mean, it's just gonna be, can they make the plays at the right time with the Ari ult?
The reason
One thing important to know is that they're playing a Twitch Lulu comp. They want the game to go on a while, so that Vendrick can pick up, you know, his 3-4 items and just carry the game. But 2 dragons onto the side of Tofu, onto the side of David's Angels, and I mean, their scaling is going to be hard to do. Also down 6 grubs. I mean, it's just jungle domination at this point. Yoink really suffering from the level 2 shenanigans that went on.
Absolutely. He got level 1 fiested, and then level 1 fiested again.
Cam not really getting an ability to show his prowess on the Skarner here. It's very disappointing to see. I mean, he is known for his Skarner plays, but when you don't get an opportunity to shine on the champion that you're good at, it looks like they're going for a lane game off of Vendrick here. Cleanse coming out. Very well played by Vendrick on that.
No, they don't know Nocturne is here yet.
Oh, Nocturne ult.
Diving onto the Misfortune, the
And
flash barrier
will
coming
be
through.
enough. Most certainly not.
The big
Ult
Lulu
from
ult.
In comes
Oh, Vendrick is caught.
Excellent polymorph by Captain Tofu, and he flashes.
Flash out. And they managed to
his.
trade the... And Ari is here.
4v2 in the bot lane
Lissandra
now.
not ready. Fantastic move from Ari. Getting the shutdown
Excellent
onto
run.
Racket. I mean, onto Yoink. And I mean,
Unfortunately, Tofu just whiffed his W there, which was a bit.
I really
detrimental.
think the Lissandra, she needs to be moving more. I mean, a lot of the comps, I mean, you can tell a lot of the teams here in this tournament have been drafting the Lissandra, but you can tell they don't have the confidence in the champion. They just don't get the general idea. You really want to be shoving these waves and syncing with your jungler and just locking someone down and one-shotting them, which is why the Malignant is so good, getting more ults off, more plays off. And I mean, some of you might not know, the rank 1 M4A1 player on the OS server, he did a lot of boosting, and the way he got so high was just playing Kindred Lissandra and steamrolling his lead.
With her tools in her kit, she has the ability to shred that wave down to absolutely nothing.
Oh, look
And
at
you see
that
there,
splash from
that's
Boomer
it,
in the
you just-
ultimate.
Oh, but a
Looks like Ari
great
gets away.
polymorph from Sedimentary Cat.
And it's a huge kill on the Twitch. And he's ready to go for more. He's got his ult available. He's in stealth.
There
And-
it is, Cam hitting a rock.
And see, this is
Nice
what I'm
cover.
worried. This is what I'm worried about. If Tofu doesn't get an insane lead, doesn't get the like ball rolling, he won't be able to deal with this Twitch, who is just gonna space glide the game away.
Absolutely.
Runa's Hurricane now finished for the Twitch. That split damage is going to be detrimental with the AD increase from the ultimate. I mean, plus Vork, you're looking at healing on every shot. If none of them pick up a Thorn Mail here, it's going to just be lights out.
It looks like Volibear is opting for the Frozen Heart, which is really good into the Nocturne, really good into the Twitch.
Absolutely. Some crucial nerf to their attack speed.
Problem is that we're relying on Volibear to be up in the Twitch's face to be able to slow that attack speed down.
But the Twitch is so high range, so high speed with the Lulu just kiting away. I don't know if the Volibear will be able to get onto him without flash available.
I don't believe so, unless he ults into the backline. But in that regard, Lulu was just going to polymorph him mid-ultimate and just look to keep him inactive. Once he's polymorphed, typical Volibear players just walk away.
Absolutely. We know, of course, that Benra is no typical Volibear player. But,
Yes, he
you know, in
is
these
the-
tense
he is
team
the
fights,
split
very
push
easy to
king.
play what's
Now
comfortable.
they are going to be picking up a Hextech Dragon, really good for the Twitch, and Hextech Soul being very
Once
interesting.
again.
Seeing how many they can stack.
Of course, that CDR and most importantly that attack speed, I would certainly not turn my nose up at that. 5 ability haste, 5% attack speed per stack.
Now we're getting to see finally what we want from the Volibear on the side lane, just being a bit of a menace, just one-shotting the towers.
And I mean, taking away the Skarner from the team fights is so imperative here. Being
The
that...
ult having to be forced through from the Ari. They
being
do
that-
see that the Lissandra bot lane. Maybe going to be looking for a play around the Baron.
Like I said when we were in the drafting stage, the only reliable frontline tank that they have on Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards is going to be Camp. But if you take him out of the situation by forcing him to match the Volibear, what do you have left?
Yeah, the Nocturne's so interesting as a frontliner because all he does is really dive in. He is opting for a tankier build with the Stridebreaker and the experimental Hexplate. So hopefully he should be able to get the job done with the Twitch that is so hard to get onto alongside the Ari.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if both of their teams at this point had their eye on the Baron here, 21 minutes on the clock. And of course, the next dragon up. Not up for a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think Tofu's team is ever looking to kill it themselves. They don't really have the damage. And neither really does Vendrick's team with the Twitch not being at the 3, the 4 items yet. So I think they're more just protecting it as opposed to looking to
Look
kill
at
it.
that damage from the Ari with 2 components and a completed Malignance, half of Dundolius' health with 1 EQ combo.
Yeah, maxing out the Q on the Ari really just does feel so good. But ulting in, missing the spell shield timing, and getting ulted and locked down, and Yoink really probably a bit confused at what he just did. And Twitch hitting the Leona, but he's hitting the Leona.
Absolutely a great challenge there and a great ultimate from
Wait,
Camp
Camp
a
going
little
in
too
with a
late,
big...
unfortunately. In comes Blender now, and look at where Twitch is. This is
And,
absolutely not
it's
what you
just-
want to see.
Now see, that's what I mean. Yoink should not be forcing onto Lissandra, who can just lock him down so easily, and using the spell shield way too late, post getting CC'd.
Absolutely. It looks like as a trade, Vendrick will be looking to get second tier perhaps of mid tower.
I don't think he has
And
the
he
full
gives
pushing
up, looks for the
power.
reset.
It does look like he's going to be going in the ways of potentially going with a Yuntal's third item.
I'm sure it. Wait, really?
That Noon
I
Quiver
think it
could
might be
also
LDR,
be...
right? It's probably Lord Dominic's, right? Yuntal is like, I mean, it could be good. I don't really know.
I
Because
mean,
he's
the
only going to be
typical
on
build-
50, but he's only going to be on the 50% crit, right? So the bleed might not get stacked that well.
But I mean, as a gambler, we do have one saying. It's never 25%, it's never 75%, it's 50-50. You either crit or you don't.
I mean, League of Legends does have anti-luck protection, bad luck protection, so would be nice. So actually, it's a little bit higher than the 50% that we originally think about.
Absolutely. We know with Vendrick piloting this Twitch though, every attack will crit. Kang bang. Hashtag Kang bang.
Yeah, only reason is that he's a pro player is because he's lucky.
Don't let him
He
hear
crits
that.
when
Don't
I
let him hear
don't.
that.
He crits when I don't.
You heard it from Pethy first, in fact. The only reason Faker's so dominant is, of course, because
The
Pethy
only
has
reason
yet to go
Faker's the
pro.
greatest mid laner of all time is because I haven't gone pro yet.
Nothing but, humble.
Chat, chat,
Nothing
someone
but
clip
humility.
I said it multiple times already.
Out comes
Oh.
the sneaky. It looks
Oh,
like
going
Lulu
through.
just dodging the spear.
Now Vendrick probably eager to go in, but you know he knows his limits. He knows he can't go into the four people. The Lissandra is still not seen just yet. We'll just lock him down. No cleanse available for the dragon fight.
Going for
It
the
really
safe
just
recalls
shows-
instead.
Shows the capability of Twitch stealth is really detrimental if you're looking for an engage here. Captain Tofu was
Does
looking
pick up the
to take
LDR on the
the
Twitch.
angle.
Does pick up the LDR, not the Yuntal.
There it is. But he
Not a
does
gambling man
go
with
in
$35
stealth.
of RP on the line.
Well, I mean, it is at 50-50. You either win the tournament or you don't.
That's true, that's
And
true.
I'd just
Real,
like to say,
real.
the Ginger Prince of OCE does look good whilst winning.
Now they
Yes, it
might be looking
does.
for a similar play, a reverse of the similar play that David's Angels did in Game 1, where they just
Sedimentary
left
Cat
the
once
third
again caught
dragon.
out too far forward.
Twitch got a
Reason
decent
Twitch is
angle
so
here.
good now, he's perfect here.
He flashes away, but there's just not enough damage from the Twitch without the Lulu there to help him. And Symmetry Cat getting caught out really being felt in that team fight.
That is, of course, one of the biggest problems that Sedimentary Cat has as a support. Playing a little too
So used to
aggressive,
playing the
getting caught
engages.
out.
Yeah, so used to playing these engaged supports, walking into the enemy jungle, not really needing to worry about dying. On the Lulu, does get caught out.
Especially having the Twitch Lulu bot lane, Lulu was imperative to keeping that Twitch active in fights and letting him have that attack speed injection as well as the shields, the ulti for his health. I mean, when she goes down, it basically just spells GG for the fights.
Yeah, the whole
Absolutely.
basis of their team comp is just Twitch Lulu carrying them, so it's really awkward when the Lulu dies, but then the Twitch is just left to do like fight on his own. Vendrick probably gonna be picking up his IE now, not the
There's
whole item
pickaxe to
obviously,
start it
but
off, thankfully.
yeah.
But that is going to be very scary. Once he does hit that IE spike, the side of David's Angels do need to be very careful on where they position and need to be grouped as if they were toddlers holding hands whilst escorting each other from buff to buff, camp to camp.
Now Tofu's build very reminiscent of the Ingenious Hunter boom that went on when Thunder Sky was released. 3 cooldown based items. If only was Arena and he could get Apex Inventor.
Absolutely. The game 27 minutes now, starting to get into these later stages. And once again, look at the gold. I was talking the last game about how these two teams were down gold where we expected them only at 50k. And now at this point in the game, 46 to 45. They used to
Definitely
lose
got
a
the
lot
lead.
more gold.
It's very typical of I think Vinra's playstyle in the top lane, running around the map so much, not really on the side lanes, only at the 150 CS, and Skarner having to match him, being so behind as well, only at the 120. So we do start to understand where the gold is going.
And look at Captain Tofu here. Jumps onto the
Finding a
Nocturne.
very
Jumps
aggressive
in,
angle.
and
Goes the
Lissandra,
odd onto Atoli.
yes,
It's
the
cleared.
cleanse.
Vidru BSAD unfortunately though caught
Avengers
out.
just dead.
This is devastating.
And Tofu just too strong, jumping into basically 5 people and does not care.
Unfortunately, no matter how far you are away from the fights as Twitch, you are almost guaranteed to get caught out if they have enough gap closing and have enough ability to be able to catch you. And unfortunately, this is what we're seeing. He did cleanse the Lissandra ult, but having the Lissandra follow up with a W and Leona ult as well onto his face,
And the MF ult
your
just
cleanse
finishing
is
him
null and
off.
void. Everything coming out from Sedimentary Cat in an attempt to stop him.
Some
And
good
Yoink
damage onto
gonna be
the
looking for the
Volibear.
steal here.
Yoink can of course ult over the wall, playing Nocturne.
Should be
Unfortunately, he
ulting
does
right
not
away so
have-
that they can't. He should be ulting right away to split their knowledge of what's going on.
He does, and
And
he's
he
got
gets
an
it!
incredible
Steal!
steal. Yoink unfortunately going to be killed in the process. The ultimate comes up from Dodolius to protect himself. The flashback's not
That's still
necessary
going to
from
be a
this guy.
huge difference maker. The Twitch actually picking up the Baron is going to be massive there. And we see the gold lead that they got from that fight just before down mid just seemed to dissipate from the Baron being stolen. Huge play coming out of Yoink.
Absolutely
that's definitely the cash
incredible.
injection that you need. The cash injection, as well as the XP it gives globally, is definitely going to help set the team of Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards into the position where they need to be. Yoink being down XP, Cam being a full level down, it's going to set them relatively even and let Vendrick start playing around what he needs to. Those Baron minions are going to be harder and harder for the side of David's Angels to take down, setting their gold almost yet again 200 gold apart.
Absolutely. And very, again, absolutely Yoink worth his flowers there. It'll be very interesting to see, though, what actually Team Sedimentary Cat and the Four Wards can do with this Baron. They, of course, have to play it safe.
They do unfortunately have the crutch here of dragons spawning within the minute.
And no cleanse on Vendrick here. No Mikhails on the Lulu either. He's going to be looking to just get Flash Lissandra ulted.
Very scary indeed. They do not want to be giving the soul away.
And Twitch is caught out here. Lissandra
does
goes
get out
in,
in
does
time.
not manage to find him.
Cam though,
But the
unfortunately,
Skarner's just going to go down. The Banshees on the Ari blocking the Leona E is pretty huge there. Because if she were to get in, she would spot the Twitch and have ult ready. But it's just going to be looking like Soul is going to get picked up. Which is, you know, so surprising for the only the 1k gold deficit. But it really just goes to show how hard it is without having a proper front line on the side of Vendrick or Sedimentary Cat and the Four Wards.
And that is a 31-minute Hex Soul Dragon. Onto
Twitch
the
does
waves.
pick up his IE, but the Hextech Soul is going to make a huge difference. It's probably the best soul in the game at the moment.
Absolutely, and I would certainly be afraid of this Elder Dragon in 5.5 minutes.
And as we see, nearly every member of David's Angels having their flash available. The key members being the Leona, the Volibear, and the Lissandra, being able to dive onto the Twitch. Vendrick also having it. We'll see if he'll be able to outplay it in the next team fight.
I definitely think it's going to be the ways of a QSS potentially from the Twitch here. Despite Lulu not buying Mikhails for him, he needs to be able to just play in these fights. He's getting locked down way too quickly.
Absolutely.
And it looks like that the blue team is going to be wanting to siege here. Ari not in position, but neither is the Lissandra. And Skarner getting caught out.
Does manage to get out in
And
one
Tofu
piece.
is so strong here. 4 items.
Oh, and that
The
E
Volibear
damage
E is
plus-
so strong.
Plus Hexol chaining that slow is detrimental. Looks like the Ari is caught out here. Unfortunately, she does have ult.
Absolutely. The Lissandra, the...
Oh, Senorita Cat is caught.
Zin's out. Oh,
Having
and
to
this
flash
is
away.
devastating. Kendrick flashes. It's not going to be enough. Flash Queens will not get him out. And the ult from the Misfortune.
But Luke and Lulu just are. I mean,
Great
Lulu and
shutdown here
Vendrick
from the
just
Ari.
so split.
But she's going to be locked down herself. This could very well be the beginning of the end.
The respawn timers on Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards being over.
It's gonna be over. It's gonna be over here, and I mean,
carries.
it's gonna be over here, and I mean, not to like put Sedimentary Cat down, but you can really tell he just doesn't have the experience on the Lulu. He doesn't know how to play these fights with the Twitch, and ends up getting split far
Absolutely.
too often.
It looks like with that Kindle Gem, with that Fairy Charm, he was attempting to purchase a Mikhail's for his Twitch. Would not be surprising, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough.
And the game ending so abruptly, only 3k gold down, even when the Nexus dies.
Looks like
Probably
it's
quite a rough one for Sedimentary Cat in the 4 wards.
We are going to game 3. It looks like Vendrick's team has opted to take blue side.
Interesting decision. I mean, the red side, the R5 counter pick, probably going to be putting top lane on first picks and just putting Cam onto a tank. And saving the last picks for the Vendrick, for the mid laner that we know is so good at the mages.
I think it's definitely an attestament to very high-skilled Lulu players is positioning yourself in those fights without getting caught. When you don't have the information, you need to rely on a tank, and I definitely think that their draft was not quite opted around for the Lulu and the Twitch with no heavy frontline other than Cam, who will just get blown up in fights by the pure shred from the AP damage, as well as the Misfortune, who opted for a bit more of a lethality slash tanky slash survivability build. It's not a good comp to be drafting a solo tank. Despite Nocturne being able to eat spells, it is just putting your team at that deficit that you cannot afford.
Absolutely.
It's just so hard to play these fights. The Lulu basically being another carry in the bot lane in her own way, needing to be very safe, very careful of whether she dies.
And unfortunately, it really goes to show that one misstep and it's all over. Being caught out in the bottom jungle there, being caught out at the dragon when she was level 10 at 20 minutes in the game, it just really goes to show that maybe Sedimentary Cat needs to put in a bit more work into the Lulu and just position himself in a way where he's not going to be caught.
Tying things up now, 1-1 on the scoreboard. First win to Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. Second win to David's Angels. How are we feeling now about our predictions?
I mean,
I'm a person who will stand by my volition.
I still think that Vendrick's team is going to win. They lost to Lissandra, they lost to Volibear, losing the MF and the Leona. Even the Xin Zhao, who we've seen Tofu do quite well on time and time again.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with my boys here. David is an exceptional support busk on the side of David's Angels. Hence the name. Vinra being such an exceptional top laner, an incredible shot caller and reaction top laner. You know, his teleports are sometimes unmatched, and he has the ability to really change the way the game works, with especially having Captain Tofu just lead the charge through it. It's definitely going to stick with me on a 3-1 on their side, but I think that these next two games are definitely going to be an uphill battle. Everyone always talks about Sisyphus pushing the boulder, but when you have 5 people, I'm sure you'll make the peak.
Absolutely. You know what? I think I could very well see this game going to a 3-2. I'm still a believer, I think, a little bit more in David's Angels. But considering the excellent performance in the first game by Sedimentary Cat and his team, I believe if they can get the right picks that they need, which of course will become more difficult as this Fearless draft goes on, and some of their stronger picks are taken away. You know, I think it could be possible.
Absolutely. I do not think there is a reasonable doubt for them to be able to pull this off, really. I mean, as it becomes more and more later into these stages of this fearless drop, it becomes more about who can draft with what's left.
Absolutely. Of course.
Because Seraphine Amumu is still available. Same with the Rumble. Davis Angel's in a good spot here, but so is the Lucian on Vendrick as well as his Ezreal, which we've seen him do so well on in these events.
Absolutely. But by the time we get to Game 5, of course, if it does get there, these teams will be down 40 champions. They will be unable to pick.
But that does open up as well with having 0 bans during the game. You're definitely leading the charge with your strongest champions at this point. You know, the means of the Olaf being taken away, the Seraphine Amumu that has been so feared during the means of this tournament, it can come out unless we have Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards take that opportunity and steal it away. I mean, being on blue side, they could be looking to draft one of those champions to attempt to mitigate this absolute domination in the last game.
Absolutely. A little bit of chatter of the players, of course. Yoink. Top didn't move on invade. Very difficult position for him to be in there. Kevin Tofu claiming it was an AD gap. In fact, claiming Vendrick is getting too old. Making way for fresh talent. A little bit of fun banter between these two teams. Hopefully we'll get on the draft soon.
Definitely shows the positivity between these two teams. They're not here to fight and be at each other's throats. They're here to have a good time and win RP whilst doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, these two teams, having made it to the finals, have secured themselves at least 17 whole New Zealand dollars worth of RP, 1380. That is a free skin for, let me remind you, a free entry tournament. That is the exact kind of generosity that you happen to see here in the UCGG League of Legends server. In fact, you know, we might just have to get that link back in the chat again. A reminder, of course, there is a watch party. If you want to get in, of course, costs nothing to sign up for the UC Gaming Guild as well. That's just the exact kind of wholesome environment we cultivate.
Yeah, you can go join the likes of Will, Classical, and Silver, my boys, my goats, and go watch the game and listen along with them. It's a way for you to discuss how terrible we are at casting, as well as talk about the players themselves, discuss within a safe environment.
Everyone, welcome, of course. As much as we like to demonstrate a high level of play here on these streams, we welcome everyone from Iron to Grandmaster. Alright, let's see what this hold-up is here. More discussion about being a boomer, being farmed IRL. We need to get into this game already so that we can hide whatever unsightly thing is happening in the bottom right of my screen.
I don't know. Every single person that watches the stream pushes us slowly
Challenger
closer
players
to
go
our...
home. No, we do invite we do invite challenger players as well, not just Iron to Grandmaster.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're Challenger, you gotta go somewhere else, buddy.
Looks like the ban phase is happening here. The Rumble being taken out almost immediately. Poor Vinra is never going to be able to play that champion. Something that he is so well known on. He may be unranked, but he is an absolutely dominating player on it.
Absolutely. And look at these bans come out. No surprise. No, I expect the Rumble, Seraphine, and Mumu in the bot lane here. The Kayn cleared from David's Angels. They ban the Braum instead. Sedimentary Cat and the Four Wards, of course, have first pick.
They do have priority pick here, so they could be looking to take the Amumu away from David's Angels. And David's Angels taking away the Kindred potentially, which Captain Tofu has shown a high level of domination on that champion, being completely unmatched throughout every series he's played.
Yoink fairly comfortable on that pick as well. We did get to watch him play that game yesterday. The ban does not go through. I'm sure they'll clarify what it is in just a second.
But they knew. I did see the Amumu was hovered for half a second there, so it looks like they've banned their own Amumu to try and stop them from drafting it away.
And instead, Sedimentary Cat in the forwards pick Kindred off.
And
I
Yoink,
imagine, seeing as we don't see anything.
quite confident on the Kindred. I mean, he's quite good. He's really good at syncing with the mid laner. I found yesterday. He and I really did just take over the game. So I'm curious to see what Racket will pick with the Kindred, seeing as though he will want to be invading. He will want to be looking for these marks. Orianna coming through onto Nico XYZ.
Could
Very
this potentially be the Orianna Jarvan coming out from Captain Tofu? I mean, Orianna synergizes so well with dive champions, being able to place that ball on them and ult them. It looks like we are getting the Poppy, but that could be a flex pick anywhere. And there it is. The Freak Crank has been pulled out.
The Freaky Crank and the Israel. We, of course, saw a lot of success. You'll remember that I was perhaps a little bit harsher on Sedimentary Cat than I needed to be. Afraid that he wasn't going to hit all of those hooks, and you had an excellent showing on the final game of yesterday's best of 3. Him on the Freaky Crank, and of course Vendrick on his Israel. Tried and true, a very scary pick in the bot lane.
Yeah, Sedimentary Cat definitely had a good showing yesterday. Unfortunately, most of his hooks landing on the tank, but hey, a hook is a hook, and as long as you hit, someone will die.
Absolutely. The Alistair lock in here for David's Angels. Let's see what comes out of these bans.
Definitely a good draft picking the Alistair into the Blitzcrank. If they hook him into the enemy team, that's an immediately free Q from the Alistair, knocking up anyone that is around the Blitzcrank. Looks like we are taking out Dr. Mundo here and taking the Olaf away from Captain Tofu. I think he's very, very confident on, and he's made his namesake on.
Absolutely, Olaf, a very scary pick. Captain Tofu, a menace on the rift. Mundo and Vex bans coming out.
Could this be the Annie game from Nico XYZ?
It very well could be. We've seen some play from him on that champion, but there is of course that Orianna locked in for his team. An Orianna top would be certainly the kind of strange maneuver that I wouldn't count out from Venera.
And they are taking away the Jhin, which is the heavy lockdown champion that they probably needed to round out their comp very well with the limited ADC pool that is remaining with the current meta. I mean, it could be looking like a Jinx pick here. Jinx, Caitlyn, anything with the Alistair to synergize with his knock-up and his lockdown. But it looks like we are getting Blender on his Ziggs. We did see that come out last night, which was a very mediocre performance, unfortunately, due to the terms in the game and the way that it was flipping. But I think he may be able to pull it off into this comp.
It'll be very interesting to see. He is, of course, in quite an oppressive lane. But I'm sure on the Ziggs that he'll be hoping to play a little bit further back, attempting to exist out of the range of that Blitzcrank hook. And of course, with that Alistair healing on his passive, they hopefully will be able to mitigate some of that damage by the Israel. Finally, the pick up from the Malphite. It will be, I believe, Cam's first showing of the Malphite in this tournament. I can confirm this was a suggestion from yours truly. Was mentioned last night in the
during the UCGG Macca's run.
Can confirm Vendrick Best
I'd
was
really like
not
to see
aware
that
his top laner
Racket has picked up
Captain Tofu picking up the
second Pantheon.
Pantheon.
He
hovered the Lee Sin, which would have been interesting. But I really love to see that Racket is on the Syndra, who is so strong in these early levels, good at bullying the lane. Should be able to get prio for the Kindred, hopefully looking to make some plays onto the Pantheon.
Absolutely. And Syndra, a pick that Racket very comfortable on as well.
The Maokai pick here also really, really strong. Really, really good into the Alistair and the Poppy.
Absolutely. We know how scary that Maokai ultimate is at all points in the game. Even if he gets a little bit behind, there's nothing that's going to be that is going to stop you from being grabbed by those sneaking roots. A very interesting draft here indeed.
Not Vendrick asking to join the cast.
Vendrick, you are welcome to join in between games. I'll say this right now, if any of the captains are interested in joining in between games, letting us know how exactly you and your team are feeling, you are more than welcome to, but we do recommend that at least.
I'm not Vendrick, I'm a weeb. The goat.
My mistake. Perhaps Hide on Bush's apprentice, Hide 2.
No, it's Hidito.
Oh, I would have said
My
it would have been
mistake.
Hide
English
2,
is my first and
Electric.
only
Yeah.
language.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
The faster we
Yeah,
get into this
Hidito is
game, it
Vendrick.
means that the activate windows will finally be going away for everyone.
No need
every
to
single
focus.
person that
Look,
watches this,
there's
every single
the
person
evidence is
that watches-
fabricated. There's no proof. Okay, these accusations are baseless. They have been discredited. Okay, there's no need to keep bringing this up. It is a thing of the past. No disciplinary action was taken against me.
if we continue to build this viewer count and this viewer retention, we may be able to unlock the sub button, which will finally let Stella be donated to, and actually buy Windows to finally get rid of that activate window symbol.
Absolutely. If we can finally get affiliated, I can start begging for Twitch Prime subs for finally enough income to be able to afford Windows.
Really shows the state of the economy we live in 2024, but it looks like we are going to be heading into Game 3. Very strong drafts coming out from the side of Sedimentary Cat with a lot of team fight potential. Looking like David's Angels is potentially going to be looking for a disengage and reaction comp, which we have seen in the last game. They definitely had such a strong side when they were having those reaction fights. There was no direct or clear winner until they walked away either alive or dead. So we are very, very keen to see what is coming along in game number 3.
Absolutely. And of course, with 1-1 on the scoreboard, both of these teams definitely want to win this game to put yourself just one win away from winning the whole tournament. And of course, losing this one will create a lot of stress for the team, who then has to take 2 wins in a row to be able to secure the top spot.
I will quote an absolute legend here by the name of Captain Tofu that pressure creates diamonds. So maybe Captain Tofu's team, David's Angels, is looking to set themselves onto a Game 5 experience to really let his laners shine.
Absolutely, and we saw his performance in the best of ones on Pantheon. Absolutely dominant, but then we saw the pick struggle a little bit yesterday. So it will be interesting to see when he puts it out on the Rift in this game, how exactly this play plays out.
Yeah, I think I'm very, very excited to see Vendrick playing his Ezreal on blue side. Ezreal does suffer the deficit of if you play with any form of locked cam or anything other than free cam on red side as Ezreal, you do struggle to hit those skill shots, but it definitely shows that Vendrick wanted to draft onto the blue side so he could pull out the Ezreal pick. And it is something that he's very well known for and being very dominant and very aggressive on. Using his E instead of a reposition, he uses it as an engage.
Trying to get right up in kissing distance with his opposing ADC, only to give them the kiss of death.
Oh, absolutely, and Ziggs is not going to be able to match. Being a purely skill shot based champion, we are relying on Blender to hit his Qs here.
Absolutely. Hopefully the stream transitioning soon. Just like that. Unseemly visual glitch on my monitor. Gone away for the viewers at home. Captain Tofu on his notorious Ashen Conqueror Pantheon. Even his current profile picture.
But I don't know, I feel as though Sedimentary Cat's Freak Crank here is definitely something that we need to keep our eye on. If he lands those hooks, their team does not quite have enough disengage in the earlier levels to attempt to get themselves away. The Ziggs does have the W for reposition. The Pantheon can get the E move speed with Empowered. But you look at the means of Dwindolius or Busk, they have no real tools to get themselves out of the fight, only to throw one champion away or lock them down.
Absolutely, so this might create a little bit of a problem. Especially if Vendrick is able to get in there, start causing problems within their team. Looks like it's going to be an invade. The flash hook comes out, it does land onto Busk, who manages a massive 4-man knockup. Unfortunately, he doesn't catch out Vendrick. Vendrick flashes, he's unable to kill Busk. That exhaust does come out from both teams. What an explosive
we are having a
one.
level 1 fiesta. Welcome to Mexico, ladies and gentlemen. And that's
No
exactly
kills for
what I
either
was talking
team.
about with the hook onto the Alistair there. You can hook him as much as you want with Sedimentary Cat, but if his entire team collapses around the Blitzcrank, it's just a free knockup onto potentially 2, 3, or 4 champions. And Vendrick, positioning himself with them, doesn't get his spells out as fast as he probably wants to.
Absolutely, and you have a look at the difference in summoners in this bot lane. In this bot lane, of course, Vendrick already down both of his summons, while Blender comfortably still with Flash and Teleport.
Now looking, Captain Tofu did start his Wolves, but he is starting significantly lower than what Yoink is. Thankfully, being able to be leashed by the Ziggs on his Wolves and now the Alistair onto his Blue, it does help him to create those gaps, but Yoink is just... he's going to be further ahead in his camp state than anyone else.
Absolutely.
See, in this bot lane here, Ezreal using the raw power of just the fear of a Blitzcrank hook.
Look at that, the freaky
which lands
crank.
now, pulling
Both
out
Hex
the
Flashes
flash
in the bot
from
lane.
Blender. Blender definitely going to be feeling that one as they double ward the push on bot. It's not a great situation you like to see happening in this bot lane here. Still level 1 on the side of David's Angels, and level 2, nearly level 3 being picked up by the side of Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards.
Absolutely, very scary position to be in the bot lane. If you are Blender and Busk. Look at that, Yoink, going for an invade on the Captain Tofu. His mark is up, Captain Tofu. In a dangerous position, look at that damage, that PTA proc, first blood to the Kindred, and a free mark. If you are Captain Tofu, that's absolutely not what you want to see happening.
And like I said before, we just see the Syndra with the priority in the lane, making it so easy for Kindred to run free.
Absolutely. A dodgy first start there for Captain Tofu. Unfortunately, collapses into a death for him on his red buff. And would you look at that, Kindred already top, able to pick up that mark as well.
It's a very fortunate grab spawn.
Hungry. Chomp on the Kindred.
But the Vinra dash on the Kindred actually lets them escape.
Excellent pin into the wall there. Captain Tofu in the bot lane. Now comes a Hex Flash from Busk. Captain Tofu following in, but unfortunately Vendrick with a nice E over the wall. He will be out. Captain Tofu, of course, with no flash there.
He was playing his terrain very well, creating those differences.
Absolutely. Vendrick, of course, so confident on this champion. And you can see, really, when he's already in his element, he's able to focus on those, perhaps, wider macro plays, instead of being concerned on getting the little nitty-gritty down.
Now, Blender on the Ziggs, we have seen him not have too much success with the champion, but it is such a good neutralizer in the bot lane.
Absolutely. He's not down too much CS now. But unfortunately, he will be behind a couple stacks in tier, as he's only picking up the item now. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Captain Tofu, unfortunately, after being killed, only able to afford a singular longsword. Interestingly enough, no back from the Kindred just yet.
Finishing off the
Looks like he
wall
is
and-
starting his recall now, but that really shows the testament of the survivability of the Kindred. Once you start getting ahead with the Wolf passive, you do heal per 100 stacks.
And he's
with-
picking up the Hearthbound Axe and a bow.
A great hook here
What a
from
huge
Captain
lead.
Tofu.
hook.
Of course, Captain Tofu
And they are
in the
winning.
bush. Playing it safe from Vendrick. And look at
Fortunately,
I mean,
all of this
Tofu
time.
wasting so much time here. He's already down 2 camps. And Kindred is heading over to Krugs. He's going to be down 3. Level 5 to 4. And he has to commit to the play. Because if he does not get anything out of this, Tofu is going to be in a terrible spot.
Absolutely. We know, of course, Pantheon has that risk of falling off. We've seen the bot lane.
He's
Excellent
done some
engagement by
Blitzcrank,
Busk. Great knockback.
And the exhaust,
Vendrick,
the quick
his flash.
exhaust from
No.
Cinnamon Cat. It's just going to be the game changer there.
Excellent.
And now Kindred knows where the Pantheon is. Knows he has a gold lead. Knows he has a level lead. He's just going to
flash,
look to
the
go
hook
into his
misses.
jungle.
And in fact, a kill on the Sedimentary Cat.
He does end up going down, but Pantheon's out of position, and Kindred's just going to get this mark on the Raptors.
Potentially
And yet
a very
again-
scary.
Yet again, this shows how confident Vendrick is on this Ezreal, being able to play so far back. The Ziggs can throw bombs, but he's using his E's so haphazardly and so aggressively, knowing that he gets the reset every time his Q lands. And I mean, going in like that as Sedimentary
Poppy
Cat,
going
you
to
do-
defend the Raptors up here.
Unfortunately, I don't think that he's going to get there in time. It looks like it's already gone, unfortunately.
Yeah, he does end up picking up the Raptors.
Absolutely. That
and
should be
Pantheon
Kindred's
looking at
third
the
mark of the
glove.
game. And of course,
Yeah,
we can see that
3 marks
attack,
now.
attack range about to go up to 600 and one more. Very early for Kindred to have 3 marks, of course, only 7 minutes into the game.
Now, it's interesting to see that the Kindred did not want to fight this crab. Despite being up a level, I guess Vinrar's presence really being felt there.
Absolutely. Of course, you
He
do have
actually
to
picked
respect
up
that.
Created
Poppy.
Dirk, which is a huge spike for the Pantheon. One of the best items early game for these assassins.
It does look
Absolutely.
like Captain Tofu securing one of the 3 gloves that are available to him here.
And Kindred
Letting
following
York
suit, going to be picking up one for her team as well.
Definitely feeling the presence of his lane priority here, having to back off, having Sedimentary Cat now walk up as well.
And look at where that
And
4th mark
Bracket
has
was coming
spawned.
to match.
One on the Gromp, and Busk, so proactive, just right away heading over to the Gromp. Has a little look.
Sedimentary Cat unfortunately throwing his Q just a little bit too
And
wide
Kindred
on
is pinging the
Orion.
mark. She is level 6. Tofu only at level 5. Will not have time to farm a camp. And Vendrick really strong here, also level 6.
Absolutely. We
I'll
can
be
see this
curious to see
collapse
how
on the
this
bot
fight
lane begin
turns
to
out.
develop.
And he has
Syndra's
that
there first.
shield
Oh yeah, that's
early.
not in position.
The hook
The
misses.
hook goes wide, but
Massive spear from Captain Tofu.
All they have
Oriana's
to
still
do
not
here-
moving though.
All they have to do here is just defend
In
this
comes
mark.
Busk. And he
it
gets the
looks
mark.
Like,
And that is going to be 4 marks over
like
to
he
the
did
Kindred
get
now.
the mark.
Yeah, that's 4 marks on the Kindred. Really, really
He did
strong.
not get the mark.
Oh,
No, he did not get the mark.
wait, who got it? Who
It
killed
looks
it?
like it went over to the way of Alistair there.
Alistair stole the Gromp.
Alistair stole it with his Q.
Oh,
Very impressive.
no,
play.
it's a
Steal.
horror.
Regardless of your jungler being down a level, taking that camp away from the Kindred stops her scaling, which is very imperative to keeping the game state as equal as possible in these early levels.
Absolutely.
Now see,
and of
that's
course,
just not what they wanted to see, huh? The
Pretty
mark
great.
not going over to the Kindred. I think common thing that people don't actually know is that Kindred's allies can kill the mark as long as Kindred did recently hit it. So if maybe the Syndra or the Ezreal queued the Gromp, it still could have picked up the mark and gotten the big and powerful 4 marks on the Kindred.
Kindred will of
Definitely
course
very detrimental.
be unable to pick up this mark on the chickens.
Next
as you
one's
can
on the
see.
Raptors,
Excellent
and
spawn
Pantheon
time
killing
to
it right away.
Tofu on his arrival to that camp, able to snatch that one up.
Now we do see the Kindred's farm lead starting to thin out, but they do have the whole top side. Gonna farm that up and hopefully fight this crab.
It is now a 500 gold lead on the way of the Kindred, now potentially building to a 600 with the 3 camps he has to clear. Oh, Vendrick with a great Ezreal E buffer there.
Picking up the solo plating. And we do see that Maokai's been getting freezed on for a long time now. Basically half the CS with the Poppy.
I cannot imagine he will be having much fun in this top lane. Mark spawning on the...
Finally picking up the 4th mark of the game. At 10
Tofu
minutes, really strong is the Kindred this game.
A real threat here, this Kindred is. Great damage here by Perkyman. But great damage as well by Dundolius.
I don't
Unfortunately,
think this is the Pantheon ult coming through, but Kindred... I don't like the flash there, that he has the Kindred ult available. And he flashes away.
That was a necessary flash.
Dodges a spear and just gonna look back to farm his camps. Got more up than the Pantheon.
It looks like, of course, that Pantheon ult with a massive cooldown. Him not earning anything from that fight there is really unfortunate for him.
Unfortunate from Cam there,
he could have maybe dodged the Poppy ult with the W and looked to maybe kill her.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Peppy.
Yeah.
Even so, instead of
So tanky, not much damage.
The knock up, out comes the ignite, down goes Dundolius, holding
Kindred not getting assist isn't the end of the world. The mark's on the Pantheon. And Vendrick BMing here. Having to flash out.
With both summoners blown as
Pantheon
well.
Spear is available. Flash it and
An incredible dodge.
Wow, I mean... Because Vendrick knew he was in the bush, he just recalled him from him.
And it looks like Kindred did just secure
Orianna
the 5th
TP.
mark. The 5th mark of the game now going on to Yoink on the Kindred.
Yeah.
Due to the absence of David's Angel's jungler, looks like Cam definitely using the wave to his advantage in the top lane there.
Absolutely.
Letting them all just chip down the Poppy.
He definitely needs to start making plays like this if he wants to get his foot back in this lane. He's in a very unenviable position, that's for sure, but he's getting great damage onto this Poppy.
Pantheon looking for a play around the mid. He's pinging the dragon, but they do know that the Kindred is bot lane.
They have great shove on the spot side though, David's Angels. Ultimates are coming up.
Both top laners.
The shockwave is up and the Syndra does not have ult. It might not be the best fight to go for. We do see Vinrod basing, probably looking to TP after buying some items.
And you've called it.
And it's a double TP. The dragon goes over to Pantheon, but they have proximity on the bot lane.
Look at this, Yoink pulling out his ultimate last second.
And Yoink just so good with the Kindred ults. And Vendrick managing to stall for so long that the Poppy and the Alistair are really feeling that their lack of presence in the main fight with the Pantheon and the Orianna just going down.
Goes in, but it's not enough. He will die. Sedimentary kept falling as well.
Now we are beginning to hit a dangerous point in the game. Kindred on 6 marks at 13 minutes.
On the 7th mark.
Can.
Oh, and the Ziggs poke really coming through.
Oh, and the dodge back.
Incredible work.
It was unfortunately his own hubris there, thinking that it was going to bounce over him one more time, kited back towards the bomb.
And we see that Ziggs is actually 3-0 at the end of that fight, picking up basically every kill.
Very impressive. Perhaps for the first time in this tournament, Vendrick's lane opponent has more gold than him.
Wow. Blender really goes to show how good he is at playing safe, playing respectfully, and just playing on his own terms. Pantheon all coming through. And we do see an Edge of Night rush on the Captain Tofu. Vendrick ease into the Orianna. And Sedimentary Cat kiting it so well, still alive.
Look at that incredible
And if you look at Pantheon's items, if we have a look at Pantheon's items, we do see he decided to rush an Edge of Night into the Blitzcrank Syndra team comp.
Looks like Kindred is going up to claim the 7th mark of the game. on those Krugs, which he does secure.
Can he pick up another
Surely follow.
25 range on the Kindred?
So scary for the Kindred to be so ahead at this point in the game already.
Yeah, I mean, we do know Yoink, he's more than capable of carrying on the pick. So, I'd be very worried about it, because they don't have a great way to deal with her on the side of the red team.
Of course, I believe from the 8th mark onwards, they'll only be spawning on these epic monsters.
Yeah, that is in fact true. But so ahead already, he's probably just gonna be focused on killing champions as opposed to the marks on that spawn on the map.
Absolutely.
And getting those mark timers to be on the early game objectives is definitely a good position you want to put yourself in as Kindred here. The
Look at this damage on the
And Kindred
Kindred.
gets 4 here.
Completely lost.
Doesn't have
outplay.
ult.
Incredible
And he outplays
outplay.
it. Has
Almost gets away with the blast for it.
But
Vendrick,
Vendrick doing
though,
so much damage to the
Certainly
Ziggs
worse
here.
for wear.
Gets one shot.
Pinned into the wall again. Certainly they painted him like one
And
of
Poppy's
them.
just so strong here with the Dead Man's Plate.
Going the item first.
With the Swifties Dead Man's, you could really tell the kind of player that Vinrar is. Just
One for one
loves
in the bot
running
lane
around.
there. Both ultimates out from the mid laners.
1 for 1, but Bracket showing his dominance on him, tower diving to Orianna.
Absolutely. Orianna's first kill, perhaps a tactical gold reset.
And unfortunately, no shutdown gold sitting on that Syndra at 4-1. So not a whole lot of cash injection there for the side of the Orianna. I mean, only picking up the Seraph's Embrace matched quickly with a Hextech Alternator and Luna's Companion on the side of Syndra. It's definitely not a position you want to be in, playing as Dwendolius the Fourth here.
Absolutely.
Now Hextech Alternator, I'll be curious to see what the Syndra builds that into. Not too many options having already built the Ludens. Could be a Shadow Flame.
Yeah,
Would
I
not
think
be
that's
surprised.
potentially a Shadow Flame second item.
Pretty strong buy for him indeed, or I believe it could be the Horizon's focus.
Oh yeah, that would make a lot of sense. The Syndra QE has
I'll be
quite a big
waiting
range.
to see if she can delay this mark. Definitely a desirable collapse here. Just her and the Blitzcrank. She's caught on the ward. So is the Blitz. Maokai on the other side of the tower. They know where the Poppy is. They don't know what the rest
Now
of
if
the team
I'm
are
the
doing.
Syndra, I'm really wanting to show my strength on the map. Like, picking up this tower, maybe looking to solo kill the
Absolutely
Orianna.
so much damage on the
more
Orianna.
damage.
And she's
With
just
the
dead.
ultimate.
it's just a
Incredible
one
damage
shot.
already. This is not what you want to see. If you are
That will be, if I'm not mistaken, that will be Rift Herald going down to the side of Sedimentary Cat and forwards, as well as First Tower as well. That's a massive cash injection, despite being down gold, but up in a position in the map.
absolutely, and this is
Bracket's so strong here. 5 kills, gonna be picking up his second item soon, I think.
this
And
is certainly a
the
terrifying
Syndra
position
might
to
just
be
take
in.
over.
If you are team David's Angels, then you do not, and of course you are relying on this Syndra, on this Kindred, taking time to scale. It's not even 20 minutes into the game, and look how much damage they're already doing. Look how much influence they have on the map. You
It's
are
a really
fast
interesting
running out of
scenario to
time.
see because, as we know, Vendrick, this team performs so well when that mid-jungle duo can start to take over because Vendrick, he's just their insurance, so if they can start to do well, he will just make them excel even more. And the Syndra being 5 kills, I'd be very worried if I was David Cage.
Absolutely. Here comes
So
the
we are
play onto
having-
the dragon.
After a TP down from Vinra there, but I don't think they need to do this. It looks like Sedimentary Cat and forwards is just going to give this dragon.
And ult out from the Poppy does not connect with anyone.
And we see Cloud Soul, no more Hextech.
Very interesting. A lot of Hex Tech Dragon prevalence in the last map. Cloud Soul will be very interesting for these teams here. For the Alistar, for the Pantheon especially. Vendrick, of course, though, with his constant ultimate ability usage, would be very pleased to have that attack speed up. Same with the Blitzcrank.
And being able to move around in these fights is definitely going to be to the benefit of Vendrick. It looks like Sedimentary Cat is going to go and attempt to stop Captain Tofu from
And see,
doing
there we see the Edge of Night value.
Shield. He would absolutely be dead there.
And there it
The
is,
blue buff
the
going
eighth
over
mark
to the
on
Maokai
Kindred.
is not ideal, but what can you do?
But that's
That is
600 attack
picking
eight
up
range
marks
now.
in.
Oh my goodness.
His next mark potentially spawning up on this Baron or on the next Cloud Dragon.
75% attack speed on the cube for Kindred is detrimental in these early games where you're relying on auto attacking to keep your...
We do see that the Kindred is opting to build a Collector as a second item.
Very interesting maneuver. Dirks on both
Throws
the
out for
junglers.
blood, and the mark has spawned on the Baron.
Very interesting to see what these teams do instead. 20 minutes on the clock now. And of course a very scary Kindred, a very scary Syndra here, already scaling so hard.
Now the Ziggs, despite being 4-0, is basically the same items as the Ezreal, who also has his stacked tier item, that being the Mirror Mana.
There it is. It looks like Kindred has finished the Collector, which is going to be a massive damage input into their team fighting capability. Sedimentary Cat unfortunately missing that hook onto a ward. They are the most enticing for Blitzcrank hooks, so we can't blame them.
Absolutely. And of course Sedimentary Cat and the 4 wards himself. Perhaps he gets a little bit distracted by them. It'll be very interesting to see now. In goes Captain Tofu.
The flash stun onto
Vendrick does
Vendrick.
escape. He's avoiding all of his
Kindred
ultimates
gets
when it
out,
comes to
but he has
the
to
full
burn
ward.
his flash.
Now comes the Kindred
Big
ultimate.
Kindred ult.
Very interesting.
Great ult for the Kindred there.
The Kindred and Syndra and Ezreal just
Oh, and
have
would you
free
look
reign in
this?
this fight.
So
well
low.
positioned.
Some of
Kindred
these
has
players,
flash.
epic.
Notice.
Tricky man. Excellent.
Oh my goodness.
Forced a
Oh, he
flash
flashed
there.
his bomb.
It goes
No, he
Kindred,
doesn't
quite
see
ready,
the
flashes
Pantheon.
himself.
Let's go, but flashes out.
And look
Fortunately,
at
with the
that.
Syndra, she now does have
Ezreal ult
9
coming off cooldown soon. He's gonna be looking to
In
fire
goes the
at
ult from the
someone.
Pantheon,
Pantheon
though.
ulting on the Ezreal.
Pantheon
Hits the Orianna. Gets the Triumph proc. But it's
and
just
is
not enough.
unable. That E on the Pantheon, one auto attack, one summon a spell, it would be lights out.
Unfortunately, now the Syndra is looking at 95 splinters, which does give her true damage on her W, which will be really great for breaking down these tanks on the side of David's Angels, as well as the 80 splinters, which increases her E range, letting her place 2 balls significantly further apart than each other and get double stuns on them. Which means
Absolutely.
that she is only now 4 splinters away from having the execute on her ultimate, which is basically the equivalent to an AP collector. Very, very scary, and if David's Angels were to take any piece of advice right now, it's kill the Syndra. Please, I beg of you.
Gonna be level 14 as well. My goodness.
Absolutely. Maokai taking that turret top lane. It would not be surprising if we saw Sedimentary Cat and the forwards attempting to get control of this top side of the map for a Baron take.
Looks like Captain Tofu on the reset there. Yoink now beginning to get to the point in the game where he does not need all members of his team to take this Baron.
Damage down here onto Bask. Not going to be a kill, but is going to force him out.
The strength of the cow is just too strong. It really shows. Just
Moo
how
Cow
tanky-
Alistair, a pay to win skin.
Orianna needing to reset here so she can teleport back, but
In comes
she
that
seems to be
Maokai
too
ult.
late.
Looks like
A
Sedimentary
little bit
Cat
short.
is
Busk and
stealing
Poppy doing a great
now.
job with the disengage here. Ori's still not basing, looking for another wave, and maybe even the tower. But the
Yeah,
poke is
some good
huge.
damage
Yoink
there.
and Cam so low already. Gonna be looking to heal off the dragon.
Absolutely. Vendrick can sit
It
on
looks
duty,
like they're just
keeping
gonna
him
give
away.
up the top tower for the Drake. And I'm not sure if that was the right decision. Orianna had TP and ultimate available. The fight could have looked quite good. for David's Angels.
They were positioning themselves into a choke point where Oriana ult is severely detrimental, especially with no sedimentary cat being poppy altered away. Can let them win the fight there. It's like another
And a massive hook coming through from Sedimentary Cat.
Freaky Crank proving himself to be a menace on the
Crank
rift.
on the rip.
We can see why this team is why his team is named after him.
As I said in the draft, if a hook hits, someone dies.
If Sedimentary Cat hooks, I flash. If Sedimentary Cat pings, I follow. And it looks like they'll all be taking resets.
If Sedimentary Cat has one fan, I'm that fan.
Sedimentary
If
Cat has
Sedimentary
no
has
fans.
no fans, then I do not exist.
Then we do not exist.
Definitely a slower game than what we're finding over the past two. Significantly lower kills at this current time. 27 minutes into the last game, I believe there was upwards of 30 kills going down. Many
It was
more
20 kills
dragons
each,
being
yep.
taken.
There was 40 kills total around this time in the last game. Probably Tofu's team struggling to make any plays despite having the Pantheon ult because the Kindred is just so strong. Same with the
We were
Syndra.
looking at 50,000 gold on the sides of both teams at this point in the game. It is slowed down significantly.
Now
Absolutely.
Kindred not really being able to pick up many marks post getting that 8th one due to the spawn on the Baron.
Unfortunate timer, but you cannot predict where it's going to go. It's based around the availability of the buff itself, and with Baron spawning so quickly, directly after the 8th market was taken with Dragon being down, it's just not a position you want your jungler to be in. It looks like we're going to have an
Here comes
outbreak
the
of
ultimate.
fight here.
Does catch a couple of them. Oh, and very unfortunate.
And he manages to
Linda
hook the Zit.
is saved by the Kindred ult.
Wait, Ezreal sent out of it though.
Kindred ult
It's a
ends.
massive
Yoink
ult
is
from the
dead.
Poppy.
Cam likely to follow. This is devastating. A
I
play
mean, they
that
take the 3v4 fight with Syndra not being there yet, needing to TP in, and then when the Ezreal gets ulted out, it just becomes a 2v4 and 2v5, and there's not really much to be done.
Yeah, it looks like the Poppy ult did hit both Syndra and Ezreal there, causing both to be
Incredible.
delayed from the fight. But it looks like the Baron is just going to go down to the side of David's Angels.
I think that Vendrick and Syndra, they're gonna make life hard for them. They have a lot of poke. I'll be curious to see if they can manage to make any plays done.
a play that Sedimentary Cat and Full Wards were hoping would secure them the dragon, but appears to instead give it to their opponents.
So the Baron is going to go down, and they are going to attempt to just take their resets here. Vendrick a little bit mispositioned. Pinra may be punished.
So
for
quick
his
with those dead
hubris there.
mans.
I mean, yeah, I mean, bro just ran around. Picking up the Force of Nature as the next item.
Picking up a little bit of that wave top perhaps. We know Vendrick on the Israel loves to be dropping his ultimate whenever it's on cooldown.
Typically an attestment to high elo players knowing that their Q does reset the cooldown significantly. They tend to opt to ult waves to secure them and re-shove them, changing the state in which they're pushing. It looks like we went from a hard siege in top lane to a pretty mediocre push.
And a really excellent shutdown there. You'll note, of course, that the Ziggs has Rylai's, so of course, as soon as that ultimate pinged, Syndra immediately slowed. Such a
And the
frustrating
Drake is
item
going
to
to
play
be
into.
spawning around, and with Syndra's Death Timer, the flash from the Pantheon actually being quite crucial there, allowing them to not only siege, but also probably secure this dragon, with Syndra needing to respawn.
Absolutely, and it looks like the scales have started to turn here in the favour of Captain Tofu's team, David's Angels. There is still, of course, that Kindred, that Syndra, scaling. Phew, excuse me. Sneezing.
Bless you.
Thank you. Heartwarming here from...
It does look like Sedimentary Cat and 4 Wards has lost a lot of their tempo here, and it is all thanks to the surprising Ziggs pick from Blender here. Definitely what we want to see in the grand finals of this tournament. Not being able to have as well a performance last time he pulled it out, he is now showing us why we do not doubt picks from your main man.
Absolutely. We saw him struggle a little bit with the Ziggs yesterday, but it's really refreshing to see him come in today with perhaps a little bit more, perhaps a couple games extra under his belt, and he's really turned it around. 4-0-6 is a scoreline that you should not turn your nose up at. Again, look at this gold. Keeping toe-to-toe with a pro ADC, tough enough. A nice ult out of Cam there. And a great knock-up from Busk though in response. Kendrick best AD of
And the
course.
Vinra's just so tanky, taking the whole Syndra ult. Having to flash out. Busk with a 3-man knock-up.
Kendrick does not manage to escape. Now comes the Poppy ult. Sending Kindred back to spawn.
And it's a massive Poppy ult. Because now Kindred can't stop them from hitting the tower, and they're gonna pick up this inhib. Kindred not even popping the ult that fight. It's a bit awkward. And they're looking for more.
Very scary position to be in here. Team 7
No flash from the Orianna now.
A game that they were seemingly so comfortable in just 10 minutes ago. Now seeming to slip through
I think the
their
Kindred
fingers.
really needed to start steamrolling, and it just didn't happen, so... Now they don't really know what to do.
Absolutely. In comes
Oh,
the
but it's a
chase here
big
for
team.
Captain Tofu.
The Edge of Night coming up just as he flashes. And honestly, quite lucky from Tofu there. That's the second time now that he's been caught out, and the Edge of Night spawning just as, or coming off cooldown just as he gets CC'd.
He's certainly on the edge of his seat.
Fortunately, Yoink finding his way out there, having to drop down Wolf's Frenzy and using the reset for Dance of Arrows to consistently kite around. It's definitely something that Kindred really excels with around, and it looks like they're going for yet another pick here. Captain Tofu showing no grace here.
And of course, Cam completely cut off from his team there.
Fortunately, not quite finding his mark. When a Maokai is caught out with no flash, there are no real disengage tools that he has other than his Q and his ultimate, and with not really wanting to blow his ultimate to hold for team fights, he just needs to sack it and move on.
Absolutely, and Pokemon may face the same fate. Excellent ult in here from Captain Tofu, completely locked down.
Unfortunately, not being able to get out the Scatter the Weak to be able to stun off the Poppy and the Pantheon, but with the Edge of Night, I don't think it makes much of a difference here. Looks like they are going to be positioning for a siege on the top side, whilst Vendrick sieges down mid and Yoink attempts to push back in that bot lane.
And this is where his team starts to fall apart a little bit. Both Cam and Pokemon there picked off, perhaps unnecessarily, finding themselves far too far behind enemy lines.
The carries are just not ready for the siege, and they just lose another tower.
Absolutely. Now that Baron has come off cooldown, I would not be surprised to see David's Angels on their way.
Fortunately, the raw siege power of the Ziggs being shown on full display, being able to execute towers below, I believe it's a 30% ratio at this point in the game. Definitely
something like
creates
this.
that siege. Definitely creates that siege opportunity when you have 5 members of David's Angels backing you up and consistently outputting damage.
It's the W, yes? That has the bomb?
Yes. Yep.
And look at that, of course, Zig's passive. 804 damage to structures. Very scary.
Did you have his W? Want to see the bomb?
Satchel charge 32.5%.
Yeah, that's definitely very scary, but I think Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards looking to just take the dragon and move on.
They do pick it up.
Excellent job. Cam, however, perhaps a little
But the
stuck.
Vinra also just so on point this game. Always knocking out at least 1 to 2 carries. And Vendrick, you know, he's trying his best to poke, but he just doesn't have the damage onto these tanky frontliners, being Alistair and Poppy.
An incredible
And
flash
a huge
from
foul from
Poppy.
Winnie.
Oh, hit him in well
Wow.
Very great E from the Poppy there to dodge the Scatter the Weak stun, standing on top of the ball. I don't think the positioning was quite there from Racket.
You can just see his confidence is so good on Vinra's Poppy.
done. Absolutely. Reflected in his scoreline, of course, 4-1-8. Almost a flame
Lentoli is
horizon here.
unfortunately standing on top of the Baron straight line damage and popping his Seraph's Embrace, unfortunately.
Definitely not what that Orianna wants there.
No, with such a dangerous team where they have the ability to blow up champions, you want that ability and that shield to be active at all times, and it's a 90-second cooldown, or it may have been reduced. Yeah, 90 seconds of cooldown that you are without that shield. Definitely very scary. The Orianna needs to play a lot safer in these fights now.
Absolutely. Sedimentary Cat caught up here, unfortunately a little bit too far forward, and this very well could be the beginning of the end for Sedimentary Cat and 4 Wards.
Unfortunately, only 30 armor on Sedimentary Cat, prioritizing taking MR into 2 and 5 for carries on the AP.
The Flash W going through from the Pantheon, but
An
they don't really get the
incredible
kill.
Poppy ult knocks
All 3
everyone
carries
away.
knocked away.
Poppy ult hitting 3 is detrimental to Sedimentary Cat. Unfortunately for them, it does give them full health. And
Kevin
the
took
ability
far
to
too
go
And
bold.
joint kills Pantheon.
An incredible punish there. Forced to flash the Orianna. His Seraph's Embrace shield, fortunately coming up just in time to save her.
A massive 1k bounty onto the Kindred. And a mark, I believe.
Let's see, Kindred now on 8 marks.
No, only on
still.
8.
Unfortunately, the mark looks like it was on Orianna during that time.
Unable to pick up a mark in about the last 20 minutes. Very unfortunate for this Kindred.
A 40-minute game. Those are the members with the Gathering Storm really going to be getting online now.
Absolutely.
I believe the Ziggs and the Syndra would have it.
And look at this gold. We were talking about the differences between gold at this point in the game. 37 minutes, potentially our longest game yet. If not
Yeah,
the
I
second,
think the longest time
certainly.
before this was 34.
Busk caught up, but he's so tanky, and with his ultimate,
He goes
goes
back
for round
in,
2. But here comes
but he
Vendrick.
seems to be split from his team. Poppy is in the bot lane with the TP available.
And of course, there will be no Baron in this top tide for 3.5 minutes.
It looks like they're just playing off of that pick and trying to capitalize as much as they humanly can.
Maokai has ult available. They really need to be looking with Poppy being bot. They either need to force or they need to head back as soon as possible before Poppy picks up that next tower, which she does in fact. And that's 600 gold on the
Absolutely,
already
TPing
so
into the
strong
mid
Poppy.
lane. Very clever maneuver here. She
And
gets the
he's got the
turnaround
flag
on
on-
flash.
And the
And a
flash,
great
but
knockaway as well. But it's not gonna be enough.
it just doesn't matter.
That is not what you want to see. That's Syndra being caught out there. That is
Wow,
devastating.
Vinra really is just taking over this game.
Unfortunately, I don't think they quite have what it takes to end this game.
Cam with a nice
Being that
ultimate
they
there.
are still chasing these kills.
And out comes the ult misses, both for the Poppy and the Ziggs. Two pretty important ults down here in this fight.
It's like Captain Tofu taking the reset here, knowing that his ult is going to be up for this next fight. They may be just taking Soul and moving on. It is spawning in 35 seconds. Busk setting up the vision for them here. Having 2 tanks on the mid lane attempting to stall that wave out. The AP carry being down is very detrimental here.
Absolutely, because look at the armor buys here for Team David's Angels. Both the Ziggs and the Orianna with stopwatches, and Seraphs playing very defensively here with an appropriate respect for the damage that can be done.
Yet again, Sedimentary Cat still not quite enough armor to survive a full combo from the Pantheon. Will be very
Flash hook just
detrimental.
misses.
Needs to look for the ult or the hooks on the carries.
Ult out from
Big
the
Ezreal ult
ADCs.
coming through.
Orianna ult unfortunately missing everyone there.
And they're giving the dragon, but looking to push mid maybe. I think they were split on what the call was. They have 3 pushing and 3 looking at Drake.
Absolutely, it looks like all 5 of them will go for a recall. David's Angels. Once again, a missed mark for this Kindred.
The squad is pulling up.
Sedimentary Cat and Forwards need to be very careful here.
The Poppy ult is not on the
Excellent
mark
kill
this
here,
time.
1v1.
All 3 carries ready to do some damage back. Vendrick just so strong now. 4 items, level 17.
Poppy ult, of course, a critical mistake. Look how little health Cam had there. Ulted away by the Poppy, single-handedly saving his life.
Fortunately, the Kindred does have full build here, allowing her to play these kiting-based fights very defensively. And she does still have the ultimate available. So she can definitely play as aggressive as she wants, and with her ability to kite in these fights,
Great hook onto Captain
very
Tofu.
scary.
Oh, massive hook from...
It was just like
Just
you
was
said,
hitting man.
my incredible co-caster Swine Bucket. The hook lands, someone dies.
Never doubt, my man.
That
the
hook might just
Sedimentary
be game
Cat.
winning.
And just like that,
No
this
more
could be the beginning of
snowshots
the
to
end.
save him.
They might
It looks
instead
like we are.
They're pinging the Baron. They're pinging the Baron.
go safely for a Baron instead. Of
That
course,
will
if
be
they die
Kindred
here,
finally getting the 9th mark.
taking some unfortunate damage there from the Ziggs. Of course, either team dying here will spell the end of the game 41 minutes in. It looks like Sedimentary Cat and Forwards will be taking that Baron, no problem.
Yeah, we are
Probably
definitely
feeling
seeing.
very pleased with himself with that massive hook. onto the
Absolutely.
Pantheon.
We are seeing some very, very identical games here. Based down in the last game, it was down to the wire. Both teams needing to secure just 2 picks to win the game. It's very scary being on the side of Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards, as well as David's Angels. David's Angels now having to retake their camps, noticing that they're at a bit of a gold stalemate here consistently through these games and through this entire series. Really goes to show a testament to these players.
Absolutely. Fine, Kindred now on 9 marks. And transcended 77 AP for the Syndra, of course.
I'm interested looking at how much total AP. Did I read that correctly?
Your eyes do
I
not
believe-
deceive you.
591 AP.
Bro,
on
it's gonna,
Syndra.
bro, it's Exodia right now. The Syndra. Pretty sure she can one-shot like basically anyone. Maybe not the Poppy and the Alistair, but you know,
And
like
she
only
will
4
be looking here to potentially secure the Rabadons for the scaling. Vendrick
Highlight
now
him.
looking to find his final item.
600 AP, no Rabadons is crazy.
And just the pure tankiness of these Baron's minions, the Ziggs ult not being able to chip them down as much as he thinks that they
The
will.
hook goes wide, but it's really tough to deal with the Baron, yeah, as you say.
Yeah, this is a very scary situation for both teams.
We may be looking at a 50-minute game potentially here.
And it looks
Yeah,
like the
both
Baron
teams.
will last long enough for them to probably be able to deal, like, get cryo on the Elder Dragon, which will probably be the deciding factor of this game.
Absolutely. Up in just 2 minutes.
Both teams having quite a bit of poke, that Elder will really hurt.
And out come these resets.
And
But it looks like
Kanga's
Malphite's
gonna be
unable
caught
to get
here.
away. This is devastating.
Pantheon did use Flash though, which makes it much harder for him to get onto the carries and there wasn't really any objective, so I don't think it was that worth it.
With a 1 minute respawn time, Cam will be up before the Elder fight. But Sedimentary Cat and Forwards will be down one player, just in case. A bold end, perhaps the necessary move from David's Angels to attempt to win the game here.
It does look like they're just going to take the 2 inhibitors and move on with their day. Fortunately, with Cam spawning in just 25 seconds, I mean, a lot can happen between now and then, but he does have the teleport available for when that Elder fight is up. They can definitely keep Racket and Cam in the defensive side of the base and force TPs when necessary. And it looks like they are just heading straight down to go set up this vision, both lanes being met with super minion waves. It's going to be a stalemate until the very end.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see the final fight of the
It's a
game.
200 gold difference, and it's gonna be the final fight. They're looking mid lane. They didn't get mid prio, and I'd be very worried if the wave starts pushing.
Perhaps a little too early. Aqua
Yeah,
ult from
Big
Maokai.
Maokai ult. The hook ends up missing.
The early
Bit
ult was
overzealous
last.
on the top of it. But with
Poppy
Elder
going for the
Dragon
recall,
spawning
she
in
does
Poppy's
teleport.
16
resetting.
seconds,
Gonna be TPing back. Yeah.
with 15 seconds, they were blowing a lot of spells to try and get them off to secure their vision. But I just don't know if it's going to be enough. I believe that the Kindred Syndra may just take the Elder
And the
Dragon.
teleport from Poppy is gonna be huge here. If he can knock up a key target away from the fight.
So the in comes
It's like the Elder Dragon.
Oh my
Elder
god,
Dragon
huge
is
pace,
burning.
Vendrick. The
Kindred
Peggy Man.
has been knocked away from the. From
all
the
This is
Elder
devastating.
Dragon.
It's down to
It's
the
just going
Elder.
to be they're slowing it down enough.
Kindred flashes, she does not make it over the wall.
Oh my god.
1,500, 600,
Kindred.
500. An incredible steal!
Oh no!
And it's massive!
And it is absolutely humongous. Vinra unable to secure the kill.
Oh my god!
And now only
They do have to
Blender
defend the
left.
base. I don't think they will be able to end off of that ace.
An incredible dive onto Vendrick by
No.
Captain Tofu, killing the
This guy
ADC,
gets
securing the
killing
important
away.
pick.
All he needs is one bomb on the Kindred, and she will go down.
Looks like he is going to take the safer route and potentially just look at taking the inhib and clear their top jungle on the way through.
It is a massive Elder steal from the Syndra that manages to turn the entire fight around.
Absolutely incredible. Of course, Elder on 4 members of Captain Toad. Oh,
And
Yui
Oh, there it
barely
is!
unable to escape with his life. Out comes the burn from
Yet
the
another
It is
hubris
too
from
much.
Yoink.
And the Kindred should have just farmed a camp, healed to full HP, and looked to do something, but instead gets caught out by the Ziggs, loses her Elder.
Absolutely devastating
Vendrick
that
DC.
Elder would go down.
Looks like
Let's see what
Vendrick
Travis
is
has to say
having
about
some
it.
lag again. Vendrick is lagging again. A classic New Zealand internet
lag.
moment.
The Baron is going to be spawning up, Kindred not alive, and I mean, with the Elder only being on the Syndra, it might just be the end of the game.
And of course, with ultimate down, with jungle down, this is not the position you want to be in. Having some issues.
What an
because
intense finals, man.
the
Holy.
game always struggles a little bit after a pause. Let's see if we can get back to real time.
But it is almost illegal the way this Ziggs is playing. He is 5-0-10 at 50 minutes into the game.
Absolutely, no deaths on the
He
Zed.
should
Very
not.
impressive feat.
He should not be unpunished like this, but it looks like they are going to capitalize with Sedimentary Cats and Four Wards Jungler being down and take the Baron buff. They could look to potentially end here.
48 minutes on the clock right now. We're looking at a 50-minute game. Anyone, of course, with the Gathering Storm summon a spell right now. How much AP is that at this point in the game? Something like 128, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if Syndra can pick up this Rabadon, she might just be too strong for the end of
She
the
has picked
Angels.
up the
Got
Rabadons at this point.
861 AP.
861
Terrifying.
AP. And bro, if bro looks at someone, they're gonna die.
Highlights really
Even
the
having-
importance of these stopwatches, of these Seraphs, of the spell shield.
Looks like they are just looking to clear the bot side jungle and don't know where Kindred is. Looking for a free pick here. The Guardian Angel up on Kindred. Potentially looking to lead with either Cam or Sedimentary Cat.
Kindred's very
Clear
smart
that
here,
switch.
selling the boots, which normally you'd want on the marksman, but they're stuck in their base, so they don't really need them. They don't really need it. And the extra
Absolutely.
item being the GA can make a huge difference.
When one fight makes the difference. Having that revive opportunity, especially if you go down early, very important.
And Vendrick's score here, he gets flashed
Incredible
on.
dive by Captain Tofu once again.
I think that may just spell
Out comes the
the
ultimate
end
kick
of the
here.
game.
Likely to
That's
fall here,
two.
Syndra.
It might just be
Ultimate
over.
ultimate, recharging, it was cancelled early.
He gets exhausted.
Ultimate's up still.
Syndra really trying her best.
Big knock from Bust.
Oh, yeah, no,
Captain Tofu
after
locks out
combo.
Sedimentary Cat. Out comes the ult from the Poppy. Sees the Kindred back to spawn. The Nexus will fall.
And that is a
Tragic.
new record for UCGG, I believe, in this tournament. It is 50
50
minute
minutes.
game.
I
What an
imagine.
incredible backwards and forwards between these two teams today.
I imagine I could not be too happy about that one. Either team, if I played a 50-minute game and had lost. Incredible performance from both sides. Wow, what a third game. And we might
I
transition.
do have communications with Captain Tofu. It looks like we are going to get a post-game interview for that one, seeing how he's going to be feeling coming into Game 5.
Absolutely, that would be spectacular. Captain Tofu
Here he
himself.
is.
Talk to me, a
Howdy.
50-minute game. What were you thinking?
I mean, that game might have been one of the craziest games I've ever played in my life. I just want to say shout out to Blender on the Ziggs. He had in the tier list, he had Ziggs in the can play category, which that was one of his lowest rated champions, by the way. So you don't want to see what else he has in the tier list. That guy is just an absolute menace.
We saw him struggle yesterday with that Ziggs pick, and then in this game, 0 deaths. What happened between them?
I think in between those two games, he just played 3,000 Ziggs games in Korean Challenger, and he's just become the GOAT overnight because he's just gapping Vendrick. It's not even close, really. Honestly, Blender best AD? Question mark.
I mean, truly an incredible performance from Blender. But let's talk about you. The difficulty that you encountered at the start of the game in that jungle. Talk to me a little bit about how you were feeling.
Do not talk to me about the early games in this tournament. It's been a disaster. To be honest, Yoink is not doing too badly. I was worried about him invading me on the red buff. I knew like there was a possibility that he could do that, knowing that I had no flash and I was quite low from the invade. But yeah, I wasn't too sure how he'd be feeling if he had the confidence to go for something like that. But obviously, it's really great to see he does have that confidence, and that he's willing to give himself leads. It's a shame that he isn't really at the level yet where he can carry with them. But nonetheless, it's awesome to see him making the proactive plays and trying to get the leads because it's putting the pressure on and it's making the games far more entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk to me a little bit about the end of those games there, about those crucial picks that you were getting on Vendrick. Was that the plan? Were you trying to position yourself to catch him off guard?
Yeah, so I've been sending DDoS attacks to Vendrick's house because he just keeps broadcasting his address. So I just thought,
absolutely.
like I need the extra riot points, so I might as well, it's cheaper to DDoS his house than it is to buy the RP. So, I've got to do anything for the win.
Absolutely. 2-1.
I mean-
Only one game left. Do you think you can do it? Do you think Team
I mean,
Symmetry Cat and Falls will take another game off you?
Yeah, I think the longer the series goes, the better it looks for us. Sedimentary Cat, also shout out, he's just a demon on the hook champs, but the problem is he's very quickly running out of hook champs. The jungler, like, he got the Kindred, we let it through, but I don't know what else he has in the tank. The mid laner, once again, also, like, their champion pools are just getting smaller and smaller, and looking at the tier lists, we still have plenty of things left to go, so, I'm very worried for them.
So
I
you're
do want
feeling
to talk
pretty
about the
confident.
pick ban there. You did opt to ban the Amumu. Is there a potential of you pulling it out in game 4 and 5, having David return on the Amumu Seraphine bot lane?
Yeah, I mean, you could see they banned the Seraphine and then they banned the Braum, which was telling because they've been banning Amumu all throughout the draft, so all throughout the series, sorry. So you could see they were probably going to pick it there and then, put it on Sedimentary Cat, maybe hold the Blitzcrank for another game. So we had to ban it ourselves. And yeah, that's very interesting. We're going to see potentially them leave it open again, and they might try take it because, as I said, their pools are getting very slim. They might try take some of our champions. But interestingly, I just want to raise the point, if they do manage to win this and it goes to game 5, we're going to be on blue side with no bans. And that Amumu, Seraphine, Olaf, Rumble, they're all going to come online. And, I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with that. So
Absolutely.
I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
The question always comes with these fearless drafts is what do you have left in the tank when it comes to game 5? With these champions being consistently banned out, do you fear that they're potentially going to be picking your champions heading into game 5 if it does manage to get that late?
Yeah, I definitely think there's an angle for them to try and take some of those themselves. Thinking about it, I don't think they could play them as well as we could. Like, I don't think they have a Rumble player who can pilot that champion half as well as Vinra can. I don't think that Vendrick Best AD is going to be able to play Seraphine at the same level as Blender. Like after we just saw last game, the caster matchup, Ziggs and Ezreal, he just got completely obliterated. So I'm not really too worried, to be honest. I thought the bot lane would be harder to play against, but they're actually getting kind of gapped. So I'm pretty comfortable.
There's no way.
I mean, hey, the
Absolutely.
results speak for themselves, man.
I mean, there's a lot more to talk about than just like that he got gapped. Like it's a lot harder for Ezra to play that game, right?
I mean, hey,
There's a
look
huge
at the
Poppy
scoreline.
and a Pantheon
Look
playing.
at the scoreline.
No, but it's not like that. You can't just say, "Oh, he's getting gapped." Like,
Okay,
a lot harder
guys.
to
I'm
play.
sorry, I gotta stop you here. We got a hater in the call. I
I'm not
got a draft to
hating,
do.
but
I'll be
it's
back.
just the
I'll
draft,
be back for the
man.
post game
Like-
interview, guys.
like-
Enjoy the games.
Thank you very much, Captain Tofu. Appreciate him stopping along and giving us his insight. And Peffy, unfortunately, sending him away.
I'm not a hater. It's just like he's putting some disrespect on my goat Vendrick for no reason. Like
But
he's
look,
versing
it is
Pantheon point and click CC, full movement speed Poppy, and then like Alistair and an Oriole. And then Ziggs is just the highest range champion in the game. Like in that game, artillery mage is standing behind 2 tanks. It's not like it's a much harder I feel for Vendrick much in that.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely does feel really bad when Vendrick is lagging as bad as he is at 2 and 6. I feel as though it is a little bit of a deficit, but I mean, not to say he is still playing and performing at quite an optimal level, unfortunately just not able to find his footing in the side of the mountain whilst climbing. So unfortunately falling from his grace as an ADC player. So maybe we do need to strip the best AD away from him and hand that over to Blender. That may be potential.
The Lucian is still available on Vendrick's team.
That is very true. And they have taken the Braum away. So it does look like they could potentially look to combo the Lucian Braum bot lane, which I know has a lot of lane dominance in the early game, as well as the utility from Braum in the late game, and Lucian being able to be an absolute menace to anyone who attempts to dive him. It could be very detrimental for the side of David's Angels. We may even see a game 5, depending on how this next draft
We will see a game 5 because Vendrick's team's going to win 3-2.
Well, I don't know. I think Stellar and I are still relatively on par with our predictions. It is currently 2-1 to David's Angels. We may see the 3-1 expectation that we were looking for.
It would not be surprising, though, to be honest. I could see a world in which Vendrick, Sedimentary Cat, and the others are able to take this game to a game 5.
Exactly right. And we could be even seeing Laquan's predictions coming to fruition and seeing that Racket is indeed a fraud.
What? No, Racket is not a fraud. Racket smurfed that game. What? The Elder Steel was crazy.
Well, I mean,
That was
it's
an
always a
incredible Elder
testament.
Steel.
It was a testament. Win lane, lose game.
We're looking to see maybe a Racket only human on his team. We see from the quad law. Maybe a little bit salty at placing 4th in the tournament.
Wonder
And it seems like
perhaps.
there's a little bit of a want for Vendrick to go Draven this game.
Look,
I did not
as
come 6th. Oh my god, GG. It's over for me.
as a Draven OTP, if he pulls it out, I don't think I will be casting much on the other lanes, as I will be silently judging every movement he makes
That's the
and
Draven one trick
being
himself.
as excited as I possibly can, screaming to give him the cash out. But I mean, Vendrick's pick pool is definitely bottomless when it comes to these ADC players. He could even potentially pull out the Karthus APC that we saw last night.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Racket plays in the AD champs. I don't really know what he plays.
Hopefully we'll
Maybe he
see
does. I don't know.
Karthus, perhaps left in the
Gee,
vault
I've-
for now.
But we are starting to head towards the draft angle.
Okay.
Gotta let him know we are in fact ready.
Here we go. We are heading into game 4 pick bans.
Rumble, first
like the
ban, very
Rumble.
safe.
Very predictable there. Seraphine, Kane, Jinx, Braum, and the Amumu. Identical bans to what we saw, par the Jinx.
Very interesting.
I mean, there could be the angle here for Vendrick to try and pull out one of his signature champions and play the Lucian Milio matchup, which would be very exciting, I think, for everyone involved. And the Smolder being locked in for Vendrick.
Brand? I think it's Brand bot lane, by the way.
Now this, very interesting, a Smolder first
I think
pick.
there's a good chance we see a Brand Nami coming.
Now,
Olaf
did they get
Veigar, they let Olaf go through on the jungle, not surprising.
will probably be Nico XYZ on the Veigar. Could also be Blender. We did see him whip it out before.
But it looks like we are also in game 4, which means that there are only 3 bans on the sides of both teams, which
Yep,
definitely leaves a lot more picks open, taking out the core pivotal champions on each side in an attempt to just muster up that last morsel of damage.
Absolutely.
Evelyn being locked in.
Oh,
No way he just picked Eve. Wait, what? Did he actually pick it?
he did. The Evelyn has
Dang.
been locked in and nothing else has been said.
Okay, a genuine Evelyn pick.
Very interesting into the Olaf. Her charm not
And-
having much.
And Akshan.
Akshan.
Wait, Racket on the action. Wait, this team comp goes crazy. Not gonna lie.
This looks like perhaps a move out of desperation, trying
Yo,
something
this looks like
new
a
here.
solo queue draft, not a competitive draft. But honestly, if the mid jungle can get it going, I think it'd be an amazing decision.
It could be ridiculous, absolutely, if this Evelyn and this Akshan pop off.
Looks like we are going to get the final pick for the red side, which is Mundo on Vinra.
Uh-oh. Okay, they're really gonna need to do their best to take advantage of this Finrar Mundo early game because the Mundo, he's so much weaker in these early levels before he gets his mogs, before he gets his 6,000 HP, and so he's kind of like a Kale in that way. They need to shut him down early before he takes over. And I'm curious to see what the last pick will be.
Final picks are coming out. The APC Veigar potentially, or it could be a flex on Veigar mid. This looks like
And
it
we
is
do
going
see
to be the
Senna,
Star Senna bot lane.
which is a lane that they locked in before. We did see Veigar Senna locked in bot lane before, with the Tristana being mid lane. But I don't know if that's what they'll play again.
But the
Because they
Tarm
did already use the Tristana in this series.
Tarm is potentially open, and it is going to
And
potentially
Senna
be
Tom.
a Tarm Senna Starve lane with a Veigar mid. They do have a very relatively
No, I don't really
mediocre
like the
draft.
Nami pick here. I think it's a bit out of place. Nami
Unfortunately,
Action is quite a good combo, though. In the later on mid-game power of Action coming out of stealth with the bubbles and just bombing someone's head.
Bot lane.
and I
Very
mean, it does
interesting.
come to a testament. Something I've said over the past 3 games. Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards are building around one solo front line. It is not going to be as effective when there is a Mundo and a Tahm Kench able to peel off the back line, whilst Olaf runs your carries down.
I think this game, the solo laners, they really need to take over. Action so strong in these early levels. Veigar so much weaker. Same thing with Kled. Kled being one of the best snowball top laners, looking for those cheese kills level 1, level 2.
And we have
And
seen the
I'll be curious to
prowess
see how the
uncanny
early lanes go.
I mean, in this team comp, I would have liked to have seen a Lilia instead of that Evelynn or a Zyra, some form of control mage that's going to be able to just provide some impact. Evelynn being a pure assassin into a team
Evelynn
that's
is so hard to kill anyone on this team. The Olaf is so tanky. Same thing with the Mundo. And the Senna, you get onto her and the Tahm Kench just eats her and gives her a million shield and also just protects her for a solid few seconds.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit worried here. Evelynn, especially picked so early in the draft. A very bold decision here by Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards. Alright. Into the spectator delay for what very well could be the final game of the UCGG League of Legends Intro Tournament.
No way. My goats are gonna win.
can
It will
believe
not
it.
be the final game.
Well, let's just put it this way. If it goes to the final game, I think Peffy... Well, if this is to the final game, I think Peffy may owe me a pizza this time.
What?
Well, 3-1,
Nah, just-
sir.
It's not gonna be 3-1. They're gonna win this game.
I don't know, that sounds like a little bit of coke to me.
If they don't win, I'll be very upset.
I think Peffy is just wanting his boy Rack to show what he is truly capable of.
I mean, he's on the action. He's on the AD carry. I'll be really curious to see how he plays these early levels. I had no idea he could even play something like action.
Perhaps this is one of his infamous unknown picks. You never know. He has pulled out some champions that I don't think we were expecting from him.
Absolutely, and
That's
I
very
suppose
true.
there is some strategy to pulling out picks that your opponents haven't seen you playing before.
I am very excited to see how they're going to play this early game with the side of David's Angels having such great sponge in the early levels, being able to walk in and this invade, but just the raw damage level 1 from Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards, I don't think it will be enough to shred through. But Vendrick may be able to start off getting a few of those stacks, accelerating him to his explosive shot in the early game. Looking really forward to seeing how he plays this smolder and how he positions himself, what he prioritizes.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps this Evelynn and this Akshan with their... If they team up, go for an early game assassin angle, you know, we might be able to see this game go long enough for the Smolder to scale in a way that he's happy with.
And it is very scary. Once that Smolder comes online, even with 125 stacks and that AoE explosive shot hitting the backline, he can just hit Q on those backline minions and start to even just get scaling off of that, which will allow him to fast farm his way to 225 where he gets the execute. But I fear with the raw HP that is on the team of David's Angels, it's just not going to be enough with that burn.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen historically in these games a lot of success with the teams who are drafting 2 tanks. Just makes it so difficult for your opponents to play. And of course, Corporate Mundo, if you let him get to the end game, such a menace.
I think Sedimentary Cat and 4 wards have definitely put themselves at a bit of a deficit with their lack of tank picks in these earlier games. You know, 3 games in a row they drafted the Skarner for a solo tank, then attempted to be assisted by, I believe it was the Nocturne in game 2. But in game 3, they had a Kindred and a Maokai, and now they only are relying on the pure sponge ability of Kled, which once he dismounts from Skull, he does not have the ability to be as tanky as he needs to be. Which I believe they're looking to draft for the ultimate play, to attempt to get onto the backline as fast as humanly possible. But I just don't see where the Smolder pick fits into this.
Absolutely.
And we do see Kled opting for the Ignite, going to be looking for those solo kills early game.
Once again, issues trying to load into the Spectator.
Looks like Windows needs to be activated.
I do agree. I think that you should probably activate your Windows, Stella.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. But I appreciate the concern nonetheless.
Does look like they are opting for the level 1 invade here, trying to find someone in this bottom brush. Unfortunately going to be able to find anyone, but
Sedimentary Cat, potentially at risk of being caught out here. He does move in time.
You might want to speed up, Stella. You're a fair bit behind.
That is true. Who let this happen? If somebody finds out who's responsible for this, let me know.
Minions have spawned.
So Captain Tofu opting to start potentially his top side, looking for a vertical jungle to look probably top to bot here. He is really well known for keeping this center Tarm lane relatively healthy and allow them to get those souls in the
I mean, I think it's a bit risky. He's placing a lot of trust in the to not die in these early levels, but it's just so much weaker than the Kled, and Cam so experienced on it. I'm really looking forward to see if we can get a solo kill.
Absolutely. Just like Dwindolius on the Tristana, we have yet to see Cam be given an opportunity to really play a proper carried champion, so it'll be very interesting to see what he does with this opportunity. I would like to be able to I would like to see him given his moment to shine here, really.
Right.
Of course, nothing too dramatic happening in this bot lane.
Yeah, I don't think we will see too much excitement until the waves of the junglers start actually rotating down. Especially considering we do have 2 infinite scale champions on bot as well as 1 on mid.
With that aggression, hitting 2. Great damage onto Dwindolius. Kled in the top lane. Look how pushed in he has this Mundo. And that damage is starting to stack up on that center. Of course, the champion with such low HP. In goes Cam, hitting 3 first. Does get the passive off the Mundo. In the bot lane, great lockdown. In comes
Oh.
the Evelyn though, forcing the flash from Blender, but it's not going to be enough. First blood. And here comes the Olaf, ghosting in, forcing the flash from the Evelyn. But
Evelyn
unfortunately,
is going to go down here. But off of that, Vendrick does secure quite a few stacks for himself, putting himself on potentially an explosive shot
yeah,
in
18
the cannon wave.
stacks. Unfortunate there for the Evelyn to fall, but of course, giving her first blood, she's already got an Aether Wisp. That move speed, that AP will certainly not be wasted. Less
I
action
mean, Yoink is a
movement.
little bit behind the Olaf now. Olaf going to be finishing his camps quite a bit faster. But I do think it's a bit weird to see the Ignite not come out of the Sedimentary Cat in the level 3 fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe it may have just been a complete range diff.
And this damage coming
As
out of the
much
Archon's really
accessibility.
big. Duendolius the
We
4,
see
and
the
of
Veigar
course a
up-
comfort pick of his, the Veigar.
He's going to have to TP back soon. You know, he's going to spend his mana. And it's looking like a pretty good laning phase start to him, where the action is so much stronger in these early levels.
And he goes in again, getting some extra damage.
Unfortunately, he is probably going to have to take a reset here and TP back to the tower to not miss that wave that is currently
Absolutely.
building against him. Yinra, very effective with the cleavers at the moment. Fortunately, that's not
I would have
lining
loved
it
to
up.
see an action taking the Ignite and looking for these kills on the Veigar, but he opts for the TP setup, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Skull lost there. On the top lane, on
Unfortunately,
Can
that-
Can.
That
But here
dismount
comes
is
Akshan
very
and Evelyn.
detrimental.
Out
like
comes
they
the
are
ghost
looking
from
for the
Vinra.
Mundo.
Will be enough. He does spell immune, but it will not save him from the 3-man gank in the top. Cleared with no teleport, of course. In comes Captain Tofu, forcing the flash from Can Can.
Great flash from the Bled. And
Unfortunately, he's going to get caught out.
He greets the Skull and unfortunately gives Olaf kill, but gets the res. Not that bad. They should really look to harass this Mundo right here, I think. In the
It is
1v2
down both his
situation,
sons now.
but 'cause he's gonna hit level 6, his wave is in a good spot. But Mundo's not too mad there.
But certainly not the worst start for Team Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards, who do again need to win both this game and the next. Whereas David's Angels, of course, only need to win one game to be declared champions.
They're going down.
Olaf in the top lane, looking for those grubs. Perhaps always there to pose a threat against Can Can. Interesting roam here from the Veigar.
I
Going to
mean,
lock
this looks
up the
terrible.
Smolder.
The action's gonna be there soon, and the Veigar might just be caught out. Gonna have to flash
With
probably.
no cage.
The double buffs
Great
are
route from the
available on
center.
the action. It's a
But
huge
out comes
action
the
ult.
ult. Blocked incredibly by the time
Gets
Kench.
one.
A great play there. Saved.
And
at the
action
last
has
second.
spin available. He's gonna get a triple kill. Oh, he has another E. He
He
spins
does,
in.
of course, that E resets on kill.
Oh, but the bus manages to outplay it and trade a 1-for-1. Still a great result for the action, picking up 3 kills, I believe.
Absolutely. Look at him now. 3, 1, and 2. I would certainly not be upset if I were him.
Fortunately,
the
we
top
have
lane.
seen Sedimentary Cat and Four Wards in this position.
And once again, we see he's just getting frozen on, and he's getting out CS'd, and there's not a lot he can do.
The struggle for CS here in the jungle and in the top lane.
Means as declared, once you start to fall behind, your champion feels so weak because you are just one of those early game snowballers that once they can't all in, they can't really do much. Especially get into something like a Mundo who just chucks the briefcases.
Yeah, Unfortunately, I think he's trying to preserve Skull as much as possible. That bonus move speed that it does provide is imperative to keeping yourself active in this top lane. Once you lose that availability of Skull,
And I think he's just going to be dived very soon. Olaf's on the way. Mundo's broke the freeze, which means he wants to do something active. He wouldn't just break it for no reason, and I think he's just going to slow push the wave and dive to Kled. And I mean, Kled no TP. He's going to have to take the reset, but that's just going to make the lead even bigger, down 2 levels on this Mundo.
And unfortunately, he has opted to
Yep,
stay
and we see
here.
Olaf walking into the jungle. He's going to take some camps and probably look to just dive this Kled.
Hungry here. Let's see. Out comes the ghost.
Action face checks him.
Very unfortunate.
And it's so unfortunate. Action, they're calling the dive, so Action wants to move to support it, but Olaf waiting out of vision and catches the Action off guard. And he ults through the CC. And the Senna ult is huge here. Picks up the Skull and gets outplayed.
Very interesting.
Wow.
Turn of events there.
But still,
We have seen this from
meanwhile,
Yoink
Mundo's just picking up the
before.
plates, and it's just not. It's still a good result, I think, for the red team.
Yoink has definitely been in a situation before where he is accelerated in the early game, but he has fallen behind due to an inability to not be able to capitalize on his lead as efficiently as Captain Cody is.
Absolutely. And of course, Evelyn, we
I
know,
mean-
quite a fragile pick if she's not able to get ahead like she needs to.
We did see Nami use the ult for seemingly no reason on the under the bot tower, which is gonna make them significantly weaker to the gank potential, and also just in the 2v2.
In this lane, it becomes significantly easier for Smolder to be able to build up those stacks, especially with a melee champion and a weak early game pick as Senna. You know, he is currently sitting at 86 stacks. He is 3/4 of the way to the rear shot explosive.
Holy moly!
The Vinra just slowly building these leads for himself in the top lane is significantly more impactful than potentially what Kled can achieve being 0-1 and 3. Definitely probably picking up a kill there onto the Olaf would have been probably more imperative.
And he misses the swing on the Action, but the charm will go through, and oh, he does it too early, but it just doesn't matter.
Looks like he is
Olaf looking on Grubs, potentially looking to dive this Kled.
Bot lane though. Eaton, that
and ulting him
devastating.
before he gets the healing.
He flashes. It's
And he
not going to be
flashes
enough.
away,
though.
but he's just dead.
Both
That was
flash
very
and
well
ghost
played.
burnt.
But it looks like they did
Here
spot
comes Yoink.
the Nami coming down and the Evelyn.
Oh, excellent ult there.
No E available, and Yoink is really starting to take over this game.
Absolutely. Look at him now. 5-1 on the scoreboard. A significant threat here.
Even though we have seen this sort of performance from Yoink before, the only issue with the last game was that he was on Kindred that was limited to her marks, whereas Evelyn is only limited to how many items you
And
buy.
Kled is going to be dived here. Action is going top out of base.
It's like Akshan has opted to return back to mid lane in an attempt to catch this wave.
I think that they don't want to go for it. I think they... Kamgang might be able to outplay this. He's got both summoners. He's going to have Skull come back up. And he will have ult as soon as he remounts. Vinra tanking aggro for no reason and ends up popping the ult a little bit early.
Now comes the
And
single.
it's so
Redundant.
close. It's so unfortunate. I believe if he just ignites... If he ignites one of them, he would proc it a bit earlier.
Look
And
at
it's
the
just
damage he
unfortunate.
does. Action, so much damage onto this Vega. And here comes Evelyn. Perhaps looking for that kill on the Mundo.
Yet again, Vendrick now working his way up to 109, no, scratch that, 112 stacks. He is 13 away from the scatter shot.
And of course, very important upgrade to Smolder.
And once he gets that, it's just basically free stacking this early into the lane as well. They need to be looking for him here.
Oh, in comes
Vendrick
Vinra.
Windows not going in.
Meanwhile,
Vendrick
look
has
at
to
the
force him to the
Smolder on the
center.
center.
Unfortunately, the Smolder going in a little bit too deep here. He is going to be picked up by Captain Tofu.
And with the
Not able to
frustrated
find the
emote.
center. We are seeing the Tarn Kench TP top in place of Vinra, who is now going to siege that bottom tower. They are looking to pull as much injection into him as humanly possible.
Now
So
Yoink
now
should be able to
collapsing.
steal this. This fight's way easier, and he's out of vision.
This is very important here. For him to get, Captain Tofu takes
Yoink does
away,
not
though.
get it.
Must not be
Have to
pleased
ult
about
out.
The ult from Captain Tofu
Yoink
And they
misses.
is
managed to do enough
very
damage.
hard. He does have the finished Lich Bane, and is currently sitting on another potential Aether Wisp here. But I mean, Captain Tofu just double the farm of the Evelyn here, prioritizing the lane ganks as opposed to farming his jungle.
Absolutely. And it's the same trouble between these two top laners. Certainly. Dimitri Cat and the
looking
forward
for it all in.
struggling with their CS.
And I mean, yes, Busk is significantly weaker than the Kled currently, but is just not able to pull anything off here. Cam being dismounted and not being able to find his mark.
One can only imagine the twitch in this game with the Akshan and the Evelyn. Akshan caught out
Oh
in the
no,
trap.
he might just be dead here. Mundo does have ult, and he's one-shotting the tower.
In comes the Kled.
Kled sees an angle. Latches onto the Mundo.
Walked up the Mundo. Excellent job getting that spell shield down for the Nami bubble. In comes Captain Tofu, but he doesn't have his ult quite
And
yet. Everyone's caught in the
he's
trap.
caught.
Devastated. Now up comes
We
Vendrick.
do have the Smolder arriving. Big ult.
Massive damage.
Nami doesn't go down.
Instead turning onto Tofu.
And Captain Tofu just dies.
Vendrick caught
The
in the
numbers
trap.
advantage. Vendrick walks into the cage, and he ends up going down too.
Incredible work there by Vega, trapping him within the range
Big
of the
remount.
tower. But will it
But
be
it's
enough
just
for the
too
clear?
little, too late. Action might look on the Veigar here, but he also might just get out. Eve
And this
with
really
the
goes to
passive.
show- Really goes to show yet again, Evelyn, despite being so far ahead, was nearly blown up by one crucial mistake of stepping into the cage.
Such a fragile character.
Fortunately, she is looking for the steal here with ult available to disengage and get out if it's possible.
He should just be pretty free. Oh, is he AK? Oh no, he just decided not to go for it.
This gold lead between the two junglers, where Evelyn may be at 6 kills, Captain Tofu is nearly, well, is now, what, 800 gold?
Yeah, 800 gold ahead.
800 gold
900.
ahead on this Evelyn. 50 CS down on Yoink here. Not what you want to see this late into the game with such an accelerated Evelyn.
Absolutely. Of course, I would be certainly stressed if I were Team Vendrick, Team Sedimentary Cat and forwards here. As, of course, they cannot afford to lose this game.
Being 7-3, slightly earlier on into the game, and now all tied up on kills, and gold being 4,000 gold up.
He's
comes
looking
the
for a
action.
pick onto the Veigar. But the Veigar just so good at not dying, neutralizing any plays you make by putting down that cage. And so tanky from building that Seraph.
Evelyn caught on the ward. Those warning pings do come out.
There you go, 158 stacks of his passive. Senna now sitting at 61, slowly working her way to that range upgrade, but Vendrick sitting at a comfortable 174 at 17 minutes into the game. That's 10 stacks per minute.
His dragon certainly is practice. A great ult coming out from the center is not going to save the Veigar though.
And that's an objective bounty and a kill. Which is pretty
Much
huge.
needed gold here.
The Finrod just going to ignore Cam here whilst the cannon does still have aggro and just hit the tower.
And you can see Cam really suffering from how behind he is. Can't even kill the wave with
Absolutely.
his propane Hydra.
Sedimentary Cat just
Finding
caught
the
in the
knock-up
knock-up.
onto the center.
But unfortunately the charm doesn't go through onto Captain Tofu fast enough for Evelyn.
And this is what we find with Vinra, is he just creates these leads and doesn't find any reason to leave his lane, creating that pressure in the top lane, making it a fair 4v4. With Captain Tofu on a champion that he's so well practiced and versed on, Cam
Absolutely,
unfortunately missing
ultimate
the
from
ult.
Cam going wide.
Maybe able to look for the chase here, but that bonus move speed plus Ghost on the Mundo is going to be able to get him out pretty comfortably.
And them showing top, it's just gonna let them drop the Herald and they're gonna lose this mid tower.
They may lose the mid tower and potentially look to drift the Rift Herald. The
TP's
comes
onto the Herald.
Rift Herald.
A flash from Akshan.
But Blender gets almost one shot by the Eve.
Captain Tofu on the back line, but look at all of this damage.
But
Captain
Akshan
in
messed
his
up the
own,
swing.
Akshan devastated.
It's caught by the Mundo. Eve has an angle here.
The center
Ult
looks like
available.
she's gonna get a recall for free. She
No, he
does go
doesn't
one
get the
for
ult
one.
off.
But an
If he
ultimate
ults
there would
there,
be
the Olaf
incredible.
would just die.
Very
And that would've been
unfortunate turn of
huge.
events. The Smolder now becoming dangerously close. 214 stacks. He needs 11 more to be at his full scale at 20 minutes. Many of the Smolders you find in solo queue only have about 115 stacks at this point in the game, being so heavily bullied in the lane. But with a starved center bot lane, it's just not as reactive as what you need it to be.
Absolutely. And of course, we know if there's anybody who can translate this lead into significant gains for his team, it will be Vendrick.
Well, he is now 224 stacks. One more stack away from that execute, which is going to be very, very dangerous for him.
Let's watch him. 225.
And there it is.
There he
He
goes.
gets
Full
it.
evolution. He has become online, and he is now very, very dangerous in the position that he's in, building and opting for the Q build as opposed to the AP damage, which is significantly superior in this current meta.
Consider his dragon trained. Look at all of that. Max health, true damage
Vendrick
burn.
actually quite known for his smolder. We know he loves to play champion almost as much as the Twitch, maybe even more. So be excited to see what he can do.
Very scary here.
Actually, I think he might just be dead. No, it's fine, it's fine. Mundo is not going at it.
Interesting position. Blast coning that Mundo over. Evelyn
And
Rufus.
the Eve doesn't get the ult off once again.
Oh,
and the
Akshan
action
swinging
swing goes
the wrong
away.
way.
And
It's gonna
you
be
can
no
really
good
start
for
to
him.
tell Racket just isn't that experienced on the action.
Absolutely.
The Evelyn missing the ult timing twice in a row, just dying. And so
gonna
much
be a
gold on
free
her,
ban
but
here.
they're just not able to do anything.
Now, if I'm
Okay.
Symmetry Cat
Oh.
with 4 wards, I'm very scared. David's Angel's in such a good spot right now.
Yeah, the Baron's gonna bring the gold lead to nearly 10k.
It looks like Captain Tofu is pinging the dragon in 140, possibly telling his team to not die before then, looking to take an easy 4 dragons, and especially having 3 of the Infernal Dragons on a Veigar, Senna, and an Olaf is very, very scary coming into the later in the game.
Absolutely, and of course, as beneficial as getting these dragons for yourself are, denying them from your opponent's very important as well.
We do see the Drake will be coming up in a minute, and they're pinging the action. A pick here could mean a free dragon. And Action just can't defend the tower. The Mundo will just one-shot it. And it
He
looks
goes
like
invisible.
Action
He's out.
swings out, but
It is
it's just
gonna
not
be
enough.
Olaf, too hungry.
And
Evelyn, great ultimate
He's
though.
getting the
Gets a
ult
pick of
off.
herself.
Very great
One for one
execute,
makes
but it's
this
all
Dragon take a little less easy.
getting some gold on the Smolder as well, picking up a tower and a few waves, but Mundo's just getting so much more, picking up 2 towers. And I'd be very
Yes.
worried.
And we now
Right
see
about
the
now.
gold lead in both top and jungle. In top, it is 3,000 gold towards the Mundo and 3,000 towards the Olaf. These are significantly higher leads than what we've seen previously in these games. And even in the bot lane, we are seeing an even stalemate on the carry champions and supports, but the Senna being slightly up, and I think she may be caught here. Vinra just opting not to engage on that, knowing that the dragon is up and having to position himself to fight.
Vendrick getting above 10 CS per minute here. The Smolder is just so good at one-shotting these waves. You just WQ and it disappears.
Unfortunately,
Absolutely.
with the Baron minions, they do become significantly harder to kill.
And
think the
Eve might be
Evelyn-
caught out here.
Fortunately, the
No,
Q
he
misses
ends up
from the
fine.
center on the ward, but that
Doesn't end up
chunk
getting the
damage
slow.
from the Mundo.
Cam hit by a second, dismounted already. The spell
Two
comes out.
Qs. 2 Qs from the Mundo, and an E takes him off of his mount.
And
Very,
the Mundo
very
is just
scary
so
here.
strong here. 3 items.
The Kled that they've been scared of, that they've been using bans on.
Like I said, the Kled really does need to get like Mundo's basically a Kale. You need to bully him in the early levels. I think a lot of people don't realize it, and
In goes Olaf,
He ends
ult's
up
coming
scaling.
through. Vendrick taken down. So was
And he's
Symmetry
just
Cat,
1v9.
and there's Yoink as well.
basically
This is-
1v3.
We can
Will
see
we
And-
see a pentakill? No, unfortunately not.
Captain
But
Toad's
he is
it's gonna
coming
be
back
over.
in. He is not done just yet.
It's a horror.
Akshan flashing.
You can tell they've given up. The game's over. I think it will.
Yeah, with
Will
this
be
ult,
ending
An
here.
incredible shutdown by the Kled, but unfortunately,
At the very least, it'll
whole
be a
team
triple
down.
inhib. I think that's gonna spell the end of the game here. The Mundo will just one-shot the Nexus turrets. They don't decide to go for it. They're gonna go for the triple inhib instead. Vinrar. Okay, I'm in. What is going on?
Gondolius unnecessarily taking some tower aggro there, and he is just going to die to the Smolder.
Okay.
Sedimentary Cat, though, not exactly where he wants to be right now. The ult from Busk. But
Okay,
in
but
comes
I'm
Yoink
just-
hungry.
What is that? What is
Him
even
and
going
Sedimentary
on here,
Cat.
man?
But look how tanky this Tahm Kench is. But as it turns out, not tanky enough. Some critical shutdowns coming out here. On the Tahm Kench, on the Olaf.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't think it matters. I think this Mundo could. He's gonna reset, get his fourth, maybe like fourth plus more items. He's gonna run down with ult, and they're just gonna win the game. Like, who's gonna kill him?
Fortunately, it is only double inhib, so they are not getting those double waves of super minions coming through. They did attempt and bite off probably more than they could chew there.
I
instead
mean,
of
did you see
grouping
what the
him.
Mundo was doing? He was standing still, hitting the tower, dying because he didn't have a wave. I'm just so confused. Okay,
I think
Very
these players
interesting
are
choices
just
here.
I think they're just. I think they kind of know the game's over at this point.
But look how much
Looking on a.
these stacks.
looks
224.
like they
Honestly, he's
are
stacking.
grouping
Honestly,
up
they're
mid.
kind of stacking kind of slowly. The Senna is doing decently. 100, just about 120, 27 minutes.
She's
is
about
not too
20
bad,
stacks
but-
behind where she wants to be.
Yeah,
And at 40 stacks every 10 minutes.
I mean,
In goes
Mundo's
Kled,
just
very
so
bold.
strong.
Out comes the Veigar ult, excellent, but 2 caught in the Veigar cage.
Wait, Vendrick's smurfing it. Never
This is what
mind.
I'm saying. Vendrick's Q damage is just
Look at him
way
go.
too
Force
high.
Wait, he's
That's
smurfing it.
free.
But Smolder, look at him go. 380
Okay, but like
stacks.
Vendrick
him
just
and Evelyn.
completely 1v9 that fight.
Of course, look at what these
What?
Smolder stacks are adding. So much burn, so much extra magic damage to his abilities, and of course, that Evelyn
Bear
might
in
be
mind,
a little bit
Vendrick
behind
did
gold, which
use
is still
both
very
summoners
scary.
just then.
He did.
Vendrick did just use both summoners, so the next fight will be a lot harder. But seriously, well played from Vendrick. He did just
Yoink.
completely
The
roll
kill
them.
here,
Yoink
but
here.
is he far too bold? The answer is yes. Not quite sure what he was going for there.
He might have just lost the Baron because he will not be up for it in time, and the respawn timers on the red team are just way shorter. And this is going to bring the gold lead to 10k gold yet again once this Baron goes down. It's important to note that that if they don't end the game soon, Vendrick is farming 3 super minion waves, like, with his Q.
Look at
He's
his
getting
gold.
really, really strong.
5k gold lead
He's-
now in his favor.
He's sitting on how many stacks at this point?
Can confirm. 410
410.
stacks. Look at how much. 3.28% max health true damage on his burn.
But the Infernal Soul is going to get picked up by the red team in about 10 seconds. The Eve not really in position to contest just yet.
Infernal Soul and Baron, of course. If
Eve farming her
Team
Grump
Symmetry
right
Cat
now.
wards are able to stall it out, we did see that they are capable of stealing the Elder Dragon. If they can live until Elder comes up, it might be the turnaround that
But
they
it's
need.
triple Infernal Vagar. He's sitting on a lot of AP. I'll be very worried if I was the red team. I mean, I was the blue team.
960.
Unfortunately,
962.
it does look like they're sending everyone up top to attempt to kill.
Out comes
The
the ult from
Mundo-
the
And
center.
Vinmar is going to go
Wouldn't
down
enough.
here. And
But
but it's
is
up
that
to
gonna
small
be enough?
quarter. He needs to survive here. Doesn't get hit by the Tom
Massive
W.
ult.
And the
Look how much
damage
damage
is
it did to
insane.
the
Look
Vega.
at the page.
Out comes the ult.
He gets dive bombed by the Olaf. Olaf doesn't get
Not
the kill.
dead yet. Look at the damage from Dolius.
All runs out.
Already killed.
Yoink going crazy.
The execute from the Smolder.
And they managed to defend yet again.
Once again, back
But they
from
lose
the
a tower.
brink of destruction.
Vendrick now at 450
One thing to note
stacks.
The longer this goes on, the further and further behind, the further and further that the blue team is gonna catch up. They don't have waves to farm as the red team because of the super minions, and so they only have their jungle. You see the gold lead slowly decreasing,
Absolutely.
and even the Mundo only up 20 CS on the Kled now. He was in the double. He was double the CS up earlier in the game.
Absolutely, and especially
Vendrick
when
is
you break it down
400.
lane by lane.
And Tom Kench is nearly 200.
Vendrick
The only
with
one who's managed to
16k,
keep
he should
up.
almost be full build right now. Because he's sitting on 2,000 gold. I imagine that with this recall, we're about to see him buy his last item.
It could be the Bloodthirster.
Just
and-
kidding.
Yeah.
He is a little bit broke.
Wait, what? He didn't spend the gold? Oh, I guess it's not enough.
He is still sitting on
700 plus
24.
24.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs a little bit more to
That's
buy
okay,
that
he's
item,
recalling
Bloodthirster.
now.
I believe it'll be 2,500 and you should secure it.
Yeah.
So we'll see it be bought.
And
Very
Right
expensive
now.
item. And now we have
Full
the full build order.
full build Smolder, certainly a force to be reckoned with, especially when you're
Full build,
center,
500
only
stacks
2
Smolder, might I add.
items. Only 2 items on your
500
center.
stacks on this Smolder, might I add. He is very strong.
Right now they are putting all of their eggs in the Vendrick basket. Hashtag Kangbang.
But will they be able to keep it going and keep him safe? It looks like they are all just grouping on Vendrick.
The only real engage they have is this, whether or not he can kill the Smolder in his
Click
all-in.
ultimate is up.
And if he doesn't,
Red
and
buff
Yoink
secured.
picking up this red buff, he's on a flank. Be curious to see how this one goes. Vendrick's so confident on
Look
his
at that
Smolder,
damage
just
on
picking up
Tofu.
two Olaf.
Who walks directly into
And
Yoink.
Yoink!
Ults away. The Tofu is chasing.
You're
That
trying his
Infernal
best to be a
Dragon.
pest, but
Oh
Yoink
my
kills him!
goodness, Yoink! That was not what I expected to
It's
see
a
happen
massive
there.
kill from Yoink.
Incredible, Captain Tofu down.
The Lich Bane E just one-shot him.
50 seconds. On the
Very
respawn
unfortunate to
there.
not see any Infernals
And look
on that
at this
team.
damage. Out comes an excellent ult from Sedimentary Cat, forcing the flash.
And he just goes down.
Chaos dead anyway, look at the damage.
And
Mundo's
Binra is
so
going to be dead here as
tanky,
well.
But they
No
simply do
way.
not care.
I'm witnessing this. It's like they have Veigar, Senna, and Mundo, and they're getting outscaled. Nah, what is going on?
No objectives up on the map for
All the
Team
inhibs
City
are
forget
gone,
to
which
take.
means that the red team will start to get some farm again. But the gold lead is well and truly gone. It was 10k, now they're only looking at 3k. And Vendrick at nearly 600 stacks.
Terrifying, quite frankly. 513 stacks to his name. 4.10% max health true damage on his burn.
Can see that on the side of David's Angels, they are positioning wards down to potentially look for the TP flank angle from the Veigar and the Mundo, which
And the Tom Kench. They have
and
the
Tom
triple TP.
Kench.
The Mundo will be the danger man in that situation. So much AD, really just great at killing the structures.
Absolutely.
As well as Veigar, currently sitting on now 976 AP.
And as we see, Cam actually higher level than the Mundo now because of the super minions.
Incredible how getting that triple inhibitor is so strong, but you have to end the game.
The Smolder is a level 18, just so strong. We've got level leads all across the board, apart from the Olaf, who, being the jungler, was the only one still farming on their team throughout that whole inhibitor, whatever it was.
Shenanigans, let's say.
Shenanigans, yeah. The blue buff
Taking a look
will
at
go
the start of
down.
the game, of course, Veigar, look at his AP,
Up
almost
to
1,000. Senna, 124 stacks, a little bit behind where she wants to be.
I mean, the Veigar and the Senna are just both behind where they want to be because they just couldn't get any minions. But Vendrick's still both summoners, and there's not really any CC
Look
to
at
lock
the
him down.
damage. Incredible. Veigar Cage
Not just
is
a
under
cage.
early.
From Vendrick.
And into
And
the
he's just
ultimates.
sending
Oh my
it.
god, it's an absolute
And look at the damage!
blast of that. Incredible ult there from Dundolius, but it's not going to be enough.
And
He's
the
quickly
Vendrick
snatched
flashing
up.
on the Veigar, and it might just be game.
They certainly will be turning,
They're
looking for this
gonna
Baron.
get the Baron. They're gonna get Elder right after. And
Elder
if
up in
I'm
20
Olaf,
seconds.
if I'm Olaf, if I'm Mundo, I'm gonna be looking for a back door because I don't really know what else I can do. They're pinging the
Absolutely.
dragon.
Alternatively,
Olaf's walking through the jungle.
I'm attempting to
13
kill this
seconds on
Baron
the Elder.
I'm attempting to kill this Elder on spawn.
They're gonna go for it.
3 seconds left.
Action teleport is available. They're just going for it.
Damage.
And I think they're gonna get it.
Tofu,
The
so
Olaf
much
damage
damage.
is quite good.
In comes the Akshan.
Action
Will it be
TPing.
enough?
And
Oh,
if
it's
they
so
get it,
tight.
they might be able to turn them. They
Incredible.
might be able to turn the fight.
Vendrick now
He's
not
running
the
at
only
him.
person with an exhaust, but look how much
But
damage
but
Tofu's
Vendrick
taken,
is
forced
just
to leave.
so strong.
Pokemon does
He
not
flashes
care about
out,
his damage.
but he misses the swing, and he gets shut down. But the Olaf using the ghost, using the ult, it's just not what you see.
Respawns now coming up.
He
Very
teleports into
scary.
the base, and it's just not what you wanted to see. This Evelyn is also so strong, coming up on the death cap soon, nearly full build. And we see that Veigar actually opted for a dead man's plate, which I just don't think was the play, considering that there was nothing to move around for. It's 40 minutes into the game, no, not really any objectives, what you're not going to be for anyway.
Elder still very scary on Tofu and on Vinra, but not on the whole team.
And we do see that he swapped his boots to his Zephyr. 6 items on this Smolder.
He is
Going to be full build.
565 stacks as well, which is going
Yeah,
to be
I mean-
significantly high burn damage. They're now burning an additional 4.5% max health as true damage.
It's just crazy. What is this
scary.
champion? He's so strong.
And this is the problem with starved center bot lanes. If you have a laner that is going to just be unpunished, or a laner that is going to be punished by Smolder and obtain those free stacks, it's just going to be the end of the
The
game.
only real way that they're gonna win this game is if Veigar can cage and then they can run at him with the Mundo and the Olaf, because he's got so much peel, so much survivability, and just enough damage to out deal the Olaf and the Mundo.
Yeah, absolutely. The Smolder needs to be the #1 priority, but he is so hard to get onto.
Nearly 500 CS on this Smolder, almost all of which was killed using his Q.
You could say he's more than Flame Horizon his opponent Senna, and even if we take into account the Tahm Kench's CS, these waves take again triple inhibitor, so strong to have all of those super minions coming through. But if you're not ending the game You are instead giving the enemy ADC
And we look like Mundo is
500
looking on some
CS.
kind of back door. Or Mundo's looking for some kind of cheese. He's setting up a wave.
Very interesting.
And they're
I
running
think
it down
they
mid.
maybe-
Pokemon has a
the
crazy
ultimate.
flank.
He is
Outcomes
going, the
already.
Mundo. The Mundo
The
and
Mundo's
the
going for
Olaf.
it.
recall
But we
comes,
do
though.
see
Other
small.
recalls
They're,
come,
they're
though.
ready. They're ready to counteract it.
Cam.
But
It's not
maybe
a
back
recall,
up.
Cam
but
will
he's
just
gonna
one
get
shot the
kill.
center.
Excellent.
And
Here
they
comes
get, they
Vindra.
lose, they don't, he
Vinra
doesn't even
jumps
get the in him.
instantly into Ewing and
And
Pokemon
Vinra getting
punished.
one shot by him.
Incredible. Cam dies in the process.
I mean, Achan has the res available. He knows where the Veigar is. He might just look for him. And I think Veigar's going to be caught here.
with a
Action
50-second
has
death
swing.
timer, would be incredible to be able to get it.
Tofu
Cam
spotted
up.
on a ward. And
He
you
is
can't go
trying
for the
to
back
get that
door.
vision. He's trying to get that vision as deep as possible to look for the TP from Vinra, Dundolius,
He
and
knows that they
Bast.
can't win the game by fighting. The Smolder is just
Absolutely.
way too strong. So they need to play for a back door. But it's so hard to make it work. The Baron recalls will be running out soon. Or maybe I think they already did. And if I'm the blue team, I'm just going to keep farming on my Smolder. Waiting till the next objective. And
600 stacks.
oh my god.
Of
Like,
course,
what are
look
they
at the
supposed to do?
78k gold on the board. These teams
The
are
Senna
starting
just
to come
not
to
being
their
able to
full
pick up-
builds.
The problem is the Senna, 40 minutes into the game, not even 4 items because where's she getting gold from? She's just not getting any gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the kind of position you want to be in if you're the Senna. Evelyn, of course, waiting on that death cap.
The Smolder nearly double the gold of this Senna.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a very unfortunate place to be in.
And Olaf is
see
looking
that.
on this bot lane. I think
You
this
can
Olaf
see that.
has a lot of... Oh, another thing to note is that Smolder, being the spellcaster kind of champion he is, cooldown reduction is really important, and he has not died for a long time on this infernal map.
Looks like
29
Olaf is
and
Sitting
about
on
to
Silver.
30 cinders, which is granting him about 30 ability haste. On Smolder, that's a huge difference.
In comes
And the
Ewing.
Eve is trying to one-shot, and it's a huge trade because although he used Flash, the Olaf ultimate without it, who's gonna kill this Smolder? And the
And you
cage
can
barely
see
goes
Vinra.
wide.
Vinra, yet again, with no Baron's recalls, they could look to attempt a fight here and just let him backdoor the game out.
Very
He's
scary.
waiting.
They
trying
haven't
to get
spotted
position.
Mundo.
Out comes the ultimate.
We
Doesn't
see the
really
Looks like
Smolder
they
ult.
are.
Kled ult is online. But they don't see the
Looks like-
Mundo. He's waiting for the wave, it would seem.
In comes this Evelyn. But out comes a ghost from Tofu.
Kled is ready.
Looks like the ult is
Oh.
going in.
Kled's
It would
going
be the
in.
perfect-
Vendrick.
It would be the
He
perfect
mi-
opportunity.
Mundo's on the flank.
Mundo
Mundo's on the
instead
flank.
teleporting
He
in.
teleports.
Cam
Cam
being
goes
caught out.
down.
Look at that Evelyn though. Does not
Smolder
care about
not
the
really getting a
ultimate.
great angle, but it just doesn't seem to matter.
Yoink
Mundo so
unfortunately
strong
caught
without the Vinra, without the Smolder there to kill him.
But here
But
comes
he is
Spectre
gonna
with
go
the
down
flash.
here.
Look at that damage. Look
Okay,
how
but-
much his Q fans out there. Vendrick perhaps getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Oh,
Unfortunately, they
Scaring me
did
there.
not.
And here comes
They
the
did
Elder.
not get the resurrect. for
Elder
his
and
teammate
Baron
there.
both up.
So Olaf is looking to chase
Look at
through,
this
or potentially
healing.
just go end
Look
the
at the
game.
healing though. The healing is crucial. They're going
Wait,
for the
Olaf
end.
is going for the end.
Oh
He
my
needs
god.
to reset.
The inhibitor.
No, he needs to reset ASAP. Smolder
Oh
can't
my
reset
goodness.
the he
Oh
aggro
my
the dragon.
goodness.
They're
I'm
trusting in the
Wait,
I'm
Olaf
shaking.
ult is available.
wait.
And it's gonna be the end of the game.
Wait! Akshan, come on, man.
Action doesn't have the damage.
Oh my
Action doesn't have the
god!
damage.
And perhaps somewhat of
Holy!
an anticlimactic ending.
You're
Ready?
kidding me, man. How did they let that happen?
GG in the chat from
GG.
Captain Tofu.
Nice.
What?
There's no way. You're kidding me.
My goodness.
What a final game.
No.
Look at the damage graph. 88k on Vendrick.
No. There's no way they just lost like that, man. You're kidding. I've been so let down, I swear.
We'll leave
E-
Captain Tofu
Either
to
way,
have-
either way, GG's. It was a great series.
What
Lots of
a
amazing plays from both
incredible-
sides.
We'll leave Captain Tofu to celebrate for just a little bit.
Yeah, they
with
can't
his
keep getting
team
away with it.
and potentially look at getting Vendrick in here to give us a few words.
Absolutely. After that game that I
So-
thought perhaps was going to go in his favour. Captain Tofu,
Hello.
talk to me.
Hey, how we going,
talk
guys?
to me. Talk to me. What
Yeah, I mean,
happened that game?
I think what happened was we were finding it a little bit too easy and a little bit too boring. We didn't really want to win the game at 20 minutes, so we decided we were going to change the game from a 5 versus 5 MOBA into a tower defense game by blowing up all the turrets and just focusing on the Nexus. And it was a lot of fun, I'm not going to lie. I hope you enjoyed it.
Very interesting
Definitely.
final game there. How afraid were you of that smolder? Did you start to think maybe that you were letting the game get away from you at the end?
No, not even for a second did I think we could lose that game. I think the whole time it was pretty
Yeah.
obvious that we were going to win. I think it was just about the style points, trying to find the maximum cool way to win the game.
Yeah,
So I thought, when they go to the Elder Dragon, we'd sneak in the back door and do some damage. So, 40 minutes, we had some fun, but there was never any danger there at all. Yeah, it's another day on the Rift, really.
Wow. What an incredible performance. And of course, Captain Tofu, 35 New Zealand dollars of RP in your back pocket.
Oh my
Talk
god.
to us. Are we going to see a skin for some of these champions you've played in the series?
I feel like it could be a Smolder skin, honestly, in honor of the 2 million stacks they had that game. That could go hard, I think.
There's no way. I'm so sad. I was so excited for a game 5. And just back.
Well, it appears
Yeah,
as though
I'm sorry,
as well,
man.
Stella, we are doing 2 MVPs, one from each team.
Well, this is
No
spectacular.
captain, those. No captain.
So,
Yo,
I
it's got to
mean-
be Racket, by the way. 100. Actually, Yoink played really well, too.
These votes are very interesting. At the start, I would like to
Yeah.
mention at one point.
Nah,
it was
I gotta
4
give it
and
to my
1
goat
for
bracket.
goat
I gotta give it to my goat
sedimentary
bracket.
cat.
I mean,
Yeah.
Actually,
I
I'm
have to
giving it
say-
Yoink.
I have to say
Yeah.
to Sedimentary Cat and the 4 awards, absolutely amazing performance from everybody there. Like the Evelyn, the Akshan, the Kled, the Smolder Nami, everybody in this game really stepped up and took it to us, pushed it out to 42 minutes.
the
Absolutely.
Smolder ending the game with 650 stacks. Did you ever fear that,
650.
that it was potentially ever going to swing in their favor? Did you feel...
No.
the
Honestly, I
pressure?
didn't even notice that he had 650. It felt more like 65, really. It was just tickling.
He
But,
was just tickling you.
Ah,
You heard it
yeah.
here
Yeah, it was
first, you
just
heard it here first.
Just a light,
1/3 of
just a
your
light
HP.
tickle.
1/3 of your HP. And
Just a light tickle. Yeah. But no, it was a really, really fun game, honestly. I don't think we could have asked for a better way to end the series than that.
Well, it was
Yeah.
very well
Absolutely
played by you and
incredible.
the team. And Vinny, of course, taking his position in the top lane very seriously and looking for those late game ex-Pekes. Whose call
Yeah.
was that for him to stand in top rush?
I think we realized after a certain point it was no longer a 5v5 MOBA. It was
Like, yeah, you could
it was-
not win the
yeah,
game.
it was we were walking down mid, and I think on about the 35th time 5v5ing mid lane, we decided, you know what, this isn't working. I think let's try something else. And yeah, I mean it worked out. Always have a backup plan.
Looks
Yeah,
like the backup plan
absolutely.
did come to fruition. It was very well played by both sides of the team. So I think we're now just waiting for the votes to finish for the MVPs and to get a little bit of a statement from Mr. Vendrick, best AD himself, to see how he feels about his performance.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some words from Vendrick after this one. He must be feeling obviously really, really bummed, I'm sure, because there were some games there that looked
Absolutely.
pretty winnable, we could say, for them. But at the end of the day, it's about the
No.
Nexus.
I did just want to bring up the point that you opted for the wild card of Nico XYZ during this tournament. How do
Yeah.
you feel he performed during
Honestly.
this? I mean,
That man, behind the scenes, obviously on the Rift, he did an amazing showing, but it's hard to quantify what he put in behind the scenes.
accidentally
like
error
putting in
on
games
the
on
last
Smurf
one.
accounts and hidden accounts to get himself into positions where he could pull out the things like like the Veigar, the Annie, and the Tristana. Remember, he is off-rolled in the mid lane. This isn't his like comfort pick or comfort role, and I feel like he really did step up and take it to some of the better mids in the tournament. Obviously, Racket as well stepping up in these games, but just holding his own in a really high intense environment off his role is, yeah, really shout out to him as well.
Definitely nice to see Blender putting in the work as well in your ADC position. Laning against Vendrick, from experience, it is very rough to find those sort of those positions where you are ahead. And he's definitely seemed to really put in the hard yards for your team to try and keep himself as healthy as possible in these lanes. And David doing a very good job to support him on that.
Yeah, honestly, it didn't. If you look at the rank disparity in the bot lane, it definitely didn't feel as big as it was, and that is just through the efforts that Blender and David put in there, just absolutely holding it down in the bot lane. There's obviously going up against a professional player like Vendrick, there's a lot of pressure there to not let him get too far away and carried away in those lanes, and it didn't feel like that ever happened. So absolutely amazing job done down there as well.
Well, very well played, Captain Tofu. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go
Yeah,
finish
thanks,
up the
guys.
celebrations with
Thanks
your
for
teams,
casting.
and we'll see you at the prize giving ceremony.
Yeah, thank you.
Of
See you later.
course. Always a pleasure to have Captain Tofu on the mic here on the casters bench. Incredible player, incredible captain all around. As you can see, he has certainly translated that success into a win. David's Angels, everybody, are of course your winners for the UC Gaming Guild League of Legends Intro Tournament. Casters, live with me. How much fun
Captain
did we
Tofu.
have?
Captain Tofu, definitely a very humble and very handsome gentleman.
Humble.
Humble. Hey, we don't need
Very
to.
much
we
so.
didn't-
Showing.
Papa.
The UC Gaming Guild does not endorse lying on this stream, on this stream or anywhere.
No
No,
lies
but in all
being told
seriousness,
here.
no. Played like a beast, and he deserved the win.
Absolutely. I'm going to try and get Vendrick in here if possible.
It would be nice to get a little one-on-one with Vendrick before, of course, we head to the prize giving. Very much excited to be giving out wonderful prizes, of course, to our winning team, to our runner-up team, and of course, the voted MVPs. I suppose we ought to, now's the important time, to do a little bit of deliberating between the coaches. Who do we think the coach's pick is for this game? Not only this game, I'd like to mention throughout the entire series. Who were the standout players to you?
I mean, being a coach myself and unfortunately not finding much success, I'd like to say someone from my team definitely performed well and above where they needed to be, and they will be named in the prize giving ceremony. But it definitely has potential to show that these lower elo players have definitely shown their true colors and accelerated. All eyes being on these higher elo captains, being Captain Tofu, Vendrick, Ro, Laquan, Peffy, showing their true skill and capability. But these players that just have not really shone as bright as everyone else have just made these insane plays during this tournament, and it's definitely going to go. Like, I feel as though my personal pick is definitely going to be Sedimentary Cat for everything. He has put in so much effort despite being one of, if not the lowest rated in the server for in-houses. He really shone through.
I can confirm his listed LP 402.5, only 42.5 above the lowest ranked in the tournament for Second Fellow to put himself 2.5 LP just above the bottom cusp of bronze, and for us to see him here in the finals performing at such a high level, it's really impressive to be able to see this coming out from him.
Absolutely. Now, I do have some very unfortunate news. Unfortunately, I've asked Vendrick to come in and make a statement, and he says he has nothing to say. So, unfortunately, I think those games were a little bit detrimental on him. So, I believe that we will now be heading over to prize giving.
Alrighty, well, in that case,
Oh.
party
Ain't this,
people.
Yeah, fair.
What a
Yeah, well
game.
played.
Did we
Much
enjoy
better.
watching that last game?
Okay, man.
Why did you come 5th and not 6th?
Because they won more games.
Okay.
Because I
Yeah.
wanted to come
You-
6th.
Yeah.
Does that mean we came 4th?
Okay.
No, we came
Yeah.
3rd.
Oh, you came third, I think.
Third,
Joint
third
third.
Oh, no,
and
you came
fourth are
Third and fourth tied.
you can say tied
joint.
third, or you can say you can arbitrarily decide if we wanted, but really it's just like doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
I did it based on head-to-head.
I mean, we
No,
had
you
low
guys
average
took
elo,
first
so I'm
place
just gonna
in
take
my
it as
heart.
3rd.
Congrats, man.
Well.
Congrats on third place.
Yeah, we had highest average elo, so I'm
I mean,
taking
I
my
came first.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Glad that we had this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, everyone tap into the stream. The presentation I
Surprise
made in
giving.
10 minutes. I made it in 10 minutes. You're gonna really
High
enjoy
quality
this one, guys.
productions.
You might really enjoy this one. If you get a little, okay. There'll be a point where I ask each captain to say a little bit about their MVP or their team in general. I hope you guys just have something off the top of your dome that you can spit out. Other than that, the floor is open at the end of the presentation for anyone to come up and speak if they want to. Okay, let's get started. First off, the results. At 6th place, we have Big Bucket's team of Athena. In 5th place, we have Pethy's team that I am not associated with, Pethy's Poros. In 4th place, based on head-to-head with the 3rd place team, we have the BBC Warriors. 3rd place, just missing out on the finals,
Why did
Rabbits.
first, second, third not get emotes? What the hell?
I couldn't think of anything. I have like 5 pictures on my computer and I ran out of it. You're gonna see how limited this production really is, okay? Centering Cat and 4 wards came second.
Wait,
Each player's gonna
the
get
first
3.
and second got text. The 4th, 5th, 6th got emotes. Rose Rabbit's got nothing. We got scammed, bro.
Yeah, well. Okay, they get 380 RP per player, and this has actually changed. They've also got an MVP thanks to Mitch, who's decided to give more money away. Good on him. In first place is David's Angels, who are getting 35 NZD of RP each.
Whoa, transition.
Well, we even have slide
MVPs.
transitions.
Holy
Okay.
smokes.
Joe, why don't you take the ground floor? Say something about Blender.
Okay, I mean, I think we all saw how he played in that series there. If you think about who he's versing, right? Like, he's not versing any run-of-the-mill AD carry or anyone, even in his elo bracket. I think we got him for a cheap, like, 1,000 or 1,400 elo points. Going up against, undoubtedly one of the best players in the tournament, Vendrick, who's a professional player, versing, absolute demons. So his performance, carrying, quite a few of the games, his Ziggs, 5-0, unkillable, finding so many crucial kills in that game, and he kept us alive. He got us through the series. I couldn't ask more from him, really, so I think I had to give it to him, really. Absolute demon.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful to see. He is in attendance. Okay, up next is second place team. Vendrick, please join the fucking speaking thing so you can talk about your MVP. Wait, you didn't actually give me your MVP. I assumed it.
What? What do you
What?
mean, man?
No.
What are you talking about?
Who's your MVP? I need to change this quickly.
Is this the player who I thought was the best objectively, or do I consider their ranks?
No,
Uh,
just who
probably
you
just
thought
Who thought
Best in
Right.
tournament.
Look,
Yoink.
Yeah.
look at who's Tofu's
Okay,
most
okay.
valuable player.
Absolute demon.
It's in the title.
Yeah, you did well.
Does it change? I don't know.
Spoiler.
You just leaked
Spoiler.
it.
What's going on?
Oh.
There was a little bit of an issue with my screen. I'm just gonna fix this quickly, guys. Whoops.
Holy production value.
This guy's
well,
not getting paid.
I
Awesome
don't get
stuff.
paid for this. Maybe if you pay me, Okay, Vendrick, what do you want? What do you want to say about Yoink? It's very clear that
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah.
Wow.
All right.
No,
that's- that's-
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah,
Beautiful. Wow, beautiful.
fuck Laquan, Yoink is where it's at, that is all.
yeah. All right, Ro.
Um,
Ro, you're up next.
I had a tough time deciding my MVP. I will want to give a shout out to all the boys because
And girl.
yes, I'm using the term unisexually. My bad. Anyway, Silver Stab in the top lane had some great games, particularly on the Xante, of course, legendary. And was the Rock, had the counter picks going and also was willing to blind. My boy Imperator also usually had quite a good performance in the mid lane. There was some incidents with the Petty Talon in particular getting us down, running around the map, but he also kept it up. And then, of course, we had the talk about Tofu. He talked about versing Vendrick, but my boy, the last pick, I believe, of my draft, Juniper, she had a very tough task. I often was playing around my first two picks in the draft, top and mid, and she still performed quite well, especially on that TK, the classic. And so I did end up giving it to Mia, because our support Moya was a bit late, and we had to get a sub both from support and for mid, and even when she wasn't playing the next day, she still came into the VC and was hyping us up and the like. So that's where I'm at. Thank you for the supportive gifts, everyone.
I
Okay,
can't show
next
these
up,
on stream.
the Quan. What do you want to say about
From the
Orzen?
VOD.
He's not here, so. Is he?
Well, I just
No,
want to say, I think my whole team performed above my expectations, except my ADC. I think my ADC played about as bad as I thought he would. It's fine. I think Orzen.
Wow.
The reason I'm going to give Orzen MVP, I think he did all the heavy lifting to generate us leads in the bot lane, which was the way we were winning our games, where I was snowballing off their leads. I think, he just carried Sustained. Sustained tried his best. We gave him one game where he played a carry champ, and he probably played it as worst as possible, but we still won because I just gapped paper on the Ivern. And Orison also, he was really smart about our drafting, and I liked the way he thought about the game. That's about it.
Yep. Okay, Pesty.
So I don't really have a whole lot to say, but I was really pleasantly surprised with Gecko. He was my last pick in the draft, and he wasn't really on my radar at all of the supports, and there are a ton of good supports in this server. We have Orizon, Bask, Bad Memory, and I think he did a fantastic job of just like not letting them get super ahead and just playing safe, and he really did a good job of syncing with me and Paper around the map and just getting vision and not really getting picked out. So I was really happy to see him do a good job, and my jungler was a bit of a fraud as well.
Who could that be? Okay. Mitch, your support.
Yeah, coming in 6th place and taking him as first pick. I feel as a team hindered his ability to succeed. So, he gets my MVP more as an apology MVP that we played so poorly.
Yeah.
Hey. Okay. Up next.
Thanks for agreeing, Joe.
Am I able to just jump in here and just say about Yoink?
Yeah.
I think because obviously Vendrick didn't have much to say here except screw Laquan, which is fair, whatever. But Yoink as a player, I don't think any of the other junglers that I played against pushed me as hard as he did.
Yeah, my
I
bad.
think like especially in a best of 5, right, where he lost so many of his champions, like he did so well, especially on the Evelyn in that last game, like holding it down for them. Like I feel like he's almost been robbed with how well he played in the series, not to have more to show for it. So I think just taking a moment to acknowledge him again, just absolutely insane how well he played.
Tofu, sorry, reminded me, what's our match score?
Oh,
What place did you finish?
Huh? That wasn't the question I asked, man.
That's all good, man.
All right, moving on. So,
all good.
Next up, we have some Basilic. Okay. I didn't actually bother to calculate this. I just assumed no one else played more than 8 champions, which is pretty impressive. Like 8 champ. Everyone's just going to ban
Did he actually
more.
play a Teemo game, by the way?
No, these are not the champions he played. He just sent me his tier list thing, and I was like, "Yep, that's good enough." He played 9 games, so he played different champions in every game but one. All right.
Interesting.
The caster's favorite. Stella was supposed to give me something for this, and she didn't. So I'm gonna move on.
Is
While
she not here?
So I said she's in the
Wait, is she
audience.
here?
She's supposed to give
Oh,
me
Stella.
something.
The audience.
Who is it?
I guess-
Wait, I also wasn't supposed to. Like, this is obviously the best supported performing low elo player by
Okay,
far.
Stella's joined to speak on
Okay.
stage. Who is the
Okay,
caster's
so
favorite?
caster's favorite. Wait, can I go
I'm
back?
going on stage.
Okay,
I
beautiful.
was not given the opportunity to deliberate this with my fellow casters because Pethy disappeared out of the blue.
Fuck you, Pethy.
Unfortunately- Yeah, unfortunately, Swine Bucket had already picked his favourite and gave him the MVP.
Wait, what's your cast? What over the whole tournament, Stella? Who has been your favorite player to watch?
You take it, Stella. You are the caster, the sole arbiter.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yes, you can.
My
Laquan.
vote
You
means
can nominate.
moot. I casted
Yeah.
4 games.
Picking a favourite unfortunately feels like I'm devaluing the performance of everybody else. It also
Okay,
feels
well,
like a
let's
little
just-
bit of a glaze to say that I think my favourite player to watch was Pethy.
All I can say is
the cast-
I was by far I had the most interesting champ pool of the mid laners. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go. Whatever. We don't care, bro. You
Okay.
don't.
We gave this guy
Best
Mike.
performing low.
My bad.
Yeah. And so, Cinemeter Cat, best performing low elo player, MMR below 1,000, made it to the finals, carried Vendrick and Lane, obviously. That's very beautiful.
I have something to
Love to
say.
see it. Yeah. What do you want to say? Worst performing player. Who was it? Laquan?
I would like to, I think we need to do a vote, and I think we need to nominate the worst performing players in this tournament, and I would like to nominate Substained.
Same. Okay. Bracket as well.
Hates
Yoink.
his ADC. He just despises him.
I'd like
Wasn't
to
he your
nominate
first pick
Mukasa.
as well?
Mukasa did not manage
I'm
a single
gonna-
win.
I'm gonna put a GIF in the chat, and just react to it if you agree that Substain was the worst performer. There it is. It's right there.
Oh. Wow.
Fucking way. Okay, anyway, moving on. Let's forget this. The finals MVP is actually really close. Both the polls are close, so I won't actually announce anything until tomorrow. And that's all we have. Thank you for playing. Very awesome. Had fun. Follow Stella
Oh,
on Twitter.
why did you put Rip Pethy's mom, by the way? Like, I
Bang,
did
bang.
I think we
nothing
need to
wrong
let
in that
everyone on
series.
stage.
I believe
I think we need to
Petty
let
saved
everyone
his
on stage so we can all
parents.
clap and cheer.
We can't let everyone
Racket,
on stage.
no,
If
if
anyone wants to
anyone's mom
speak,
should be dead, it's Racket's. Racket let me down.
Alright, I just want to say one thing to conclude this speaking. Look, it was just mostly a mid gap in the final game. My fucking action
agreed.
kinda blows. Sedimentary Cat, that
kidding.
guy, it
True.
actually was Sedimentary Cat in 4 wars. That guy's a beast in the hook champ.
Oh my
That's
god.
Fucking
That's true.
All speaking.
Substained. Yeah, I mean he's not the greatest.
Bro, I
That's
know where you live.
Substained!
Bro, I know where both of you live.
Man, my caster's choice vote has been shit on.
He tries his best, but you know.
Bro,
still
I
not
know
the
where
greatest
both of you
ADC
live.
Yeah, I'd like
Bro,
to
I
say
know
my
where
fucking
both of you
jungler
live.
is absolute
Worst
fucking dick,
Zeri
and
Well, what can I say? What a spectacular evening I think we've all had. I might leave that voice call to it. There might be a few too many people for the send-off here. I might give people perhaps a brief opportunity, some of my fellow casters, to join the voice channel, perhaps join me in finishing off the stream for the evening. I'd like to say what a pleasure it has been casting this tournament. Had a wonderful time. All of the dedicated audience who have been here now for a total of 16 hours across the 3 days. A whopping number of games that I can't remember off the top of my head because there were so many. I believe 16. That's what I'm gonna say. Sounds about right. 16 games. For anybody who has watched this tournament and believes that they can do better. Do you think you can beat Captain Tofu? Do you think you have a shot against David's Angels? Well, I can tell you that you are, in fact, more than welcome to join us here in the UCGG League of Legends server. We play in houses, of course, as you will have seen joked about in that watch party there, which I believe still active as ever. We play games consistently pretty much every night, you know how it is, and of course this is only the beginning. What an incredibly successful tournament this has been. What a pleasure it has been presenting for you all. This is Stella, signing off. Stay warm, and good night.